And honorable members, you are also prone to that kind of sickness because of the mobile phones. You know, sometimes you can get overwhelming phone calls that can actually disorientate you. So it's important that we hear what our expert will be talking about mental health, and we listen carefully. The gentleman going to present is called Emmanuel Mubangizi, and Mubangizi is the executive director of the Serenity Center. Please stand up for recognition. His biography is very short. It's what we have received, but as you open the presentation, you can talk more about yourself. Because here we have just 2 sentences where it says that he has over 15 years of practical experience in mental health and addiction management practices. You can talk more about yourself, but be mindful of time. Each presenter was supposed to have 45 minutes, but because there are now 4 instead of 3, we are giving them 30 minutes each. So be mindful about time, and please, you can take the microphone. Thank you. Just a minute, because he will be leaving after the presentation. Please be writing questions that you intend to ask him, so that immediately he finishes, he can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm not used with the protocols, so I will say all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm Emmanuel Mubangizi, as names have been mentioned. I request an officer projecting to help me. Oh, okay, true. So this topic, the topic was supposed to have been given Dr. Richard Chaze, my colleague and one of my employees. That was scheduled on 19th of June. But when it was, because of circumstance, it was rescheduled today, and he had other activities in Rome. He had travel, being a priest. The Pope needed him for some assignment. And so I had to come today and also to do the presentation. The executive director, my background is psychology, clinical psychology, and mental health. I will not go into many details, but more than 20 years I've been involved in the addiction management and mental health. Our topic, maybe before that, but that will do it. Our topic is integrating mental wellness into governance, self-care. I felt that we needed to first of all understand. And so my topic will be around the mental wellness, emotional intelligence, emotions, feelings, because those are the things that we tend to forget. And then later, we find that we're actually overwhelmed and we break out. And so, mental health or mental wellness, a state of being emotionally, psychologically, and socially healthy. So it's not one part, it's a holistic, that an individual must be in a state of emotional, psychologically, and socially health so that you can function well in a daily life. In other words, for me, for you, to function well in a daily life, an individual must be emotionally, psychologically, and socially health. Health is wealth. And so, another word to look at is, because we are saying integrating mental wellness into governance, self-care. Now, these are words we use in our treatment on a daily basis. And we are saying that mental or self-care is an intentional practice of actions that will protect and improve an individual's psychological, emotional, and physical, so that then I'm in that state where I can function well. So, the presenter, before we go further, I needed to do a bit of introduction. The second slide. So, Celente Center is a pioneer privately owned treatment and rehabilitation facility for addiction and mental health-related illnesses. And we offer treatment and counseling services at our facility. This is a church project. As you can see, there are about 4 founding congregations. Those emblems indicate that one of them is Congregation of Holy Cross, another one is the Society of Jesus, another one is the Missionaries of Africa, and another one is the Mill Hill Missionaries. We continue. For mental wellness, it has 5 components. And we are looking at emotional balance. When they say somebody's mental well-being is okay, we look at about 5 components. The component number 1 is emotional balance. Managing feelings without being overwhelmed. That in our daily life, and especially as leaders, the feelings will come. You can feel angry. You can feel challenged, even in the debate that you'll be carrying on. All those will come, but how do you orient yourself? How do I orient myself with my emotions? So that's what we call emotional balance. Psychological resilience. Psychological resilience, bouncing back from the stress. That a lot of things will come to our way, and they will stress us. They will put us in a state of feeling giving up. But you need to come back, you need to bounce back. So how am I the strength that I can use to bounce back after a stressful moment? That today, the topic, the parliament, or the issue, maybe the bill has been so tense, it has been hot, but tomorrow you come back. That's what you call psychological resilience. Social connection, that I don't move around. Having healthy, supportive relationships. Having healthy, supportive relationships. And then cognitive clarity. Thinking clearly, focusing, and making decisions. And then, of course, purpose and meaning. Feeling you have value and a direction. It's very important as leaders that we always have value and direction. And so, I begin with a question now. Our opening reflection. Who takes care of those who are responsible for taking care of everyone else? It's a question for reflection. Who takes care of you? You are the honorable member of parliament. You are the minister. You are in that position. And everybody is looking at you. The introducer may say that, many of us will find we have mental challenges because of continuous phone calls. But the question is, who takes care of those who are responsible for taking care of everyone else? It's our reflection that we need to reflect on it. And I continue. Leadership demands that as we move into this, at any level of leadership you are in, there are demands. Now, constant decision making. That you have come into the parliament and we expect you to make constant decision making. There is public scrutiny. Public scrutiny. When I was looking at the public scrutiny of leaders, including myself, because I've been a leader for more than 20 years in different organizations. I've been a general manager, I've been a director, executive director, I've been a program coordinator in the church. So I've been at that level. But when we talk of public scrutiny, being closely watched, everybody's watching you or is watching us. Everybody's watching us, examined, judged by the public. There are many, but I want to bring out this one. Mistakes are magnified as if a leader does not make a mistake. The mistakes are what? Are magnified. But the successes are questioned. So-and-so has just gone to parliament. It's not even 1 year. How has he managed to get all this? So who takes care of those who take care of others? Constant emotional resilience, accountability, service under pressure. Yet leaders often neglect their own being. I go back to the question, who takes care of those who are responsible for taking care of everyone else? The points, bro, were bringing us that as leaders we go through all that. And at the end of the day, they are able to affect our mental well-being. They are able to affect our emotions. They are able to affect our feelings. Why mental wellness matters in governance? Yes, we are talking about mental wellness. We have defined what it is. But what should it be important? Why should we consider it as important? One, effective governance requires healthy leaders. Health is wealth. Effective governance, effective decision-making, my brothers and sisters, requires healthy leaders. Requires emotional balanced leaders. Requires leaders with psychological resilience. Quality of decision-making. It is a leader who has emotional balance, who has psychological balance, who has psychological resilience, that will participate and make a decision that is quality. Emotional regulation, judgment and insight. When I talk of emotional regulation, ability to notice, understand, and manage your emotions as they don't control you. Sometimes we're in a debate and you see that emotions are now taking over. It's a matter, it's an issue of national importance. But somebody comes up because of the challenge, emotional regulation. Somebody takes up to be as if they are attacking an individual. Therefore, healthy leaders create healthy institutions. A healthy leader creates a healthy institution. Whether at home, whether in any setup of organization, a healthy leader creates healthier institution. Mental wellness is more than absence of illness or absence of mental illness. My brothers and sisters, when we talk of mental wellness, it doesn't mean that somebody the introducer has told us that the ministry, when you look at the ministry's records, over 40% something are affected mentally or they have mental issues. And so you can qualify them that probably they need to attend psychiatry evaluation or probably they need to attend a clinical psychologist for something for assessment. And that is what we do. But we are saying when we talk of mental wellness, it's more than mental illness. Therefore, what does mental wellness mean? Mental wellness includes emotional balance. It includes psychological resilience. It includes healthy relationships. It includes sense of purpose. It includes spiritual well-being and ability to cope with stress. Ability to cope with stress. That stressful situations will come, but they will not overwhelm you. Tomorrow you will be back on the pulpit. Tomorrow you will be back on the podium. And that's what we mean. Mental wellness does not mean absence of mental illness, but it means all those emotional balance, psychological resilience, healthy relationships, sense of purpose, spiritual well-being, and ability to cope with stress. And when we talk of spiritual well-being, does not mean sleeping in the church. Does not mean sleeping in somewhere, praying the whole night and, giving others stress. Because everything I do, I must be mindful whether what is my neighbor. In Serenity Center, for us, we have a principle that every activity we do at the center is an intervention. Every activity I do at the center is an intervention. An intervention is treatment. Just my being walking in the compound, parking and walking from left to right, it's already, my presence should bring that calmness. My being at home is an intervention. I'm mindful of the time, and so I'm rushing through. So the reality of modern leadership. What is the reality of modern leadership? There are unique pressures facing political leaders. Now we go direct. What are the unique pressures that you are heading to face as politicians? For example, members of parliament, heavy workloads. Heavy workloads. Heavy workloads. Continuous public demands. For us, as the public, the moment we see you, the moment I cite Honorable Afande Rwashande, I expect something. You get me? And I can even convince that, by the way, I voted for you, even if I don't belong to his constituents. Public demands. Political tensions. Political what? Political tensions that leaders, daily, there are political tensions. We are in this, we are in that. Media scrutiny. Media scrutiny. The media is looking for anything that they can turn around. Then constituent pressures, constituents pressures. The moment you step in the constituents, the person to meet you, the one who wants waraji of 100,000, of 100 shillings will come to you. The woman who has given birth will come to you. The burial is coming to you. The one going to wed is coming to you. So at the end of the day, who takes care of your self-care? It's a reflection we are making. Constituents. By the way, I didn't identify myself. I'm also Ugandan. And so being a Ugandan, I belong to constituencies. And I belong to about 5. One, where I'm born and where my mother voted from. And so my MP there is called Rubabo in Rukunjiri. Honorable Matthias Rwabugume, maybe he's here. But I also have women MP, Rukunjiri, Honorable Mary Paula, and the Wiyanja. But I also, Serenity Center is Nibusoro South. So my member of parliament there for workplace is Honorable Pio Karen. And where I live, in Wachiso, Busiro East, my member of parliament is Honorable Emmanuel Magora. And of course, without forgetting, the woman MP Wachiso, Honorable Ethro, who? Narima. I salute you, and you are my leaders. The point I'm making, we have to give you pressures. When we have the roads that are very bad, we don't mind whether it is your road. Honorable, our roads are very bad. So those are demands. Family work imbalance. Imagine I had to leave at 5 to make sure that I'm here. By what? By 8. Then you imagine you are going to be doing that to beat the jam of Kampala, that you can be in sessions. Then you have late sessions, so you'll find that there are some family imbalances. And then financial and social expectations. Every member, every public expects you. At the burial, they expect you to give something. At the wedding, they expect you to give something. Somebody is having the birthday, they expect you to give something. Associations expect you to give something. Financial and social expectations. Those are the unique pressures that members of parliament face. The reality of modern leadership, burnout among senior leaders. And when you talk of burnout, what is burnout? Burnout is a state of chronic, in other words, chronic physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion caused by the prolonged and managed stress, especially from work or caregiving. And so you have no time for self-care. You'll find that you will develop burnout. Recently, around March, a lady came and she was having depression. She was having depression, and when we also diagnosed, she had a lot of burnout, but it's coming from the previous, that she forgot to take care of herself because of the demands. She happened to have been the first one in the family. And so the moment she finished the university and got a job, then all the rest 9 of them, she took over. So at the end of the day, she didn't have a family. Now, when COVID came, these ones she had taken care of have already finished and they had moved into other countries. Some were in Italy, some were in Germany, and for her, she lost a job. So she's been here. And that alone brought her mental breakdown. And then at the end of the day, many things were unfolding. The stress comes in, depression comes in, and other psychological and mental issues. And the other ones she took care of, all of them were saying they can only call, how are you? Yeah, we are praying for you, we are supporting you. Those who had offered take care, took care for something, said we are going to be supplying you with upkeep. Until, I think they did for about 2 or 3 years. Now, recently she passed away because by the time she came to seek assistance, the problem had escalated. So, burnout, a global survey of over 3,200 CEOs and senior executives found that 70% of the CEOs reported high levels of pressure and disruptions, significantly higher than other executives. And the recent executive surveys report that approximately 71 of CEOs experience burnout at least occasionally, while roughly 1/3 report frequent of constant burnout. Nearly 75% of organizational leaders report feeling used up at the end of the workday, suggesting substantial emotional and cognitive fatigue. And so most of us, you'll find that you are suffering from cognition and emotional comes in. That's when, you find that you cannot do what you are supposed to do. You come to a session like this in the morning, somebody is already dozing off. Then you wonder at what time did they sleep. And when it's prolonged, the psychological imbalance will affect your physical. And then at the end of the day, you find that you can no longer function. So leadership in changing society. The current realities include, of course, we have population growth, we have youth unemployment concerns, social transformation, economic pressures, and community expectations. I'm rushing through so that I can catch up with time. All stress is progressive and starts small. And we are seeing now leadership stress and the brain. That when stress comes in, it starts affecting your brain. All stress is progressive, starts small and becomes big. And then later, it becomes chronic. So what are the long-term stress? What long-term stress can do? Long-term stress will reduce concentration, will impair your judgment, will increase irritability, will reduce your creativity, will increase impulsive decision, and contribute to burnout. Okay. So I want to rush to make sure that within 10 minutes I'm finishing. I've already talked about burnout. When you talk of burnout, I've said burnout is characterized by emotional exhaustion, cynicism and detachment. You find a person is detached from the family, from the colleagues, reduced effectiveness. What are the common signs of burnout? Constant fatigue, loss of motivation, irritability, sleep difficulty, and reduced empathy. You find that today is the session, you are very much there, but you don't feel like going there. And the hidden cost of burnout, poor policy decision-making, increased conflict, reduced productivity, poor public engagement, health complications, relationships are broken. That's when you find that the cost extends beyond the individual, and you find we have family disintegration, family, most of the patients that we usually register at Serente Center, by the time we go through the circle of assessment, somewhere, you will find that the family disengagement is part of the cause. I will not go into, of course, these are effects of mental health and physical health, that the mind-body connects with the mental health, and once there is such a stress, the physical comes in, hypertension, cardiovascular, diabetes, sleep disorders, and weakened immunity. Taking care of mental health protects physical health. And I repeat, taking care of your mental health improves or protects your general health. Of course, the power of emotional intelligence, where there is self-awareness, where there is self-regulation, where there is empathy, where there is social awareness, and relationship management. Allow me to go quickly towards the end. Let me see what I can. Okay. Now, common and healthy coping strategies that in our lives or in our understanding, people will always have the way they need to cope with the breakdowns, with what has challenged them. And then people become workaholics. Somebody leaves the office at 10, and that is excessive work. But in psychology, you call them workaholics. Then emotional withdrawal. Somebody withdraws. Even the children, when they are stressed, somebody withdraws from the community, somebody comes here, somebody will, you find that they don't have any social capital that is joining them. Then, of course, others go to substance misuse. Because they don't have sleep, they now begin getting into tablets that can give them sleep. Poor sleep habits, isolation, anger and frustration, then spiritualization. Spiritualization would mean these are the people, somebody would end up saying, this goes to Pastor so-and-so, he goes to Father so-and-so. At the end of the day, work productivity is affected because somebody has to visit different prayer people in that regard. So those offer temporary relief. For example, if you go into substance, if you go into drinking, and every morning you find that you have hangover, it will not solve the problem, but it is increasing the problem. So, in other words, therefore, we need to have resilient leaders. And what does resilience bring to you the moment you adopt into resilience? Adopt to challenges, learn from setbacks. You look at the setbacks and say, those ones, I will still go there. Maintain perspective, seek support when it is needed, and preserve hope and purpose. No leader thrives alone. And we are saying the importance of relationships. That even here, as members join leaders, any leader would need somebody to debrief. In our psychology, we call it debrief. That I can go to this person and I open up and they guide me, or either psychologist or even my colleague. Because debrief will bring family support, trusted friends, members, professional advisors, and faith communities. I think I should conclude. Again, I want to conclude. I've jumped a few things because I've also talked about them. They was just now emphasizing. But I want to go to the closing reflection. The strength of a nation is inseparable from the well-being of those entrusted to lead it. That's a very strong statement. The strength of a nation is inseparable from the well-being of those entrusted to lead it. And that's a concluding remark. But down, there's also what I will be requesting, that previously, in the 12th Parliament, we had talked about, or we were trying to bring out what we could call alcoholic drinks bill. And the background of that was when we look into our schools, when we look into our communities everywhere, it is a cry. For us who are in practice, every day we receive from these old schools. And then you see the magnitude of how people are suffering. And so we are saying, for a Uganda free of alcohol-related harm, what would be the benefits if we have the law? Reduce alcohol-related harm to minors below 21 years, protecting the Ugandan population from the health, social, and economic harm that alcohol is causing, and promote national development through a comprehensive and evidence-based alcohol policy measures and enforcement. I thank you very much for the time we have spent together and for what we have shared. And since I requested, because I'm supposed to be at least in Fort Potro at 4 for another presentation, I want to end here, and maybe if there are questions as I come back. Thank you. Thank you very much. Emmanuel Mbang is my name, Executive Director, Serente Center on Entebbe Road. Thank you.
It has been a wonderful presentation. Please join me to give him a round of applause. That does not befit him. Please, a big one. Thank you. Before I go any further, let me first recognize the Minister of Local Government, Honorable Baram Barugahara, for having joined us. Thank you for coming, Honorable Minister. And also let me recognize some shadow ministers present for this morning's session. We have Honorable Betty Ethel Narima, the Shadow Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, and the MP Wakiso District. Then we also have Honorable Munyonyo Hussein, Shadow Minister for Arts and Culture, and the MP Jinja North. We also have Honorable Nakwede Harriet, the Shadow Minister, Office of the Presidency. And last but not least, we have Honorable Sarah Rwansa Sula, Woman MP Jinja City, and Vice Chair Park Central. All of you have heard from the presenter about the challenges of an effective leader. There are several challenges, and a lot to do with the emotional intelligence, a lot to do with the demands which are continuous from the constituency, where MPs are regarded as moving ATMs. A lot of things to do with emotional balance. I think it's what we go through daily as MPs. So it's important that you get interested in this presentation. I have not seen as many questions as from the previous presentations, and yet it's a crucial area. From my experience, an MP is always stressed. All the time. Because you want to balance between constituency issues, you want to balance family issues, you want to balance parliamentary work. So at the end of the day, if you are not careful, you find that you have not completed any of those. So it's important that we take note of this presentation seriously so that we are sure of what we are going for. Have you received any questions yet? Please take the microphone. Or you can answer from there.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I have one question. What are the most effective strategies for managing and maintaining mental wellness? A quick one, creating personal wellness plan. Creating personal wellness plan. Find time. I remember the first question I asked, who takes care of those who are taking care of others? So the quick strategy is, there are 5 areas. You can look at creating time for physical health. Create your time to have jogging in the evening or in the morning and let it be your cup of tea. Create time for emotional well-being. Relationships. You know, not every person should be coming to ask for help, but have a relationships that you can meet and share, and they build you, they guide you. Then, spiritual life. Wherever you are, make sure you have some spiritual support. And then professional boundaries. Knowing where are my limits. So, small, consistent actions matter. We may not think of so many things. Have time with your family. Your family, by the way, is the first support. Your family is the first support. And so, in a quick one, the strategies is that you have the personal plan, you have the tool. Let me create time for myself. Let me create time for my family. Let me create time when we can meet as family members. What has been your experience in managing alcohol drug abuse among the young people in Uganda? I don't need to mention who has asked, do I? No. I can mention. The first question was asked by Honorable Tumuramye Genesio Kashonj County. And this is the second question here. What has been your experience in managing alcohol drug abuse among the young people in Uganda? Honorable Harriet Obong. Thank you. Now, there is a highest increase among the young people in in abusing alcohol, not only alcohol, but also other substances, like shisha, like meirunji, like even cocaine. Once in a while, cocaine and heroin are not drugs in Uganda. These ones are just brought in. In fact, in our experience, in the last 2 years, we just admitted 2 who are using cocaine and heroin. And these are usually those who have been sent outside to study. But alcohol here in Uganda, among the young ones, we went into schools where you find that these small bottles of 100, is it like a small one? The boys have them in their what? In their bags. So my experience is alarming, Honorable Harriet. And that's why we are calling we advocates in that regard, we are calling for the law that at least limit the milligrams of something, maybe a Renzor water bottle, or even above that, more than that, so that it is not easy for a student, for a child to put it in a bag. That would be some mitigation. But also have the law that limits the age of acquiring alcohol to 21 years. Why should we to 21 years? So, in summary, the statistics are very high and they are alarming, and they call for the leaders to make an action. Thank you for the presentation. How best can we also improve the mental wellness of our children, as we are seeing many of them continuously getting to butabika? Our families are a key component of stress factors. This is my woman MP, Honorable Narima Ethel. Honorable Narima, there are many things that we can do, and I have already somehow attended some of the programs that you organize, especially for the Youth for What. But I think sensitization workshops, using available platforms, and you are the members of parliament. If you organize a youth day, I have seen most of them organize football. That is okay. Before football, why don't we have some hour, maybe 30 minutes of reflection against the dangers of alcohol and drug abuse? And also, another thing I'm thinking is that in schools, we go to schools, we have sports day, we have many other things, but why don't we advocate, or why don't we have a law that makes sure that every school has employed a mental health specialist or a psychologist who can talk to these young girls and young boys, and then continuous orientation among them. Honorable woman MP, my MP, hopefully I've guided. We need to work as partners. We can have a partnership. In 2017, we worked in a partnership with National Drug Authority, where we entered into a partnership. They would facilitate us, and we went into 1,500 schools in Eastern, Central, and Western Uganda. But we started with the head teachers. So I think using the forums, like every central or a district, they have the head teachers association. I think we need to begin with those ones. And then later we go into the teachers, because the teachers and the teachers, they stay with our children for the longer period of the year. So, when they have school sports, you don't see anywhere giving a chance to talk about these health challenges. People will only talk about these other things. You find they have come, and then maybe reducing also. So having a law in place will help us in that regard. How do you advise honorable members to handle exaggerated misinformation out in the public, e.g., that MPs are given wardrobe money, that we get a lot of money as MPs, that we have so much given us? This adds on the pressure of MP. What's your advice? This is Honorable Hassan Munyonyo, Jinja North. My area of focus is mental health and psychology. I may not do a lot with the money and other things, but if there are pressures, I would say the moment you feel, because pressures will bring stress, so the moment you feel you are stressed, find a professional assistance. That is my advice. The moment you feel that whatever is coming, whatever they are speaking is affecting your mind, find a professional assistance and share, and then you will be aware. Thank you. Are you aware that drug abuse is on the increase? Very much aware. We are actually writing a book, Addiction, and Serenita Center is celebrating 25 years of addiction management and mental health. And when you go to literature, there is a little of it. On 27th of August, we shall be celebrating 25 years. So our research and as a practitioners, we are aware that drug abuse is on the increase. I have answered that. That was question number 1. Question number 2, what are the statistics? Number 3, how many rehabilitation centers do we have in the country and where are they found? The statistics, I may not go into because I don't have off-head, but I know there are some MPs who have worked with here. Is Honorable Komakech Christopher around? Yet. Honorable Christopher Komakech. Okay. When it comes to rehabilitation centers, Butabika National Referral Hospital has ADU. ADU is alcohol and drug unit. But also, the law or the Ministry of Health has a department on mental health and substance abuse. And the commissioner, there are many rehabilitation centers. They have called us together so that they can have standards. But if you ask me now, how many rehabilitation centers, I cannot give you a number because I'm not aware of those that meet the standards. I can only know Butabika and maybe Serente Center, because at least Serente Center, we have those standards. We have we have those standards that help or that qualify us to be able. We are registered with the Ministry of Health. But now the rest, I would wait for the Ministry of Health to guide that this is now, because this is a very sensitive forum for me to tell you that there are how many of these, and when you go there, and you'll blame me for no reason. So I think that's the advice I can give on that one. For the data, it can be availed at a later point, especially as you begin. We can send it through your secretariat and they will have it. We have that research in our books that we have made. I think those are all questions. Thank you very much, members of parliament. I remain Emmanuel Mubangizi, and let us support each other. In case you have anything, you have a child during holidays, refer your young ones for guidance, for outpatient, and for one-on-one sessions. We usually receive schools, and by the way, just 1 minute. The schools now, the awareness we have created with the teachers resulted into something that is very important. Previously, a school, after discovering a child or a learner that is using drugs, they would immediately expel. But now, because of our awareness, that has changed. We have advised the teachers, do not expel the student or a learner, because when you send away, in the next day, this child or this student is getting another school. He has not been helped, and he has gone with the same behaviors. So what do we do now? We work out a program, the school accepts the challenge, and we have sessions where a learner can be brought to us, or we can go to school, and we give like 8 sessions. They go through psychological assessment, psychiatric evaluation, and the treatment is organized, and the learner continues. And we have seen many that have come in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel Mubangizi. Let's give him another big round of applause. I'm sure most MPs, other than the UPDF representatives, experienced the burnout in January. In January, it was quite tough. By the time we concluded the elections, I think everyone had gotten a burnout. So it's important. This presentation is very, very important. I think with time, maybe in the second year or third year, we need another presentation regarding the same. Because I'm sure some of us will be in that situation of having some difficulty with the emotional status. Before I go any further, let me recognize Honorable Minister Lydia Wanyoto. I think I saw her coming in. I would wish to recognize also Honorable Amelia Chambade. Would like to recognize Honorable General J.J. Odong. We recognize you, Senior. I will keep on recognizing you as we move on. And now we want to go to the next speaker, to the next presenter, who is none other than Mr. Julius Wabwire. And his presentation will be about the digital era. Mr. Wabwire Julius is the Assistant Director of Information and Communication Technology of Parliament of Uganda. He holds a master's degree in computer science and several professional qualifications, including Oracle, Information Technology Infrastructure Library, and Cybersecurity. He has vast experience in ICT industry, spanning a period of over 20 years in planning, developing, and implementing ICT infrastructure and information systems. He started his career as a computer programmer with Uganda Bureau of Statistics under the Ministry of Finance then. He later joined Parliament of Uganda 2005 and has progressively risen through the ranks to the current position of Assistant Director. In the presentation that he has to make today, it's about the digital era, and his area of concentration will be about artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. In our daily lives, artificial intelligence is common, and it's the ability of computers and machines to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. You have seen in car parkings where AI is employed and other areas of our daily lives. The machines and the computers perform tasks that would have been performed by a human being. But we have our expert who is going to tell us more about the AI and the cybersecurity. Mr. Wabwire Julius, you are welcome. Thank you. Please, let's give him a hand clap as he comes.
Yes, very good morning to you, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the chair for the session, Honorable Alex, for that introduction. Once again, I'm Julius Wabwire, and I work for the Parliamentary Service, holding the position of Assistant Director ICT. I'm here to talk about the digital space in Parliament of Uganda. And I've structured my presentation into 3 parts. The first one, we are going to look at the digital infrastructure that we have in Parliament that can enable you as a member of Parliament to undertake your mandate. And then the second part, we shall look at the cybersecurity, delving into criminality, the risks of cyber criminality. And then the last bit will be the AI and the tools that are available for you as a member to tap into. But of course, most importantly, looking at also the challenges that are associated with AI. So, what is a digitally driven parliament? Here we are looking at these modern technologies that we can adopt as a parliament to be able to improve the way we do our work. And these digital technologies are now available at an advanced level. We have AI, but also have the basics that we shall be running through. You'll be hearing often the concept of a paperless parliament. This paperless parliament concept is coming because Parliament as an institution is an information-intensive body. As inputs, we receive a lot of paper-based information, bills come in, constitutional reports come in, auditor general's reports come in, and at the output level, we also generate resolutions, we generate reports. So how do we manage all these volumes of information without tapping into the digital space? So a paperless parliament is what we shall be talking about, and this will be brought about by automation of the legislature. In automating the legislature, we are looking at 3 phases: the digitization, the digitalization, and at the epitome, we shall look at the digital transformation. At the lower level of the pyramid, we have converted most of our information to digital formats. And I think I'm happy to report that we have done very well, because all the content, all the information that come, be a bill, be a motion, is converted and shared with all the members electronically through your tablets. At the second level is where we are now handling the digitalization. How do we use this digital content in workflows, in processes of Parliament? And we have also started doing the automation, like I'll demonstrate later, the bill tracker, which is tapping into the digitized content. And then finally, at the top, we are looking at the total automation, where we are looking at digital transformation of our legislature. So the agenda for e-Parliament in the Parliament of Uganda is mainstreamed. It has very many interventions in our Parliament of Uganda strategic plan, and it is anchored in the National Development Plan, which is also aligned to the e-governance strategies of government of Uganda. And this e-Parliament aims to strengthen the capacity of Parliament to deliver effectively and efficiently, but also looking at how do we increase citizen participation or involvement in the work of Parliament. Because like we have been told and heard, now consultations are becoming mandatory. So how do we use these tools in order to tap from the citizens, gathering their views? And of course, the third element is looking at the accountability and public scrutiny on the issues of Parliament. So, quickly, I'll run through some of the interventions that we have in place to help you as a member of Parliament. And the first one is the internet. We do provide internet, both in the office, and we are now focusing on the wireless infrastructure because we are encouraging mobile computing. You have tablets, you have phones, so that's where our focus is. But other than the office, we also load bundles on your tablets to help you connect to Parliament wherever you are, anytime. The second is the computer tablet. I think most of you have received these tablets. These tablets have revolutionized the digital space in Parliament. And as I talk, most of our information, most of our content, most of our communication is channeled through these devices. We used to print order paper, so you could imagine 500, 600 plus copies which were printed every day. We no longer do that because this information is shared through these gadgets. The bills are also shared through these gadgets. You could imagine a bill coming maybe with 50 or 100 pages. So we had to run all the copies of that bill for each member in the pigeonhole. Now you can access this in the comfort of your home, in the comfort of your office. The Hansard is also available on the tablet, and now the Hansard is produced. Think we have within 24 hours, you have a daily Hansard. Committee reports. I will talk about later on the challenge, but each of signing these committee reports. But now we have them online. Motions, statements by ministers and members of Parliament. So that's what this device has helped us to move in the digital era. The key information systems that are available that I would want to draw your attention to, starting with our Parliament website. Our Parliament website is one of the big sources for information. And I'm happy to note that it was voted the best website in public entities. So it has a lot of information. It has we have made provisions or mechanisms for video on demand, and is an interactive website. That means you can go there, find the streams, follow live proceedings of Parliament. So it is very important that you also tell your voters about this important tool where they can get information. The other is the bill tracker. This bill tracker is an information system which tracks the bill from the time the bill is read in the first reading up to the end when it is assented to, when the act is assented to by the president. We keep track. And when you visit this information system, it will show you all the bills that are in Parliament. Which ones are where, which committee is considering what, which ones have overstayed 45 days, which is mandatory for reporting back to Parliament. So the bill track is one of the important things. You will see which bills have been withdrawn, who moved the bill, who seconded the bill. So for members of Parliament, this is one of the areas that you need to regularly check and follow. The other one, which we went on to enhance, we have a mobile app for Parliament of Uganda. And this mobile app is downloadable on Google Play, but you can also find it on Apple Store. So you can download it so that you follow, because the bits of the bill tracker is also embedded in the Parliament mobile app. So we expect all members of Parliament to have and embrace this mobile app. The other information system, which is the engine or the heart, is the content management system, and we call it Alfresco. This is where all our documents, this is where all the database housing, all the content is managed. It has we have created their sites. It is a platform on which our intranet is built. And we have all the information. Talk about the constitution, talk about rules of procedure. You know, the other day somebody was saying that you must carry a physical document. No, once you have your iPad, these rules are there. Once you have your iPad, the constitution is there. So all these documents that are required are available on that platform. I think we shall have some time later on so that we go into deeper training and sharing with you. We have done this one-on-one. If you have any challenge, we can attend to you so that you are able to consume these technologies. The other important system that we emphasize a lot is the Parliament email, because it is the official communication channel for you as a member of Parliament. You must have this Parliament email if you are to receive most of the internal communications from Parliament. For example, they go through email, but we cannot add your Yahoo, your Gmail internally in our system. You will only receive that payslip if you have a Parliament email. And in case of any challenges, we can help you. By the way, as I continue, we have ICT clinic. I think it is in the lower level Kabalega room. So any member who may have challenges while you are here during the break, you haven't received your tablet, you have issues with the email, we have a team in the Kabalega room to attend to you. The other information system I want to talk about is the Research Management Information System. Because it's up and running, now, like the Right Honorable Speaker put it, one of the principles is having evidence-based debates and reporting. So if you want research, it means you'll have to visit the system and initiate your request for the research in the area that you want. And that research will be processed. And the information also stored online and available for you. The other important system I want to speak about is the biometric attendance. This is very, very critical, honorable members. We have been using registration physically in the books, but now we have installed these gadgets. They are at the entrance of the chamber. When you are going for plenary, we expect you to check in biometrically, because these reports are printed by the clerk and shared by the chief whips and for other management purposes. So we need you to check in so that we avoid the physical books, because of now other challenges of diseases are coming in. So let's go high-tech so that we embrace some of these technologies. This biometric also supports the facial recognition. So you don't need to maybe use the thumb, but once your face is detected, you will be captured and registered. This is important because it also helps us in managing our canteen. People, again, used to sign in the canteen, but now you'll get your voucher by using the biometric from the canteen. We intend also to roll it out for committee attendance. That one we haven't yet done, but that is something that we are working on. So registration, as you're attending plenary, is very important. Use the biometric to check in so that your record is captured. The virtual parliament, honorable members, the rules of procedure provide for you to attend virtually, to participate in the proceedings of parliament. And I think we started this during COVID, and even up to now, those members who are not physically available can participate in the proceedings of parliament. I think either Rule 9 and Rule 24 of Rules of Procedure stipulate clearly how you can participate via systems like Zoom. We also intend to have the Microsoft Teams, but also support other parliamentary events and meetings that are done virtually. For example, the committee which handles on foreign affairs, most of these foreign missions engage Parliament virtually. So when you are issuing these tablets, we are creating you a Zoom account, because we want that Zoom account to help you be able to access whenever there is need. Our invitation is through email. We don't share meeting IDs and passcodes, because that can also be a risk. If somebody lands on them, we may have a stranger also joining Parliament. So specifically, invitation is through email. And that's why we encourage you to have that account so that we recognize you, you can participate. Most often, some members forget, and you find them calling, give me a meeting ID, give me a passcode. We won't be able to do that. Strictly, it has to be through your email, and that's why we are insisting Parliament email is essential. Because if you don't have it, then it will impede your participation in some of these proceedings or using some of these technologies. Live streaming, we also do live streaming in a collaboration with the Department of Communication and Public Affairs, where the live feed is given out through our website and also through other social media platforms like WhatsApp, the X, the YouTube, like WhatsApp and the YouTube. So all this, you are able to follow wherever you are to know what Parliament is going on. But also share this information with the citizens so that they see how Parliament is working and where they can get information about Parliament. So, members, I want to delve a bit into the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is all about protecting our digital assets. We are looking at the equipment, we are looking at the data, we are looking at software. Protecting it from damage, protecting it from theft, protecting it from unauthorized access. And cyber warfare is real, cyber criminality is on the increase. So as a parliament, we must be prepared to have measures on how we can minimize or completely stop cyber criminality. When we are looking at the cybersecurity, three things come into mind. Issues of confidentiality, issues of integrity, and availability. Because if you're having information and you are sharing information, this information must go to the intended recipients. Once that is not met, then it means we're having a breach. And we must have measures as an institution to counter the cybersecurity. We shall start at the basic level. Let's look at the equipment that you have. You have your phone, you have your iPad. How safe is this equipment? Because sometimes you are attending meetings, you are attending gatherings, you are attending weddings. How safe? Where have you kept it? Because you will go in church, you are seated and they call you to address the congregation. Whom have you left this gadget in charge? Because that is one of the gaps. Once this equipment is lost, you don't know where it will end. So let's be very sensitive in terms of guarding our digital assets, starting with the equipment itself, your phone, your tablet, your computer, who accesses your office. If you are transacting, do you leave your computer open when you are going to the washrooms? or you lock it. So those are the basics that we need to start with. So let's take care of our gadgets wherever we are. Let's handle them well, because we have seen in previous cases, members of parliament, even carrying these gadgets together with some baggage. You go to the farm and you have your iPad, you put their matoke with it. Let's be fair and manage some of these gadgets for our own proper use. Quickly, I'll talk about authentication. In this case, when you talk about authentication, people know passwords and passcodes. We normally encourage members to have passwords. And most often, members of parliament hate passwords. Even when you put a password on the system, you say, no, leave it open. You don't want to struggle. But once you leave these systems open, they create vulnerabilities. And that's why we keep on changing, like every month, we change the passcode for Wi-Fi for purposes of protection. And even your gadgets, let them be protected. I think this is akin to having a house, and you say, I want my house open so that whenever I come, I just enter. No, you'll always have a door, you always have padlocks, so that you ensure there is safety. So let's be mindful that these systems are authenticated, and when we ask you to put passwords, don't feel offended. And these passwords, in most cases, members of parliament want simple password. You will come and say, my iPad, I want it 1, 2, 3. Now, that is very easy to guess. So let's make them a bit complex. And we shouldn't use common, your surname, your date of birth, because they can be guessed by cyber criminals. The common cyber threats, of course, we're having viruses, we're having phishing. Phishing is the common one, which I'll talk about briefly. There's hacking, there's ransomware, where people even take your gadget or lock your system and they demand money. Like these days, we have seen people stealing a number plates. So somebody will steal your iPad or phone and say, I want 10 million, because he knows you have a lot of information on it. So let's be careful. Information exposure on the social media. Social media is here. All of us were on the social media, but which kind of information do we throw on the social media? Because cyber criminals go there to mine information about their targets. And as members of parliament, you are targets. So let's be mindful on which kind of information that we publish on these social media handles. Unsecured networks. Unsecured networks. We have personal networks like on your phone. You have Bluetooth. Now, is that Bluetooth on? Is it secured? Do you put in a password? Or I can just link to your phone and be able to steal or transfer information. Things like mobile hotspot or tethering. Because you can make your phone as an access point or a hotspot for other gadgets to be able maybe to access internet. So how safe is that? So you don't just leave it open so that whoever is available can hook into your device. Sharing of the email. This is very, very risky. And I'll give a classic example. I think in the last parliament, where a member of parliament was trusting a PA. And this PA would operate the email and do everything, but they had a misunderstanding. And the PA had to delete everything. He wiped out the inbox. If we didn't have the backup, I think the member would have lost a lot of information. So this business of sharing your authentication with the PAs, think about it, do some background checks so that whoever you are giving your password, particularly for the email, you are sure of. Because remember, some systems, we have now 2-factor authentication, 3-factor authentication. So if I have your email, it means I can also access some other information. Maybe you are using the same email in the bank. So let's stop sharing some of this critical information. The chain emails and the spams. These chain emails are sent. Sometimes they encourage you forward, you'll win this, let's avoid them. If you receive email from unidentified sender, please avoid such mails. Don't open them, because some of them, once they are opened, they can spread malware, they can cause ransomware. So let's stop opening or resending some of these emails that you are not sure of the source. Let's avoid that. Because I'll give you an example. This will not only cause a malware, but suppose an email comes and it is maybe 1 GB, it has an attachment of 1 GB, and asking you, you share, you'll win this. Now 1 GB you share on the members platform. Now 1 times about 600, that is about 600 GB going into the inbox. It means it is also having an effect on our storage infrastructure. So we are storing junk. The space which we will have used to store useful information ends up storing useless data because of these chain emails and the spams. Of course, at the parliament level, we try and we have a perimeter firewall that protects our gateway so that all information which comes is filtered. But now we are working also very hard to ensure through such sensitization so that the internal controls are also managed to avoid the spread. We have some of the existing laws that help on these issues of cybersecurity, the Data Protection, the Computer Misuse Act, but also the Electronic Transactions Act. The Electronic Transactions Act also provides for the electronic signature, and I think this is something that we are working with the regulator to operationalize. Because once we have the e-signature, the issue of the secretariat of a committee looking for members to sign a report will stop. That means every member will have an e-signature and you can be able to sign the report wherever you are. So once you are called and say, the report is read on the site, you should be able to apply your digital signature, which is recognized, and you sign the report, and that report will be valid. The ICT literacy, we are having a multi-pronged approach on how to engage you in terms of the skills. We are going to arrange sensitization on iPads so that you are able to navigate and know how to use these gadgets. Sometimes we encourage one-on-one. If you come to us, we handle you. We also handle group sessions, but we're also planning, maybe at a committee level, we shall be engaging the chairpersons, that once in a while, we can take this information to the committee. Because if we have these tools, we have this technology, and the consumers don't embrace it, then the uptake and the penetration of ICT in Parliament may not be realized. Lastly, because of time, I'll talk about the artificial intelligence. I think like the Honorable Chair put it, AI is here to perform work ordinarily which should be done by the ordinary human beings. And this technology is here. When we looked at the 20th century, there was invention of electricity, and it caused a lot of industrialization. Now in the 21st century, we are having AI, and it's predicted it's going to cause a massive change. The way we behave, the way we think, the way we work, okay? In all sectors, be education, be agriculture, be medical, AI is here to cause change. And as a parliament at a glance, if you are looking at the core roles of legislation, representation, oversight, and the budget approval, all these can be underpinned to AI. Because in legislation, you require a lot of documentation. So how do we do this research using these tools to pick out some of this information so that you can comparatively be able to make decisions? The issue of oversight, you have volumes of Auditor General's reports, the accountability reports. How can we use AI to dissect so that you can get key issues for you to be able to present? So those are some of the things we are going to look at, the AI tools. Those are some of the AI tools. The common one is ChatGPT. Some of you must have heard about it. But also there's another one called LexisNexis. That is for legal research and legal reporting. It's a very, very good tool. With time, we shall be sharing with you how do you use it, how do you apply it. But most importantly, with AI, it has a lot. But there's something called prompt engineering. How do you ask the information that you want from these systems, from these tools? That prompt engineering is very key. Because if you're having a tool and you don't know how to ask for the rightful information, they always say garbage in, garbage out. So we shall also be taking it to you in details. If you're having a tool like ChatGPT, it has a lot. But as a member of parliament, if you are looking at a piece of legislation, how do you mine data from these tools? Of course, there are common mistakes, the way we ask, because we don't use AI like the way we use Google. You know, you can go to Google and type in a search. No. AI, you must put things in context. You must even give examples. You can even probe. It's like a human being. It gives you an answer. You use that answer to probe and get more answers. So those are some of the things that we shall be organizing trainings for you members so that we continue emphasizing or explaining this. AI works on contextualized prompt engineering. If, for example, you had such a question into AI, and I say, I would like you as an ICT expert to summarize the NDP4, if you have a national development plan, as attached, and generate for me a 2-pager, a Word document. The result should focus on how ICT is intended to be used for governance, and more specifically, Parliament of Uganda. Provide real examples of ICT use in Parliament portrayed by NDP4. When you give that to say ChatGPT, it will ask you for National Development Plan 4, because it knows there is a reference document that it must use. And once you supply that document, it should be able to run through very fast, looking at all other documents, and you will get your 2-page document summary that you can present to the committee or to the House. AI prompting is very key. We also have other tools for data analytics, which can be deployed for decision making, the SAS, the Google Vertex. All these are tools. We also have AI-powered legislative research. I had talked about LexisNexis. Is very, very important. It's a tool that members of parliament can use. Why AI? Of course, it will strengthen our decision making in terms of data-driven decision making. To also enhance and improve our legislative processes and also automate these repetitive tasks on the administrative side of Parliament. But most importantly, it will also improve transparency and citizen engagement. Challenges. Quickly through challenges, honorable members, the issue of data privacy and security is very, very high. Whereas we are embracing these tools, but we must do that with a pinch of salt. Because these systems are not our systems. Like I put the other question or context. Once you ask it, it will say, give me NDP4. That means I'm getting my information and throwing it in the cloud. So where is it going? You don't know. Now suppose it's a sensitive document. Suppose it's a report of the committee, which is a draft format. That means you have thrown it, it has gone. So those are some of the risks. We're also lacking the regulation. Okay, thank you. We're also lacking the regulatory frameworks on how, because there are some guidelines that were set up by the task force, the National Task Force on AI, but this is an emerging technology that we must take on, but also take on carefully so that we don't just throw their data the way it comes. Of course, the infrastructure. This AI it requires a lot of resources in terms of data, because AI works on data. You ask questions, it's going to look at data. Of course, we're also building our capacity internally as a team, as a parliament, to ensure that we have people who are competent, who are proficient in AI to help drive some of these initiatives. What is expected of us is we want to promote use of localized AI content. Localized, I mean, is there where we can make our local pools of information within the parliament. So that, for example, if you ask, you are only comparing with Parliament of Uganda information. You are not throwing it out to the cloud, so that you have control on it. This is also a call from the IPU, which is emphasizing the use of AI in the parliamentary function, particularly research and analysis, and also automating most of the administrative functions. As Parliament of Uganda, the Clerk to Parliament set up a task force on AI. So I chair that task force, and we are looking at some of these processes and procedures, starting with low-hanging fruits, so that we can develop our indigenous models within the Parliament. This will reduce risk in terms of exposure for our information. But of course, we are also working with partners like NITAU and the Ministry of ICT. For the future, I think it can only be bright if we're able to work with AI and integrating it in our operations as a parliament. And in conclusion, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, AI can empower parliament to operate more efficiently and strategically. These technologies keep on evolving. As I talk now, there are new models that are being churned out, and then we can only be able to tap into this if we embrace AI, because there's this paradigm shift as a parliament that we must be part of. So I want to end here, but I want also to encourage you that when we call for some sessions, to continue empowering you, because this has just been a highlight. When I talk about JAT-GTP, prompt engineering, it's just a highlight, but how do you do it? Because that's now when we shall have another session to take you through some of these tools and how you can use them. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Let's give him a round of applause, please. For the remaining presenters, please, we shall have the question and answer session at the end. So you can give in your questions, but it will be handled at the end of all of the presentations. Let me recognize the dignitaries that have joined us. I would like to recognize ministers that have joined. Honorable Minister Alum Sandra, Minister of State for Economic Monitoring, you are welcome. Honorable Chemtai Phyllis, Minister of State for Primary Education and Sports, you are welcome. Honorable Sanjay Tana, Minister of Trade and Industry and Cooperatives, you are welcome. Honorable Simon Mulongo, Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Honorable Beatrice Atim Anywa, Minister of State for Water and Environment. You are welcome. I would also wish to recognize Abeja Susan, the Commissioner Designate, and the Honorable Nakut Faith, also Commissioner Designate. Do we have the third Commissioner Designate here? Honorable Abubak, you are welcome. Thank you. I would like also to recognize the shadow ministers present who have just joined us. There is Kiza Hakim Saula, MP Bukoto County South, and the shadow minister for East African Affairs. You are welcome. And Honorable Zambali Brazio Mukasa, MP Nansana Municipality, and the Shadow Minister for Sports. You are welcome. I would also like to recognize the MPs from Kisoro District. Those who are present right now can stand up. Those are my colleagues. That's Honorable. Hey, I can start with Honorable Kwizera. You are welcome. Then Honorable Jive Shosam and Honorable Nkrumah. Incidentally, out of 6 MPs from Kisoro, 3 we are classmates from O level. So it's that interesting. I would also want to recognize Honorable Dr. Engineer Kalisa, John Bosco Kalisa. We work together in defense. Minister of Defense and Veterans. General Washande, we also worked with him in Minister of Defense. Honorable ministers and colleagues, we've just gotten a presentation from Mr. Wabwire.
You forgot the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in the shadow government.
Oh, you are recognized. Please stand up for recognition. You are welcome. Seems you've just come, so I had not received the note about you. We just received a presentation from Mr. Wabwire about the digital infrastructure and tools available at Parliament. And it's quite important because of the need to have a paperless Parliament. So that one, we shall keep updating each other about the same. The third presenter today is Miss Josephine Osia, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Kampala Markets Authority. And her presentation is about the Uganda's capital markets industry and its contribution to national development. It's quite interesting that some years back, things to do with the bonds, things to do with the security exchanges never used to be there in Uganda. We were only hearing about them from Kenya, but because of good leadership, we now have the capital markets in Uganda operational, and let's listen to them and see what is available for the capital markets. You are welcome, Josephine Osia, but before that, let me give to the members your profile, and they know who you are. Mrs. Josephine Okui Osia is the Chief Executive Officer of the Capital Markets Authority of Uganda, a position she has held since February 2024. A certified public accountant and fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, SCCA UK, she brings more than 2 decades of senior leadership across finance, audit, treasury, risk management, and strategy execution, including 14 years in public-private partnerships. Her career spans a striking breadth of sectors like the power and energy, oil and gas, pensions, financial services, fast-moving consumer goods, real estate, and telecommunications. It is also distinctly Pan-African, with roles and engagements across Uganda, Kenya, the DRC, Zambia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Rwanda, South Africa, and Ghana. Wow. And strong institutional networks spanning the African Development Bank, the IFC, and government. At Capital Markets Authority, Mrs. Osia leads at a defining moment. As the authority marks 30 years in 2026, her mandate is one of scale, moving Uganda's capital markets from foundation building to transformative national impact, with integrity and inclusivity at the center. She places investor trust at the heart of that work. In her words, no investor commits capital where trust is absent. And so, the authority's task is to build the professionalism, transparency, and confidence that draw more Ugandans into regulated markets. Before I call our presenter, let me also recognize our clerk to Parliament, who is here with us. You are welcome. Mr. Josephine, please, you are welcome, and come and take the microphone. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, and the chair has introduced me, so I will not go into that detail, but it's a pleasure to be here today, and good morning, everyone. So, Chair and honorable members, I will stand on the protocol that has been laid out before, but allow me to start with a simple question. So how do we build an economy of 500 billion shillings when government can only mobilize about 1/3 of the resources that we need? And I think that is the defining economic question that we have to think about in the next 14 years, even as we try to achieve the 500 billion economy that we are striving to. So every road that we want to build, every power plant, every infrastructure, affordable housing, irrigation scheme, technology, all these projects require long-term capital. Taxes alone will not be able to finance this. Already our debt is sitting at about 53%. Our debt GDP ratio is 53%. So taxes alone and borrowing are not going to be able to cover this gap. So what is the missing piece? The missing piece is mobilizing savings from Ugandans and from global investors that would like to place their money in reliable investments. So this morning, I will show you how capital markets are simply not a part of the financial sector, but they are a key player in mobilizing resources to ensure that Uganda achieves its development agenda. So why does this discussion matter? Whoever is moving the slides, please just move one slide back. So NDP4 has a financing gap. We need about 593 trillion to be able to finance our NDP4. But of that, only 178 trillion is going to come from taxes. So that gives a gap of about 415 trillion. Of that, banks can only provide about 47% of that. We can also get another 10% from grants. So that leaves about 43% of this needs to come from the capital markets. So what is the Capital Markets Authority? The Capital Markets Authority was formed by an Act of Parliament in 1996, and indeed we are 30 years old this year. And over the years, we have built the foundations, we have put in the regulations in place, but now is the time to scale. To scale, to be able to mobilize the savings and the money that we need to drive our economy to become a 500 billion economy, but also to improve the livelihoods of our people. So as a Capital Markets Authority, our mandate is to regulate the market, but also most importantly, it is to ensure that the market is developed, investors who participate in this market are protected, and therefore public education is one of the key things that we do. And this, what we are doing today, is one of those aspects of trying to develop this market. So far, we have licensed 2 stock exchanges, the Uganda Securities Exchange, which is the main one, but we also do have Alltex Exchange. We have 2 security depositories, and what are these? This is where the evidence of your investments are stored in a digital way. And the previous speaker has talked about digitally storing information. We also do approve offers, or anyone who wants to come and raise money from the public. We have to approve those memorandums to ensure that they are disclosing all the information to enable an investor make an informed decision. We have 163 licensed market intermediaries to date. And one of the things that we emphasize on the capital markets is good disclosure and good governance, because people will only give you your money if they trust you. So disclosures, good governance is very important if you're to participate, you've come for money in the capital markets. So what are the capital markets in summary? So the capital markets is really a place where people who have money, and we usually call them the savers, give this money to people who need them. Those are companies, businesses, corporates. So as savers, and savers take different forms. You can be individuals, you can be companies, you can be SACCOs, it can be pension schemes, and I know that the Parliament has a parliamentary pension scheme. So all these are the savings that we mobilize, and then you buy securities. Now, security is evidence or ownership that you have of an investment, and not the security that we know it usually as police, guards, and army. Securities are really a record that proves that you've invested money and shows what you own or a debt that is owed to you. So the securities come in different forms: shares, and that shares really is ownership in a company, bonds, which is a debt, and then we have unit trusts. Unit trusts basically mean you own a share in a professionally managed investment fund, and this is one of the products that we are now promoting. We then have issuers. We term issuers as the people who have come to the market to get money. So this is government. You know that government does issue treasury bills and bonds, so government is an issuer. We have corporations. We've had people like Kakira Sugar issue bonds and come to market. We also have private companies that can come to market, and even regional entities, private companies like the MTNs, but we've also had companies like EADB come to the market for bonds. So what's the state of our market right now? Our markets are growing rapidly, and as you'll see, in terms of the capital raised through initial public offerings, we've been able to raise about 755 billion. The Uganda Securities Exchange domestic market capitalization, which is really the value of the companies that are sitting on the stock exchange, is 21.7 trillion. We have the collective investment schemes and the assets under management. These are the assets and the investments, the savings that people have put there. We are now sitting at about 6 trillion shillings. We also have the funds of pension funds, SACCOs, what we call them segregated funds, are also sitting at about 6 trillion shillings. But I think it to note is that under the CIS's investment accounts, we only have 220,000 accounts. We have a population of 45 million in this country. And of that, about 9.2 of them are employed either informally or formally or informally. 2.2 about are in the formal sector, and about 7.2 are sitting in the informal sector. And this is according to the census of 2025. But you can see that only 220 accounts exist. So that shows you the gap that is there and the need for more inclusion. I'll talk a bit about the ABSA Africa Market Index. And really, this is an index that shows the ranking of Uganda within the financial markets. And I'm glad to say that Uganda has been ranked the third in Africa. And we come after South Africa and Mauritius. So what does that tell us? It tells us that there's an international vote of confidence in our financial system. It means that our system is transparent and it's increasingly sophisticated enough to be able to mobilize capital for financing our development from external investors. But just to put this in perspective for you, the AFMI index ranking is almost like a FIFA ranking for those of you who are in football. So when you are ranked, it doesn't necessarily guarantee victory, but it means that it tells the world how prepared and credible you are in terms of investments. So moving on, so how does the capital markets contribute to economic development? When you talk about long-term finance, we're talking about finance of 10 to 20 to 30 years over. So when you usually come to market, you're able to raise that money for that long period. Unlike when you go to banks, the banks, for a business, it's very unlikely that they'll lend you money for 10 years. Even 5 years is a stretch. But when you come to the capital markets, you're able to raise money for even 10, 20 years. I think when Kakira came to the market, they took out they issued a bond for 20 years. So that gives you enough time to scale your business and therefore be able to achieve and grow. And what does this do? More employment, more production for Ugandans. We also support, the markets also support the public sector funding. And as you see, whenever government issues these treasury bills and bonds, they're actually going to use it for development and for whatever, and the different projects that they have. But I think one of the things that we have not really utilized effectively in terms of the public sector funding is one product that we call infrastructure bonds. So these bonds are really issued specifically for different infrastructure projects. So for example, you want to build a Ginger Expressway, you issue an infrastructure bond. You come to Ugandans, you say, we want to build this road, this is what it's going to cost. Who will give you a return for the money that you give us? But unfortunately, Uganda has not been able to explore that opportunity yet, and it's one of those opportunities that are there for us to take. Our neighbors, Kenya, have been the leaders in this sector. They've been able to raise a lot of money through infrastructure bonds. And why are they good? Infrastructure bonds, the money is segregated. When you raise that money, you don't commingle it with the money in the consolidated fund. So that means there's going to be proper accountability for that money, there's going to be proper reporting on how that money is utilized, and therefore all the questions that we usually get from the citizens around how is our money being utilized will adequately be resolved because the structures are in place to enable you to do that. We also do savings mobilization, and as I mentioned, the collective investment schemes is one of those tools that we do to mobilize savings, and then these savings are channeled into development. So for example, the savings, the 6 trillion that you see there for collective investment schemes, about 80% of that goes to treasury bills and bonds to be able to support government in their programs. The capital markets also allow broad ownership. So when you list a company, you invite the public. And there are a number of potential companies that even Ugandans, the government owns, that can be listed. There are a number of state-owned enterprises that are actually profitable and can be listed. So what will that do? These companies will be able to raise money from the market and not burden the consolidated fund. So for example, if you listed, let's say, National Water. National Water collects revenue, so against those revenues, they can come to the market and raise money. So they then don't have to burden the consolidated fund or the budget for money. Similarly, if you look at companies like, for example, we want to capitalize Pearl Bank, but Pearl Bank has a strong balance sheet. So Pearl Bank can come to the market, raise the money on their own, and therefore that the money that is given to them does not come from the consolidated fund. What does that do? It frees money from the consolidated fund to do other things like the social services that we require. We do also have a SM platform where we try and improve SMEs. As you're aware, 70% of our economy is driven by SMEs. And we do have what we call a deal flow facility where we prepare SMEs to be able to get money. And right now we are focusing on getting money from private investors, private equity. And so far we've raised 11 million in that regard. The small SMEs, we prepare them with the reporting, the governance, they become attractive, they come to market, they raise money. So they don't go for the expensive loans from the banks, and therefore that improves their sustainability. So just speaking then on capital markets and debt sustainability, when you use the capital markets, you don't add to the sovereign debt. So we will preserve that 53%, the GDP ratio, debt to GDP of 53, it will not increase. So there are things like when you list, as I told you, when you list those companies, that debt doesn't hit the books of government because they have their own revenues that they are doing, and therefore they're able to finance themselves. You also have projects, for example, like the Entebbe Expressway. That is a proof of concept that we have. You can also raise money for a road, a toll road, that you're able to generate the revenue separately and therefore be able to execute your project. Government also can give guarantees without necessarily placing that debt on their books. So a guarantee becomes what we call a contingent liability. It's only called upon when it's needed. So to enhance some of these projects, government, instead of taking out debt, can give guarantees. And I know that the guarantees come to Parliament for approval. So they give these guarantees so that these companies can borrow on their own accord, and only when they fail to pay will the guarantee kick in. Capital markets also enables government to raise money in Uganda shillings, so you run away from the foreign exchange differences and fluctuations that come with foreign debt. Again, we believe that if we are able to issue the different bonds that we have, diaspora bonds, green bonds, even sukuk. So we are also now looking to introducing sukuk, which is really for Islamic compliant bonds. This now will make our brothers and sisters in the Muslim faith also come and participate in the capital markets. You are aware that there are some of the Muslims who cannot invest in interest-bearing products because it's haram. But now with the sukuk, we'll also include that community into being able to support the development of our country by participating in some of these things. So what can the capital markets do in regards to the tenfold growth strategy that we have been talking about, the 500 billion economy? One, we'll be able to mobilize the long-term capital that is required, that 43%. If government can come to the market, they'll be able to raise that money, and therefore, and there are so many people who would like to invest. We have pension funds who are looking for where to place their money, but we don't have the products. So that would be a good avenue to mobilize those savings. We'll also be able to attract the global and diaspora capital that is out there. With the AFMI rating of being third in Africa, we are already attractive enough, and therefore once we invite those investors, they will be able to come and align with our NDP specific requirements. You can also fund flagship infrastructure, and I've talked about the Ginger Expressway. There's a SGR that's there. That is also needs funding. There's the Mpigi Highway that it needs funding. All these projects, because they are going to generate cash flows, can be brought to the market and therefore raise the money from there without necessarily increasing the burden on the money that we are raising from taxes. So really, what are our challenges in the capital markets development? Low level of awareness about capital markets, and as I've said, if you look at the numbers of people who are participating in the capital markets, 254,000 only are the ones in the equities market, about only 17,000 are in the treasuries market, and 220,000 in the collective investment schemes market, out of a potential population of probably about 10 million who should be in that participating. There's a lot of information asymmetry, and that really means there's lack of information about the capital markets and about the businesses, and therefore you'll find between issuers and investors really like information. They need to know what is happening. And therefore, those are some of the challenges. We don't have the adequate infrastructure to create that visibility. We also have a large informal sector, predominantly family-owned businesses that tend to be averse to capital markets, but we are working around the clock to educate them and let them know the benefits of coming to the market. We also don't have sufficient skills in terms of skilled practitioners for the capital markets. Most of us, even in the school curricula, you'll find that the capital markets is probably just one small topic. Again, we are working with the educational institutions to see how we can embed capital markets within the school curricula. Pension reforms, I think there's been instances where we have started pension reforms and stopped, but I think the time now is to reform our pension sector and allow those reforms to support the capital markets. Right now, for any pension fund, you can invest up to 80% in treasury bills and bonds, so that leaves only 20% for the other products, equities, and therefore that tends to crowd the treasury markets and starves the equities and the listed companies of investors, and yet the pensions do hold a lot of money that they would need to invest in. We also have limited product ranges, and that then translates in what we call as market depth and liquidity, because there are few companies on the exchange. So if you buy and at some time you want to sell, it can take a bit of time. And of course, coupled with the lack of awareness, you might have your shares, you want to liquidate them for a purpose, it will take you a long time to do that. So how do we resolve that? We need more people to come and participate in the markets. We need more companies to come and participate in the market, but all that will need resources. And then, of course, the market is predominantly filled with government securities. Government is borrowing a lot, so people shy away from the other investments because government securities are viewed as risk-free, so it then moves all the investment to government. And now government has reached a point where sometimes they're not even able to take all the money that has been bidded for this government security. So there's really need to open up the market for other investments. And of course, finally, of course, CMA is currently really small, funded. The funding is very low. We have a budget of about 9 billion only, out of a potential 34 that would require to be able to move this market to the level that we would want it to. So how then can parliamentarians participate in this market? Firstly, you can buy shares at the Uganda Security Exchange. And it's a good investment to buy shares. So if you take an example, for example, if anyone bought MTN shares, so you bought 10,000 shares when MTN came to the market. Today, so 10,000 shares would have cost you about 2 million shillings. Today, the current value, given how the value of MTN has gone up, today the current value of those shares would be at 4.3 million shillings. And you'd have received dividends of about 800,000 in addition to that. So out of the 2 million shillings that you have, you've created a value of now 5 million shillings. So that shows you how just buying shares helps you create some value. You can also invest in corporate bonds. And so if you bought a bond of about 3 years at 14%, that translates to about a 10 million bond. It will translate to about 14.8 as well. But you keep getting, it gives you cash flows every 6 months. So once you invest 6 months, you get your interest. And then at the end of the period, you'll be able to get your principal that you invested. But then also we have the collective investment scheme. So for example, if you invested 10, and collective investment scheme is really pooling resources, and it allows anyone with as small as 100,000, even 10,000, you can start saving. So if you invested, for example, 5 million shillings every month within the next 4 years, at the end of that period, you'll have 315 million shillings. If you increase that to 10 million every month, at the end of the 4 years, you're going to have 620 million shillings. And that can be a way to save even for the next election. So you start planning now, put your 10 million there. By the time the next election comes, for about 4 years or so down the line, you have your 620 million shillings to kickstart your campaign. So I think this is one of the things that you should all probably take up to start your planning for the next campaign. So how then can we support your constituents? We promote financial literacy. We educate, we'll be able to educate your constituents on saving and investing through regulated capital markets. I know that you have SACCOs, the Myoga SACCOs, the PDM SACCOs. Once they start generating money, this money can be invested. I know that there are village savings schemes also that keep money in suitcases and then share it at the end of the year. All these can be put in collective investment schemes, and they earn an interest, and they create some more value for themselves. We can also help them participate in the listed companies and even in bonds. So government has put in place a project where you can, everybody at the lowest level can participate in treasury bills with as little as 10,000 shillings. It's called Project Okusevinga. Therefore, you just have to use your phone, a USSD code, not even a smartphone, and you're able to participate. Even the Uganda Securities Exchange, you can buy shares through your phone. We can also support, I know you probably have some of your constituents in the diaspora as well. So encourage diaspora savings, encourage them to send the money and invest in the products on the market, and therefore they also support national development. And then, of course, alignment with the NDP4, capital markets directly fund roads, housing, and energy projects that will benefit the people on the ground. But most importantly, I also want to talk about Ponzi schemes. Ponzi schemes are these people who come and entice you to give away their money, enticing you with high returns. They will come and tell you, oh, you're going to get 30% per month. Those are some of the red flags of Ponzi schemes. What kind of business is that is going to give you 30% per month? They will have limited transparency. They will not tell you exactly of how they are going to make that 30%. And then they will put you on pressure to say that if you don't invest now, you're going to miss the opportunity. If someone starts putting you on pressure about investment, please be very wary about that. And then most often, they will encourage you to recruit other people to join you in the investment. So once you see those 4 red flags, be very wary. And I know that some parliamentarians previously have fallen prey to Ponzi schemes. People come and entice you. So the first thing, you should ask them whether they are licensed by the Capital Markets Authority, but secondly, they need to explain to you how they are going to make that high return that they are giving you. So as I conclude, so what is our ask from Parliament? What can you help us champion? Enact enabling legislation. The last amendment we had to the Capital Markets Act was in 2016. And as you know, the business environment has changed. There are a lot of things that have come in. There are a lot of new products that have come in. So we need to capture all this in our laws. We are also working on a virtual assets law that will need to come to Parliament for approval. This is going to open up the space for the digital assets. In terms of infrastructure and green bonds, please support, if government comes, support the first issuance of infrastructure-linked bonds, whether it's affordable housing, as well as the green bonds. Please do give them the support so that we start to benefit from some of these products. And if you recall in the budget speech, the Minister of Finance did mention that the state-owned enterprises are now going to be required to come to market. So please support initiatives for investment-ready state-owned enterprises to list, because government is a shareholder in them, so it will be government divesting their investment in that. Please do support that, because it's going to improve accountability and even reduce the fiscal pressure on government, and therefore speak to the fiscal consolidation that the Minister of Finance was alluding to. And I'll give you an example of Ethiopia, where Ethiopia is less than 2 years. Their Capital Markets Authority and the Securities Exchange are less than 2 years old. But because of the government will and government policy, there are 65 companies that are in the pipeline for listing. So the government and the Parliament decided that all state-owned enterprises need to list, and now they are being prepared. If you compare that to Uganda, where we have only 11 local companies listed and a total of 18, including the cross-listed companies, you will see that Ethiopia is going to come and overtake us, yet we have been here for 30 years. So we'll need support in that regard. We are also trying to advocate for a sovereign diaspora bond. Again, we'll look for your support to support these initiatives and targeting Ugandans in the UK, US, and Middle East. All of us must have ever had a story of where these people who go to work send money and the money disappears. Their house is not built. But this will be an opportunity for them to invest in a safe product where they know that when they come back, the money is going to be there and they can be able to utilize it. And of course, finally, to help resource the Capital Markets Authority, we did a 5-year strategic plan where we need about 171 billion to cover the whole 5-year period. But to date, we've only been able to get about 20 billion. So that shows you that there's a huge gap which still needs to be covered in terms of achieving the objectives that we want to do in terms of transforming our capital markets and therefore driving national development. So Chair and honorable members, History will not judge this parliament by only the rules that they pass, but also whether you helped to build the financial architecture that transformed Uganda from the 63 billion economy that we are right now into a 500 billion economy. So capital markets in itself are not a destination, they are a bridge. And together with you, we'll be able to build that bridge. I thank you very much, Chair. Chair, maybe before I sit, can I just introduce the team that I came with? So I came with a team from capital markets. If you could quickly stand up or walk here. I don't know, but they're at the back. Maybe they will stand. So I came with the entire executive team of Capital Markets Authority. They're the ones who are driving that market. We, as an authority, we are about 40 employees of the authority, and they represent some of them. So thank you, Chair.
A big round of applause to Susan. The spouse to Susan, to Josephine, is incidentally our own, Mr. Solomon. Please stand up, Honorable Solomon. Please stand up for recognition. They are my long-time friends. So I know them a great deal, and they are good people. Thank you, Josephine, for that insight in the Uganda's capital markets industry and its contribution to national development. I'm personally impressed with the capital market financing tied to revenue-generating projects like the toll roads, utilities, and so on, where we're told that they are self-liquidating and does not burden the consolidated fund. So I think, honorable ministers and colleagues, I think our former Minister of Finance, Honorable Matia Kasaija, you can stand up for recognition. And I also add on that you were not lying when you were telling us like this, that the economy is doing what? Thank you. Now we are going for the last presentation for this session before we go for a health break. And this presentation is going to be made by Mr. Bali Ulira, Emmanuel Babu, and it's about improving financial planning, personal development, and investment decision-making. Mr. Bali Ulira is a unit manager at Old Mutual Life Assurance Uganda, and he says he's passionate about investment advisory, which contributes towards the development of the organization, individuals, by ensuring that they achieve their goals and objectives through practical work, experience, performance, and excellent customer service. Mr. Bali Ulira Waiswa Jonathan at Old Mutual Uganda has roles ranging from investment and advisory to market acquisition. His financial skills include financial analysis, financial planning, customer service, investment decision-making, private wealth management, and insurance services advisory. He holds a diploma in insurance. He holds a certificate in insurance. He holds a certificate of proficiency and a Bachelor of Science in finance. Before I call him for his presentation, I would like to recognize the Honorable Minister for Kampala Metropolitan, Honorable Minister Minsa Kabanda. You are welcome. I would also like to welcome Honorable Nasoro Eugenia, the Shadow Minister for Cooperatives and Microfinance. You are welcome. Mr. Baliwulira, it's now time for your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of the 12th Parliament, the Honorable Clerk to Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Old Mutual. Jonathan Baliwulira is my name, just like Chair has introduced me. I work with Old Mutual as a unit manager. It's a great privilege and honor to be standing here before you to have a session about financial planning and investment decision making. With me is a team of senior financial advisors that I've moved with, seated at the back. Let me recognize their presence. Brenda Bisikwa, a senior financial advisor from Old Mutual. Jamila Nampima, also a senior financial advisor from Old Mutual. Elizabeth Wanyana, also seated at the back. And Nancy Oleke, also a senior financial advisor from Old Mutual. So at Old Mutual, we are a financial institution offering insurance, investment, and advisory services. So Old Mutual has been in existence since 1845. This year, we are celebrating over 181 years of existence. So 181 years speaks into the experience that we have in managing finances, investments, and also advisory. So, Old Mutual is operating across 12 countries in Africa. We are multinational, and some of the countries where we are operating are Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Nigeria, Malawi, and many others. So our head offices are at Nakawa, the Nakawa Business Park. Actually, we own the Nakawa Business Park. And we also have an agency office around town, that is Kimathi Avenue, Old Mutual building. Just next to Pieta La Bonita. So on behalf of Old Mutual family, I take this opportunity to congratulate you all honorable members upon your victory in the just concluded general elections. We know it was a tough one, but we are glad that you're here now. I'll also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of my area MP, Honorable Hussein Munyonyo. I've seen him seated somewhere. I'm glad to see you today. So today our main discussion is basically about financial planning and investment decision making. And I'm glad that I'm making this presentation just after our regulator, the Capital Markets Authority, has made their presentation. They are our regulators and they give us a license to operate. So today, financial planning is simply the art of ensuring that your service to the country today does not compromise your family, your dignity, and your legacy tomorrow. So, just as we are planning for our country, national budget, we can equally plan for ourselves so that we are not consumed by events that will leave us shattered. So today, I can try to trace a picture of how your life is today. As an honorable member of parliament, I verily understand that you're in the spotlight, whereby being a member of parliament, everyone is looking up to you currently. We have your family looking up to you. We have relatives, we have friends. Then we have also personal needs, you as an individual. We have the social pressure from the community and also the constituency. So when we talk of the constituency, of course, we talk of financial appeals from voters. We are talking of community projects that are brought to you by our community. We are talking of also our voters looking up to you to fund some community projects like education, social services, and others. Then we are also looking at also personal needs like costs of living, family, and all that. So all these are looking up to you as an individual because ideally you're their leader. So with financial planning, we are simply helping you to how to plan for the little resources that you receive as an individual to cope up with life. So at Old Mutual, our role is to help people plan financially, to help them cope up with little resources so that they can distribute them amicably. So, like I said, Old Mutual, we do investment planning and management. Today, I want to offer you what we call a mixed portfolio. So with a mixed portfolio, it looks at how you can manage your finances as an individual so that you can cope up with the trend. So under the mixed portfolio, we have what we call an emergency fund. And also we have what we call fixed investments. So the purpose of an emergency fund is to help you as an honorable member to cope up with the demands from the constituency, to cope up with the pressure from relatives, which all culminates into what we call a black tax. Black tax is ideally a financial obligation from the which is expected from the working class to support extended families and communities. So with black tax, how it happens is that the community expects you to support them The families where we are coming from expect you to support them financially. Then what does it bring about? So it brings about what we call financial and mental burnout, forced data accumulation in order to finance all these needs that come to you. Then it also forces you to have emergency fundings. So at Old Mutual, we provide you with what we call an emergency fund that I will later present about. So with this, we also look at having fixed funds investments. So when we are talking of fixed funds investments, these are personal plans that help you not to burn out and also prepare for the life probably after Parliament. So with fixed fund investments, we look at personal goals of an individual. We look at retirement planning. We look at planning for your children's education needs and also income protection. So, why we propose this as emergency funds? An emergency fund helps you to provide liquidity, easy access to savings. Then it helps you also earn interest and also flexibility. So the purpose of an emergency fund is to cater for issues like community demands, for example, the areas where we are coming from as MPs, like the community is looking up to us for financial support. So this emergency fund, we set it up for you as an MP to help you cater for such challenges that come to you. Then, when we look at also the fixed fund investment, this is meant for you as an individual. So, as an individual, apart from catering for your constituency, as an individual, you also need to plan for yourself because a constituency is not the end of life. We also have a life outside the constituency. So, we also propose a fixed fund investment whereby it looks at mid to long-term investment objectives of an individual. So with this mid and long-term investment objectives, someone can plan for their retirement, someone can plan for their goals, let's say investments 5 years from now. Then also, these investments are risk-free and earn interest on a daily and provide stability and growth. So, under the emergency funds, we have what we call the unit trust funds, as shown on the screen. So these unit trust funds are collective investment schemes that help our clients to save money. And when they save this money is compounded with returns. So by law, unit trust funds are managed by professionals. And these professionals are called fund managers. So the main role of a fund manager is to receive deposits and invest them on behalf of the clients. Then still we have what we call the custodians. Our custodians are the banks which receive these deposits from our clients. Then we have, obviously, the auditors. So the role of the auditors is to ideally audit these investments to make sure that they're ideally safe and we are investing in the right procedures. So, how do unit trust funds work? When you give us your money, ideally, we invest it for you and you earn returns. The returns that you earn are on a daily basis, first of all. Then these returns are exempt from tax by law. Then these returns are compounded on a daily basis, which helps our clients to accumulate returns. Oh, sorry. So the unit trust funds, why would someone venture into investing with these unit trust funds? First of all, we have free entry and free exit. That means when you're joining these unit trust funds, we don't charge you when you're joining, and when you decide to leave still, we don't charge you. Then we talk about the prospect of risk. The unit trust funds are ideally risk-free in that there is no prospect of losing your money that you've invested with the unit trust funds. Then, of course, the daily interest that I talked about, the money that you're investing with us ideally earns interest on a daily basis. And then, when we talk of flexibility, with flexibility, ideally, you can make deposits at any point in time. Let's say you want to make deposits on a monthly basis, you want to make deposits on a weekly basis, and so on. Then still with flexibility, you can access this money anytime that you want it out. So that is the beauty of a unit trust fund, that these funds have easy access. That's why we call it an emergency fund. Then, of course, we talk about the compounding of interest. Compound interest is ideally, in simple terms, meaning that when you give us your money and we invest it, it earns interest on a daily basis. So, this money, the interest that has been earned, is added to the principal that you gave us and also reinvested the next day. So, someone who is earning compound interest ideally earns more returns on investment than someone who is earning simple interest, because with the idea of simple interest, we don't put together we separate the principal that you've given us from the interest that you've earned. So at the end of the day, you earn only from the principal, because that is what we are investing on a daily basis. But while with compound interest, the interest that you've earned ideally is added to the principal and reinvested the next day. Then, still with the unit trust fund, we have that online access. With online access, we are talking about a client having an interface with their investment. So, online access, we have a client web portal whereby a client can log in at any time into the portal to see how much returns are being added to their investment on a daily basis. Still, the portal can help a client to download statements to see how the investment has performed over time. And still with the portal, a client can have an option of withdrawing money still with the portal. So with the portal, it gives our client a better user interface with the investment, whereby you don't have to be moving to our offices anytime. Still with online access, we have an app called Omig Wealth. With this Omig Wealth, it supports you on access to your investment, to monitor your investment, to make deposits, and to make also withdrawals at any point in time. So you have that, you have the capacity to interact with your investment at any time. Then, still with our investments, of course, we keep our clients in the know of what is happening, whereby we give them monthly statements which are sent to their email addresses. So, these statements are usually on a monthly basis so that we keep you in the know of how your investment has been performing and to guide you on whether to add more money and also probably access to it. So, the unit trust fund was designed just as an emergency fund to help our clients, ideally, who might ideally get emergencies and need quick funds. But while your funds are being kept with us, they are also earning returns. So, what are the benefits of the unit trust fund? Ideally, you'll have access to that money anytime. Then you can access the online portal anytime. Then also it helps you plan in the short run for your funds. So with the unit trust fund, having the accessibility, it can help you solve the challenges that you have that need emergency funding, like handouts to community, ideally if they are needed. Then it can also help you solve emergency medical needs. And also it aids you on keeping your money yielding returns rather than keeping your money kept in the banks or seated at home where it is not earning anything. Because ideally, money is affected by many factors. And one of the factors that affect money is inflation. You will agree with me that inflation reduces the value of money over time. A case in point, about 20 years ago, we used to buy a bottle of soda at 500 shillings. Today, a bottle of soda is at 1,000 shillings on our normal shops. And it can also go for 10,000 or 5,000, depending on where you've had it from. So, what the unit trust fund does is that it helps you balance off the inflation because we are giving you returns on investment, and these returns on investment are above the inflation rate. Currently, the inflation rate in Uganda is about 3.7%. So, the unit trust fund offers you what we call an annual interest of around 12.5%, which is the bare minimum that you can earn. However, it can go up depending on the market conditions. But we guarantee that 12.5% per annum, which is broken down to give you what we call the daily returns on investment. So, the unit trust fund was ideally designed to help you cater for the emergencies. That's why sometimes we call it an emergency fund. Then we have what we call also the fixed or long-term investments. So with the long-term investments, we ideally designed this to help you plan for the near and future after. For example, we look at mid-term and also long-term. So So the long-term investments ideally help you to plan for the near future and the future after, just like I said. So with this, we ideally know that you have areas where you're investing currently. But these long-term investments come as an option to what you're investing in currently. We verily know that you could be investing in probably other ventures like business. You could be investing in real estate. You could be investing in probably agriculture and others. So our long-term investments help you to plan for the future as an alternative, because we have a saying that you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket. So the long-term investment can be used to plan for 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, to give you that lump sum at the end of the investment period. So this is designed basically to help individuals plan for their future. So just on the screen, we have a display of one of our long-term investments called the Sure Deal Investment Plan. So this is a guaranteed investment. By guaranteed, we mean that at inception, you already know what you're going to gain at maturity. So this long-term investment guarantees the future whereby you're planning for a project in the future, you're planning for retirement, you're planning for probably an asset that you would like to achieve in the future. So this long-term investment helps you to, okay. So this long-term investment will help you to plan for that. So it is based on targets. Just like on the screen, an individual must have a target that they are looking up to. And this target is, when we look at this target, we calculate for you how much you need to be saving so that you can earn this target after this certain period of time. So our minimum savings period is 5 years. And I think it appeals to you, honorables, because ideally, even the term goes for 5 years. So ideally, by the end of the term, if you've invested with this midterm investment, you will be walking away with a lump sum of money, which money has been compounded with returns. So on the screen, we have a sample of 50 million, whereby someone who is planning to have 50 million after 5 years pays that amount. We have 100 million, 200 million, and our maximum goes up to 5 billion. But here, because of space, we ended at 1 billion. So if our client would like to invest in our long-term investment called the Sure Deal and looking at something like 1 billion, they could ideally be investing 14.2 million per month. So on the extreme end, we have the total savings that you'll have saved at the end, during the savings period, while you're saving on a monthly, then on an annual basis, then still at the extreme end, it shows you how much returns you'll have earned at the end of the savings period. So this investment is a cumulative investment whereby we ask you to be saving on a monthly basis, or quarterly basis, or annual basis. Then at maturity, we pay out the amount in a lump sum. So what are the benefits of this investment? Ideally, we talked of financial planning. So it helps you to save or invest for future goals and targets. Then this investment also comes with what we call a life cover. The life cover benefit is a benefit which is extended to the client in case of challenges happening. For example, if a client happens to pass on before maturity, our company, as Old Mutual, extends a 10% benefit to the family. This 10% is meant to cater for maybe burial expenses and to keep the family moving on as we wait for maturity. And at maturity, we pay off the target sum assured that was agreed upon in the investment. So, if a client passes on prematurely before the maturity of the investment, what happens is that we waive off the savings because the contract ideally was between us, the company, and the client. So the client is if the client is no longer existing, we don't transfer that obligation to maybe the next of kin or the family. We waive off the premiums, even if it has, regardless of the period that the client had saved. Maybe it was 1 year or 2 years, we waive off the premiums, then we wait for maturity, and at maturity we shall give the lump sum as agreed in the contract to the beneficiaries. However, during that period, of course, we've given the client a 10%, the family a 10% life cover benefit to help the family to be moving on. Why we do this is because this person could have been the breadwinner of the family. So ideally, if they are away, the family may have some struggles. So that's why we do that. So, the benefits still of this investment is giving you peace of mind. Because as an alternative investment, it gives you peace of mind. Because some of us have dealt with business. You know that operating a business in Uganda is not easy. You'll have to rent probably premises. You'll have to get employees. You'll have, of course, to pay taxes. Then, of course, there are challenges, maybe burglary and others. So this investment gives you a peace of mind that as you're investing, you're earning interest, and you're not worried of challenges like burglary, paying rent, and others. And also taxation, because our investments ideally are exempted from tax. It is not that we evade tax, but we are exempted from taxes by the Capital Markets Act of 2003, which protects all collective investment schemes from paying taxes. So it helps you earn passive income. When we are talking of passive income is income that you earn while not putting a lot of efforts. It is your money that you're putting aside, and it is making for you more money. Then also, I talked of inflation, balancing off inflation, because ideally, the returns that we are giving are over and above the inflation rate. So, with these two options of emergency fund and fixed income investments, they provide you with alternative options of investment, and also they give you options of how to deal with emergencies that come up in life. So, what usually holds us back? I know that many honorable members today have signed up with these policies. As Old Mutual, I think we have a count of around 113 who have already taken up these investments. So what usually makes us fail, or what are the common excuses that usually some people have not to start these investments? They will always tell you, I'll start later. Sometimes I don't earn enough. It is confusing. Others will always say, God is in control. So whatever happens, God will find a way for me. So those are some of the reasons that usually stop people from starting up these investments. So we have 3 pillars ideally that help you in taking on this financial journey, which is financial planning. So under financial planning, ideally, you budget for your income that has come through. And with budgeting, of course, it involves allocation of funds, whereby you allocate some to the emergency funds, then some for your own personal needs, then others for your long-term investments. Then, of course, personal development. We have also personal development. So personal development is ideally a mindset and habits, which sometimes may push you to take up an investment or limit you from taking up the investment. So lastly, we have the investment decision making. So investment decision making, here, you've already made up your mind and you decide to take up disciplined and informed decision, investment choices. So here, now that is where you come to look at what will work for me, the emergency fund, called the unit trust fund, or the long-term investment, which will help you plan for the future. So with that, we have what we call a liquidity bucket. So the liquidity bucket is so the liquidity bucket is just we call it liquidity bucket because it is like an access to your investments, because ideally everyone needs liquidity when you're deciding to invest, because liquidity will help you to access money easily on time to cater for those emergencies that have come up. Then we'll also look at stability bucket. Stability bucket is whereby you're looking at also investing for stability. So under stability, we look at investing in government bonds. We look at other options like dividend-paying equities and real estate. So here, all right, here, the purpose of the stability bucket is capital preservation and income. Then the growth bucket is basically about the mid-term and long-term investments, where we invest in ideally the long-term investment, the sure deal investment, growth equities, and other alternative assets. So all these sum up the mixed portfolio that we offer at Old Mutual Group. So our action plan, is you need to track the net worth that you're earning monthly. Then you define financial goals. The financial goals would be the personal goals that you would like to achieve in the near future. Then also the goals to the community or constituency. Then build your emergency fund. Then lastly, build mid-term and long-term investment options, and also automate savings and investments. So this helps you to plan ideally well for your money and also get good results out of it. So as I speak, as Old Mutual, we have an understanding with Parliament where we have automated savings, what we call check-offs. So investing with us, you don't need to be bringing money to us on a monthly basis or quarterly or annual basis. We have what we call check-offs, where money is deducted at source, and sent to Old Mutual Investment Group for investments. So, I have a team of financial advisors that I've moved with. For more about the products that we offer, financial literacy, investment planning, the team will be outside there, ready to have an engagement with you, to tell you more about these investments. For the interest of time, at Old Mutual, we say manage your money like a boss, whereby you look at income generation, how much you're bringing in, then financial planning, that is breaking it down into investments and needs, then create generational wealth through long-term investments. Thank you so much for listening to me. Yeah. I don't know, Chairman, whether you could allow a question or two. Okay.
A big round of applause to Mr. Baliwulira. He has been presenting a very important topic for improving financial planning. You are aware that our rate of return to Parliament is very low, maybe between 20 to 30%. The probability that you will come back. So it's important to plan in advance about your financial needs when in case you don't come back. And in any case, even if you were to come back, it's important that by the end of the term, you have what to use. So those unit trusts that he has mentioned are very helpful. I personally have one, and it will mature next year. So by the end of the term, you find that you have something that you can use later on. Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Before I proceed, let me first welcome the Deputy Speaker in the House. You are welcome, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, we are towards the end of the first session for this morning. We've had 4 presenters. The first one was about integrating mental wellness into governance, self-care for leaders. The second one was about the digital era, the artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. The third one was about Uganda's capital markets industry and its contribution to national development. And the fourth one was improving financial planning, personal development, and investment decision-making. We are done with the presentations, and it's now time for question and answer. But before we go into the question and answer part, I would like to recognize Honorable Minister Nyamutoro Fiona, Minister of State for Mineral Development. You are welcome. I would also like to recognize General Wilson Mbasumbadi, Minister of State for Trade. You are welcome. I would also like to welcome Honorable Minister Mukarazi Amina, Minister of State Finance, Planning and Economic Development in charge of privatization and investment. I would also like to recognize Honorable Fungaro Hassan, Shadow Minister of Security and Member of Parliament of Bongi County. You are all welcome. It's time now for the question and answer, and I request the presenters that you answer only 5 questions for the interest of time, so that we can go for a health break. And the balance of the questions, we can always meet informally to handle them. So I now call upon the Julius Wabwire for questions regarding artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. I have here very many questions. I think my session is the one which has attracted the highest number of questions, but due to time, they have asked me to pick only 5. Now, I'll start with an interesting one from Honorable Amelia Chambade, saying how relevant are my AI skills to my voters as a member of parliament when there is no power, no network. There is indeed a disconnect on how we can bridge that. Isn't there a disconnect on how we can bridge that gap? Yes, Honorable, I think our focus was on how to enable you as a member of parliament. AI is like a catalyst to enable you as a member of parliament deliver effectively. Perhaps by having good policies, by effectively delivering on the appropriation, maybe some of the things in your constituency can be addressed. The other one was about our offices are not well equipped as far as ICT is concerned. Yes, it is true. There has been a shift that we go mobile computing. Previously, we would give every member a printer, every member a computer. But if we are talking about a paperless parliament, and on the other hand, encouraging printing, then we may not achieve that goal. So that's why the clerk to parliament issued a circular saying for members of parliament, we are not going to give you printers and computers. We shall only have printers in resource centers to handle managed printing, because we can't eliminate paper completely, but that critical printing will be done in resource centers. And Kingdom Kampala Development House, the library will be equipped with those facilities where we can manage, other than now spreading printers in every office to promote printing when we want to do away with paper. The other question is, in the 11th Parliament, we regularly use the virtual option I think, to attend plenary. But how effective is participation on Zoom? Yes, Zoom is provided for, virtual parliament is provided for in our rules of procedure. And I think Rule 9 and Rule 24, if you follow it correctly, it will guide on how you can attend these Zoom sessions. And while you are virtually, you will be treated like any member who is physically present. The other question is, please handle the canteen attendance login better. Many of us are quite disappointed before the system had our details. Yes, there was a change because when the 12th Parliament came, we captured new data and uploaded it in these biometric gadgets. So sometimes we may have glitches, but we shall ensure that we correct so that all members can be authenticated in the canteen. The other one is Chamber of Parliament is congested. To what extent is management of Parliament considering decongesting the chamber? I think we are encouraging virtual attendance. So by you attending most of these sessions virtually, as we wait for our new chamber to be completed, that can be one of the solutions. In Parliament, where MPs are allowed only 2 minutes to speak, aware that plenary and committee meetings conducted in real time, how tenable shall it be to integrate Zoom? Yes, we have been integrating Zoom in our sessions. Members have even voted via Zoom on critical matters in Parliament. So it's workable. Would you be having AI guidelines for MPs? Not yet. This is work in progress. We are working on something, and once we are done and is approved by management and perhaps the Parliamentary Commission, we shall be able to share. Can we have a system to help the Speaker to be able to see members who would want to raise issues on the floor? This system should tell that a given member has been waiting to talk. This is Honorable Kitty Peter. Of course, in the Parliament, we have the issue of this catching the Speaker's eye. So this Honorable, I think, is moving that we automate catching the Speaker's eye. I think this one will take another discussion because we need to have discussions and agree on the way forward. Do we need vouchers? How do we catch the Speaker's eye? So it's an interesting question that's being raised. Do you have capacity to track and recover a member's iPad which is lost? Yes, our system can locate, but we don't have the means to follow up and perhaps recover. So in most cases, we can know this iPad is somewhere in Nigeria, in Bugorobi, in Muyenga, but we don't have the capacity as Parliament to track. So we work with police to help in terms of tracking the person who would have taken these gadgets. What are the implications of saving documents in the cloud? I think I went through this during my discussion on AI and some of the risks associated with this information being in the cloud and how we can prevent that. There's a lot of leakage of Parliament data. I think this is, there's a lot of leakage on Parliament data with blockers on X. How does Parliament address this leakage? The iPads, there is fear that is a surveillance platform. No, Honorable Member, we started using these iPads in the 9th Parliament, and they have been very, very effective in helping members. These iPads, to the best of my knowledge, are for parliamentary work. They are not for surveillance. And a member also has asked a related question on how we can integrate voting using these iPads as terminals. So we need your support. If these technologies are to be implemented, let's put the fear aside. We are professionals here to help you and serve you better. I think the 5 questions are done. The rest, I'll leave them out. I'll handle them at a later stage. But I'm available for your service. I think we can continue having these discussions even after this seminar. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Honorable ministers and the colleagues, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker would like to highlight one of the questions to Mr. Wabwire Julius. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the questions are interesting and the responses. Just a very quick one. First of all, clarification that a member only speaks for 2 minutes in Parliament. That's not true. We have different scenarios that require different management of time. For example, Prime Minister's time. Prime Minister's time, I would expect a member to ask a question within 1 minute, maximum. Okay? And research in the UK Parliament, you have up to 35 seconds. In the Parliament of New Zealand and Australia, they have 30 seconds. But the problem is how we introduce our questions. You come up, you start, for example, on Thursday, we should have Prime Minister's time. And the Prime Minister should also have only 1 minute maximum to answer you. But you start with the question of giving a preamble, which is like sending greetings to your constituents. Okay? Instead of saying, Right Honorable Prime Minister, disaster hit my constituency. My district disaster committee has written to the Prime Minister's office for the intervention. When do we expect you to intervene, Right Honorable? And you sit. But now someone first gives details of how many people died, how many goats died, how many what, and you end up losing a lot of time. So Prime Minister's time, strictly maximum 1 minute. Then on other scenarios, honorable colleagues, some of us take time to go to the Hansard and do research. I've done my research. When a member goes between 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes, they usually start repeating themselves. You just go on the Hansard and you see. They usually start repeating themselves, repeating what, trying to emphasize much more. So, and I have a session where I have around 100 members wanting to speak. What will you do? So I will time you, for example, I say 3 minutes, maximum. But then if you have a comparing point, and I see you are making a very good submission, then as a presiding officer, I'm obligated to give you a special treatment and add you more time. Then number 2, we have debates which can even last around 2 weeks. A very good example being the State of the Nation address. Now, on the State of the Nation address, I don't see why a member shouldn't be given 5 minutes. And then we spend 2 weeks debating State of the Nation address, okay? Then we do have areas, honorable colleagues, where we are going to make conclusions. You see, Parliament works by resolutions. So the weight of the debate depends on what we shall come up with at the end. If we are making a general submissions and we are not going to make recommendations and resolutions at the end of the day, why should we spend the whole day debating that issue? But if we are going to make recommendations and we pass resolutions that are implementable, then we'll give more time. So I felt I should touch on that so that you know, sometimes we even give you up to 10 minutes, okay? Depending on the weight of the matter. Finally, the issue of catching the speaker's eye. One, it depends on you as a person. Do you want to remain seated And then you say, me, if I stand up twice and the speaker doesn't catch my eye, it means the speaker doesn't like me. That's number one. Number two, I look at you, have you just entered the house? There are MPs who enter the house, within 5 seconds they are standing up to speak. But I have colleagues who have been here since morning, so I must give them the first opportunity. Number three, there are MPs who are experts in certain areas. For example, Mr. Porotaz here, if it is issues of audit, Honorable Porotaz, I will, as a speaker, I pick on that member to tap into his experience to guide the House. Because as a speaker, I don't participate in the debate, okay? So it is very, very important, honorable colleagues, when you're giving us your CVs, if I have issues of military, General Ashande here will play a very critical role. I even sometimes call on him, I say, General, can you guide the House? That's how we work in the House. So ensure, one, you attend. Don't just come to moonlight. Don't come and moonlight and then expect, no, the speaker should be calling me. Number two, be patient. Not that every time you stand up, you'll be picked. Not every day you'll be picked. Number three, we balance regions. I tell you, because when I'm in and I say I'm picking people from the same region, then I'm not getting a perspective from another region. Number four, we balance gender. Number five, we balance all sides of the aisle. That is opposition and the ruling party. And then, even within opposition, I must balance the different political parties within the opposition. You pick DP, you pick UPC, that's the fairness we have. And then, number five, we have members who are not patient. They want to speak and go. Now, if I see you twice, that whenever I give you a chance, you speak, after 10 minutes, you go out, then I will mark you. I will mark you. Because even me and members who are waiting are people like you. We came under the same mandate. So it shouldn't be that for you, you're so busy. You come, you submit, and then you go. And then you leave the rest to give quorum. No way, okay? But finally, there is something with, for example, in one session, I feel uncomfortable picking you twice, however good you are, before I give another member an opportunity. And then that business of seniors. We are seniors. We are known. You know me. Eh? You should pick me. When I had just become a deputy, I had gotten a problem with some seniors. Would feel, you don't pick the seniors. I said no. But finally, and which I saw happening, colleagues, I beg you, you don't go on a microphone without the permission of the speaker. I saw on the first day, and I felt that is something I should share with you, because on the Hansard, we can only capture one voice. Now, if we are having someone submitting, then you have other voices, then our Hansard looks extremely dirty. And then I also guide you that you don't respond to people who are heckling from the side. The best way to respond is, Mr. Speaker, I need protection. And then as a presiding officer, I will come in. Otherwise, your child one day will be reading a Hansard, and they see you are talking about roads in your constituency, then you diverted it quarrel with someone who is not on record. Because the person who is having no microphone is not on record. It's only you who is on record. So how coordinated is your submission? So I felt I should just highlight a little bit on that, but maybe final on the issue of technology, which you've talked about. Honorable colleagues, the new chambers are going to come with the new technology. And by December next year, they'll be done. So we shall be having new technology in terms of voting systems, in terms of being able to monitor and log in automatically. All that was incorporated. And I hope we shall be having a modern parliament in the future. I thank you, honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable, for that exhaustive explanation. Before I call the next two presenters for their Q&A. I would like also to recognize Honorable Minister Harriet Ntabazi, Minister of State for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. You are welcome. I now call upon Ms. Josephine Osia for the next Q&A. Josephine, you are welcome.
Thank you, Chair. And I will go as you guided. I will pick 5 questions, but just to give the members comfort, we will be out in the lobby to answer any other questions that I may not have answered here. So I'll start with the first question, which was, can you shed light on the commodities market since we are a commodities country? So we do have a commodities exchange that has been licensed. However, we are still in the pilot stage. So currently, they are piloting with grain, and the products that they are looking at are soybean, coffee, maize, simsim, and rice. They have been able to buy a bit of grain from the Kiriadongo, Masindi area. So that project is ongoing. So the pilot is really to understand what are the risks, what are the gaps, how can we refine it before it can go full blast. And the vision for the commodities exchange is to ultimately include the minerals that we have, oil, gold, and other minerals as well that are within the country. So that is a project that is now in progress. The other question I had is, what benefits are there on the capital markets that can attract companies from private to publicly traded in terms of taxes? Unfortunately, we don't have any specific incentives for publicly listed companies. However, the discussion has started with the Ministry of Finance. One of the proposals that we are having is, can we have a reduced income tax for listed companies to say 25%? We are also saying that if companies come to raise money from the capital markets, can we reduce the withholding tax especially for those longer than 10 years to 10%. Currently, they are sitting at 15%. We had actually hoped that this would come out in the most recent finance bill, but they didn't. But the engagement is still happening with the ministry, and we will therefore call upon your support also to promote some of such incentives so that we get more companies to come on board. The other question I got was around the sukuk, to provide the time frame for the introduction of the Islamic and Sharia compliant sukuk. So I think we've gone a long way in this. Government is actually planning to issue the first sovereign sukuk. We have the guidelines, the sukuk issuance guidelines are in place. Even the Uganda Securities Exchange listing rules have been approved, because eventually government will have to list this sukuk on the USE. That is also in place. Government is already doing marketing of the sukuk. They've visited a number of countries where they are potential investors. Malaysia has been visited, Tanzania, and I think South Africa has been visited. And there's a lot of interest in terms of uptake for the sukuk. We are looking for $468 million for the SGR. And yeah, so this is really in its advanced stages. And a portion of that will be for a local component. So a lot of work has happened in terms of the sukuk. One of the targets in the National Development Plan 4 is to issue a sukuk within this 5-year period. The other questions I have are, there is a knowledge gap that exists in the capital market sector in the grassroots communities. What is your plan to reach communities with potential? So we do have what we call town halls, and we visited a number of regions. We have been to the north. We participated in a town hall in Lira, and for the farmers under the Seeds of Gold, we've had a town hall in Mbale. We've had a town hall in Kabale, Mbarara, and so we are on a journey to visit all these places and speak about capital markets and how the people in the grassroots can participate. We are also working with the Financial Literacy Association that is funded by the Ministry of Finance in terms of trainers. So we have trained the trainers, and they go into the communities to teach about capital markets. So that project is also currently ongoing. We've trained the trainers of northern Uganda. We've also trained the trainers of eastern Uganda. We also did have a training in the Mbarara region, so southwestern, that covered southwestern. So that is how we are planning to reach. But we've also started a program within schools so that we start to impact this knowledge in these young people when they are still in school, so that even as they get into the communities, they continue to talk about capital markets. So there's the other one on, does Capital Markets Authority have in place mechanisms to prevent laundered money from integrating into the financial system? So Capital Markets Authority is one of the regulators, and therefore in the capital market space, we enforce the AML, the anti-money laundering requirements. We work very closely with the Financial Intelligence Authority to ensure that the KYC requirements are met. There's disclosure for source of funds, as well as disclosure for beneficial owners. So one of the things that we inspect when we visit these licensed persons is to ensure that they are complying with the AML requirements. And if they are not, we then inform the Financial Intelligence Authority that then takes action against them. So we are part of the parties that ensure that capital markets is well protected, to ensure that we don't get back into the gray list. I think I have one more question. So the last question I will take is, what role can Capital Markets Authority play in driving down interest rates for loans advanced to private sector players? I think there are many factors that affect interest rates. And interest rates, and I presume these are the interest rates for loans. One of the major problems we have with the private sector players is formalization. And if you're not formalized, the risk that is going to be attached to you is going to be high. So formalization is one of the first things that we need to drive for private businesses, given that most of the businesses in Uganda are actually fall in the SME category. So formalizing helps improve governance, transparency, and disclosure and reporting. And as I said, when you come to the market, these are some of the areas that we focus on. Your governance must be right, your reporting and disclosure must be okay, your transparency also must be okay. So the firms that come to market and get these boxes ticked will be able to access capital at a slightly lower rate than the one that they get from the banks. Yeah. So there are also other incentives, as I alluded to earlier on. For example, there's some incentives that we've been able to get in terms of trying to get the interest rates down. Transparency is one of those. If we have a system in place that displays the interest rate that various players are charging, that tends to drive interest rates down. Availability of information, if information is available in the market, again, that will determine the perception of risks that is attached to private sector players and therefore drive interest rates down. I think, Chair, I have done 5, but there are so many other questions, but we are here. We will be available to answer any other questions as time allows. We will be out there in the lobby. I think maybe just one quick one about when did unit trusts come into Uganda? The act was for 2013, and they really took off in 2021. So they've been around for about 5 years or so. That's where the momentum has really picked up. So the unit trusts are there. We have the laws, we have the regulations, and therefore they are stable, and they are stable, and your money will be protected. All the players in this sector are licensed, and there are currently 11 people who are licensed to handle fund management and unit trust. And today, outside in the lobby, we have Cornerstone, Old Mutual, Sanlam Alliance, Kura Capital, and Zeno, but we have 11 licensed unit trust managers, and all this information is available on the Capital Markets website. Thank you, Chair.
Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers, and Honorable Members of Parliament. Good afternoon once again. So I have here questions. I'll start with the one from Honorable Mukalazi Amina, State Minister for Finance and Privatization and Investment. Why do we have tax exemptions? So, Old Mutual, we work under the law of the Capital Markets Act of Parliament of 2003, which governs all collective investment schemes. So all collective investment schemes are exempted from paying taxes. The reason as to why they're exempted is that to encourage savings. You know, our savings culture in Uganda is still growing. It is still low. So in order to encourage savings, of course, they gave us that exemption so that people can be encouraged to make savings and investments. And I have a question here from, they didn't indicate. What is your advice saving in Old Mutual versus investment in land? Of course, investment in Old Mutual versus investment in land, Old Mutual would do better because we have the unit trust funds, like the previous speaker, Capital Markets, said, and also the long-term investments. So the benefit of course, investing in land, there is land appreciation, because land appreciates in value over time. However, there are also challenges that are faced with investing in land, because the land may have some encumbrances, and also, in case of an emergency, you have what we call a forced sale. And when you're doing a forced sale, ideally, the value of the land goes down because you're doing it on pressure. So, ideally, you'll receive less of the value that you should have received in case of an emergency. While as if you're investing in Old Mutual, ideally, you'll be earning passive income. Passive income is ideally income that you earn without stress. You're not putting much effort, but you're earning because your money is working for you. You're earning passive income, so it gives you peace of mind and also safety. Old Mutual is regulated on the side of investment. I'm glad that our regulator is here, the Capital Markets Authority, who regulates us on the side of investment. So safety of your money is guaranteed. So another question from Honorable Sarah Itungo Masereka. Since the investment is 5 years, if I wanted to withdraw my money, say in the 4th year or close to 5 years, what happens? So it is still the same question here from another honorable. If I choose to fix my money for 5 years but need the money for campaigns in 2020, 31, can I withdraw it? So at Old Mutual, while I was presenting, I talked about 2 options. We have the flexible option, which we can call the emergency fund, called the unit trust fund. Then we have also the fixed investment, called the sure deal investment plan. So we usually advise our clients or honorables that when you're taking up an investment, ideally, you need both of them. One, the unit trust fund for flexibility in case you need money out, in case of an emergency. Then in case you need money out quickly. So here we advise our clients to take up both options. The unit trust fund, because for it is flexible with withdrawals and also flexible with deposits. Then, of course, the sure deal investment plan, it is a fixed investment. This one helps you planning for the longer run, like planning for 5 years and above. So ideally, these two, when blended together, they give you, I think, financial stability. Because when you need money out, there is accessibility in terms of the unit trust fund. Then, of course, when you're looking at long term, the sure deal investment plan will work it out for you. So for these two, I think I've answered them well. Maybe if there is more explanation needed, my team is here and we shall be out here to explain more. Honorable Obong Peter asked the question, as you say that there is free entry and exit, what happens when I wish to exit at the middle of the year after saving for a few months? Do they refund all the savings and interest? Is interest compounded? So when you've taken up an investment with us, like I said, we have the flexible investment, the unit trust fund, and also the fixed investment called the sure deal investment plan. For the unit trust fund, there is accessibility, whereby if you need the money out, you just do a withdrawal request, and the money will be posted to your bank account, ideally. So for flexibility, of course, we shall give you this. We shall give you the money on the side of the unit trust fund. Then on the side of the fixed income, on the side of the fixed income, of course, if you invested for 5 years and you wanted your money out before 5 years, we have what we call a surrender, and the surrender can be done after 3 years. At 3 years, that is our break even. That's why we allow our clients to opt out at 3 years, because at 3 years, the investments that we've made have attained cash value. So you can opt out at 3 years, or you can ideally leave the investment run up to maturity. If it makes 3 years, you can leave it run up to maturity without continuing to save. So at maturity, we shall give you the money that you had saved plus interest. And then lastly, in an event where a government changes, how sure am I that my money will be safe? In other words, the security of my money from government transitioning. Yeah, this one is a nice one. So Old Mutual has been in existence for 181 years. We commenced operations in 1845. That means we've run all this time. We've seen governments change, not only across Africa, because we are operating across 12 countries in Africa. So if there is a government change, of course, Old Mutual being a multinational, your investments are safe. Ideally, in Uganda, Old Mutual commenced operations in 1971. Since 1971, I think we've had some changes in government, but we are still here. So ideally, your money is very safe because since 1971, we've had some changes in government, and we are still running. So if the money wasn't safe, maybe we would have closed. And I'm glad that our regulator is here, and maybe she will also add more light to that. Thank you so much for the questions. I believe I've amicably answered them. We shall be out answering more questions with my team. You can reach out to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you all our morning session presenters. A big round of applause to them, please. Right Honorable, I would like, first of all, to say sorry for the delays this morning. We started a bit late. The quorum was not enough by 9 o'clock. And also, we had another presentation that was included in the 3 that we had before. So we have had to go into some other person's session. So we are sorry about that, but it's not our making. Otherwise, let's have our Mr. Waiswa to give us our next administrative issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and the ministers present. I would like to thank you so much for your kind attention, the presentations, and also the presenters. The next phase we are going into, we are going to have a working tea, and we are just continue express. And therefore, I would request the current presenters take leave, and I immediately invite the chairperson of the session, the second session, and the presenters take the stage, and also invite Coach Bob take us into a small health break. Those who would like to have a cup of tea, it is outside there, you can come. We are going to have a working tea. You go and pick and come as we continue. Thank you so much for listening to me and the presenters and the chairperson.
May we stand up, please? We've sat for more than 3 hours. And the first topic today was about mental health. We raise our hands in a slow motion. In a slow motion, we say mental health, oh yeah! Mental health, oh yeah! Mental health, oh yeah! Service delivery, oh yeah! Service delivery, oh yeah! Productivity, oh yeah! Financial management, oh yeah! Mental health, oh yeah! So we start counting together now. Both hands. We keep the smiles, it's not a punishment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, energy. We go on the side. We count together. 1, 2, 3. Together. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All of us do our shoulders like this. Let's go. Let's dance for a second. Dancing is an exercise.
Hello. Akana kakasaija katuse. Abana batayebwa batuse. Abana bakagute mama. abanuku bakkiriza Maguta yafuga
Let's dance. Dancing is an exercise. Hold your shoulders. Happiness is vital. Clap your hands.
Abana bafubi babaneno
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, I am sure you have stretched. That was a really nice stretch, so thank you very much, Coach Bob, ensuring that you maintain your health and ultimately your wealth. Just like had been stated earlier, we are ready to go into the next session. This is the term of Hakuna Mchezo. So please pick your cup of tea, come and take your seat. We are ready to proceed. And even as we do, the presenters are coming to the front. Because we borrowed one session from the afternoon, this session may not be very long. I'm sure many of you are also aware that one of our presenters has set the record in Uganda as having the shortest press release. We expect his presentation will not be too long as well. But for now, allow me to invite our session chair, Honorable Dan Kimosho, Member of Parliament for Kazo, to come and guide us on how we shall go through this session. Honorable Kimosho.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to us our next session chair. Our next session chair is Honorable Atwijukire Dan Kimosho. He's a Member of Parliament for Kazo County, serving his second term, and he has chaired a number of committees of Parliament. Honorable Dan Kimosho has also served as a head of communication in both Mulago National Referral Hospital and the National Medical Stores. Honorable Kimosho will take us through the next session as session chair. Thank you, Honorable, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to usher you in to this next session. Cognizant of the fact that we are late by 2 hours, the session was supposed to start by 11. It's 1. we shall be moving at a supersonic speed, and we shall try as much as possible to be as brief as possible. In this session, we have two facilitators, but we shall start with Mr. Amanya Martin. And Amanya Martin will take us through Kiswahili for the 12th Parliament, Advancing a Borderless East Africa. Amanya Martin is an educator, counseling psychologist, language and cultural development specialist with over 10 years experience delivering Kiswahili training across corporate, media, educational, and community platforms. He's well learned with a lot of qualifications. So, because of time factor, allow me not to go into the details, because you can be sure that by the time he's selected to come to facilitate Parliament, he is equal to the job. Allow me at this opportunity, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament, to invite Mr. Amanya Martin to come and take us through Kiswahili for the 12th Parliament, Advancing a Borderless East Africa. You're welcome, my brother, and give him a round of applause as we receive him and welcome him. Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana mfawidhi wa leo kwa fursa hii. Mheshimiwa Naibu Spika, mawaziri wa wizara tofauti za Jamhuri ya Uganda, wabunge wa bunge la 12, kalani wa bunge, mabibi na mabwana. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Asanteni ndugu zangu. My name has been said. I won't say a lot. I'm here to tell us about the beauty of the language Kiswahili and why it's important for us. So I'm not here alone. I am here with a team that together we work to promote Kiswahili, leveraging technology, working with people in the academia, in the faith spaces, in the arts and culture, in the forces to promote the Kiswahili language. Let me ask if they could stand and just wave to the audience. Thank you. Canon Biarugaba over there, Madam Evelyn Chiwanu Kandagili, Dr. Anesia over there, and Dr. Nsereko. Kabla tuende mbali, I would love to ask, as I use my time, to share 1 or 2 minutes with Canon Geoffrey to stand up, if you'll be kind to give him a mic, who is the patron of our Kiswahili Promoters Forum, to just say a word, even as I continue. About 2 minutes. Thank you. Asante.
Mr. Speaker and members, greetings. We from the Ujamaa Foundation and the Kiswahili Promoters Forum are extremely pleased to share in this your orientation as you chart the strategic way forward on your legislative agenda. The legislature of any country is the country, and representation imposes upon you the burden of choice, and sometimes the choices are not that clear, but either way, it's assumed you'll make choices for the best interests of the country.
A key pillar in national development is the pillar of a language, a communication currency in which participation of citizens is expressed. Uganda faces a major handicap in this important space. We are a country where our leader can't communicate to every citizen in a common language. The disadvantages of such handicap cannot be overemphasized. We indeed come here to assist in solving, in a modest way, this limitation by promoting the knowledge and use of lugha ya Kiswahili in Uganda. You have probably heard the adage, quote, Kiswahili was born in Zanzibar, raised in Tanganyika, fell sick in Kenya, died in Uganda, buried in Congo with Rwanda and Burundi attending the burial. And probably I should add that South Sudan may have sent Mabugo in areas. This Ujamaa Foundation and Kiswahili promoters in modest ways would like to propose to see the resurrection of Kiswahili in Uganda and be given a key role in championing holistic growth and development of East Africa. Kindly receive the technical presentation for your consideration. Thank you.
Asanteni sana, tumpige makofi tafadhali. Nawashukuru sana. Why Kiswahili? Some of the things that we shall see in this presentation. We would learn some brief phrases in Kiswahili. For example, some of the things I already said in greeting us. And then we shall have an opportunity to get some brief greetings that we can learn and go away with by close of this session. Why Kiswahili? Kiswahili is the widely spoken language, the lingua franca being spoken by over 200 plus million people across the region. We know the countries, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. So we're here to share that this beautiful language, which is the official language of the African Summit, can be accepted, and we'll be taking the opportunity to share that. It's only language that has that status. Matter of fact, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete addressed the African Union Summit in Kiswahili in the purpose of promoting the language. We also know that when His Excellency, Mheshimiwa Raisi wa Jamhuri ya Uganda, whenever he's making a State of Nation address, anatumia maneno ya Kiswahili. Kwani kuhimiza watu kujifunza Kiswahili. The most recent one was on the 12th of May, muda wa kula kiapo, aliposema, this is Kisanja, no sleep. Lakini aliongea maneno kama vile uzalishaji wa mali, the production of products and resources. Akasema, hiyo ikitokea, inafaa tutafute mahali pa kuuza bidhaa. We need to find markets where to sell that. You may remember words he mentioned, for example, maendeleo. And you find that commonly the tagged operations are targeted to promote Kiswahili in the country. For example, Operation Fika Salama. It's meant for our safety because Fika Salama means get home safe, journey masses. So Kiswahili is here with us. And if we are familiar with the East Africa Agenda 2050, that promises that productivity and the social well-being of its people being portrayed in the future of East Africa, rising the personal prosperity in cohesive societies, we know that the vehicle of achieving that will be the Kiswahili language. Needless to mention is Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want. We know some of those dreams of Mwalimu Kambarage Julius Nyerere that he dreamt of Umoja wa Afrika, the Africa we want, the one Africa, we only can get there through the language of Kiswahili. So that's why Kiswahili matters and it is important for us. Next. So therein, I cover some of the things we're going to look at next. Fantastic. So about that, the practical use of Kiswahili, I've mentioned some of those things already. But you realize that Kiswahili is a language that's already being actively used when you go to the common markets downtown. How are people trading? How are people being able to connect? They're connecting because of the language of Kiswahili. So kwa hivyo, Kiswahili is going to bring us these things: regional integration, diplomatic engagements, citizen engagements, and cross-border business. We're going to realize that how? Because it brings us communication. It brings us unity. It brings us or fosters peace. It brings us muungano au ushirikiano wa kikanda, which is the integration that we're talking about. So all those are benefits where Kiswahili and the promotion of it is going to practically help us. Let's go to the next thing. I want to emphasize that. So why is this important? And I want to emphasize that we use instructional materials from even the Department of African Languages at Makerere. The target has been to make Kiswahili a community language, Kiswahili outside the class. So I have some materials I've carried with me here, and I'll be guiding you about how we use them. One of our members is an expert in developing them, and you see how actually beautiful it is using them. So I've carried some of these. These are just, disposed of boxes, but we can use them. We want to make Kiswahili touchable, relatable, so that we can create learning experiences, that anyone, anytime can get attracted to save us the rote memorization, the tough academic experiences, the grammatic rules and principles, to make it a fun language. If we are not having fun, then we are not learning. According to Dr. Krashen, who over 50 years ago developed theories about learning languages, he emphasizes that language is acquired, and that means it's a skill. Communication is a skill the same way we learn riding a bike. The more we speak, after reading, listening, and understanding, the more we get to learn. So these are some of the things. This is mawasiliano, which I have said is communication. Can we have another word? Amani in Kiswahili means what in English? Peace. Very good. You're a very amazing student. Let's continue. Uzalendo. What does uzalendo mean in English? Patriotism. Fantastic. So that is what we are here to do, to create experiences where Swahili is fun learning. And then, because there's power in the language. So next. So this is how our program will be. Very fast, really. It will have different levels. And when we are ready to start, we shall do some assessment of who is where, so we can be able to support effectively. So beginners level, for those who have never interacted with Swahili, we begin with herufi za alfabeti, letters of alphabet. For example, nitamsumbua huyu. So these are letters of alphabet, but we are encouraging it, even the way it's going to be taught in primary. These are some of the materials that could be used to make it fun, a learning experience. So these are letters. This is letter. In English, we read it as A. In Swahili, we read it as A. Tuko pamoja? Yes. So tuko na ba. The other letter, give us another letter. Can we try to read that one? Ma, asante. Hiyo. Is someone saying si? Cha. Thank you. We add an H in front of it. Ka. Good, good. Thank you. The next one is? Thank you. So, that is how we want to make the learning experience fantastic. So, what we have said is when they have vowels along with the consonants, of which those are syllabic sounds. But we shall look at even how we can first learn the letters and their sounds. Let's go to the next one. Next one. Okay, so we want to change the approach to learning languages. Forget your teacher who you mentioned the word wrongly in the public because you didn't pronounce it well and they frowned at you and they scolded you. Even our children in school. Language should be in an environment that is safe, that is free, that is relaxed. It must be fun. If we are not having fun, we are not learning. Nobody is interested in the rules and the principles, and you realize when you have to communicate, regardless of how many rules and principles you know, you won't be able to communicate. Some of us, even if you got a test 90% in class, you realize yourself freezing when you have to speak to someone conversing in Swahili. So it's a skill, it's communication. Last I checked, nobody ever learned a language fluently by cramming the grammatical principles and rules, but they did by reading and listening and comprehending. And when we do that, which is comprehension, you are better off to be able to speak and write what you understand. So if we are not having fun, if we are not enjoying, we are not learning. And that is our purpose. We have songs, we have games, we have materials like this, and actually we are working on developing or establishing a Kiswahili learning center. That people can come in and touch things and feel the Swahili, you know? So we want to make it fun, interactive, like what we are just doing. We will do a little more in a short while. We want to make it very, very practical. And it's not going to be just formal and academic. We want to make it competence-based, things that apply to you in your context as honorable members of the parliament, in your conferences, in your summits, in your regional engagements, such that it is touchable, you know? So, next. That one we shall do it at the end. Thank you. Let's go to the next. Okay. So next is phonemic sounds. In Swahili, what we call vowels in English, in Swahili we call them vocali. Can you say with me? Vocali. Vocali. In English you have A, E, O, U. In Swahili we say, can you say with me? A, E, O, U. That is how they are sounded. And one of the slides before that can show you how they appear. You see that? Before, okay. So that's how they are sounded. And we can see words that can be formed. We begin from known to unknown. Very simple words. We all know Baba, not so? Baba is a father. So this is just syllables, 2 syllables put together, and then you have a word using the different vowels. So we have Baba. Great. So these are others we can read together. Can we try to read those together? 3, 2, let's go. Mama. Mtoto, baba, bata, salama, hapa.
Rafiki.
Tell the person seated next to you that you are Rafiki or Rafiki yangu. Thank you. Thank you. So Swahili is it is as simple as that to learn. Those are small reading tips that you can follow when you're pronouncing, because with language, pronunciation is key. Let's go towards the end. I thought I can give you a simple activity. How about that? Or else it can be a take home. So, Could you, so that is letter K. The sound is K. Yes. When we put a vowel, we get a syllable. Ka, ke, ki, ko, ku. So we have words kaka. But I want to suggest to you that in your free time, during the break time, you can write 4 words that begin with any of those syllables. If we had time, we would do it here. Let me wind up. So, as we close, I made this one for you. I said one of our objectives was that by the end of the session, you've learned something in Swahili, a word, phrases, and some of these that you commonly use. So when you meet someone and you want to initiate a conversation, I want to help you fill in the gaps there. Can you turn to the person next to you and you fill in their name, okay? Habari. Now, this is mchana. Don't say habari asubuhi. Asubuhi is in the morning. Habari ya mchana. Jina langu ni Mheshimiwa Naibu Speaker Thomas Tayebwa. Mimi ni waziri wa afya. The Minister of Health. Yes, afya is health. Au Tanzanians likes to say mkuu wa wizara, the head of a ministry. Karibuni sana. Karibu is for one person. Karibuni is for many. So karibuni sana means you are all welcome. Uganda ni inchi nzuri. Asante if it's one. Asanteni if there are many. And that is how we can learn Swahili. Swahili is an amazing language. As I conclude, very briefly, anyone, anywhere, anytime can be able to learn Kiswahili. What it takes is the interest. If you are interested, you are able to learn Swahili. With what we've talked about, I love to suggest that there are many ways in which we can promote the learning of Swahili. We already have it being effected in the schools. But for us here, like we know that the leaders play a big role in the promotion of any successful agenda. We are talking about having us learn Kiswahili. And by the end of this session, we'll ask those who are ready and interested to actually even register, and they can start their own sessions even as we work towards having the whole house. Promoting the language in the community, in corporate institutions, in government institutions, in schools, and ministries and other places is one way of promoting the language. And that's what we have been doing over 12 years. Take an example. Imagine the speaker, anapokuja bungeni, before you start, he greets in English and welcomes you in English and moves the motion that you stand and sing the two anthems, the East African anthem and the national anthem in Kiswahili. Let me give you a sample. Let me give you a sample of how that would go. Karibuni wabunge, habari asubuhi, naomba tusimame tuimbe nyimbo mbili, wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na wimbo wa taifa. And then you stand, and then after singing, anaomba kukaa, he requests you to sit, na anasema nawashukuru sana. And the house continues in English. That is one, I think, very close by simple strategy of promoting the language. The people around the country, the people who are learning the language in institutions, the people in the community, when they see it being used in the house, they will go, this is the thing. Our leaders are doing it. So we are available to teach. Currently we run physical classes, but we have done all online, on air, and physical meetings. And I love the part of technology. We also leverage on technology, and we'll be using that to be able to teach here. I want to bring this to a close. I've shown you the materials and say that we are around. But before I finish that, I would love us to kuchangamka kidogo. Kidogo tu. There's a common song that I think each one of you knows. It goes, Jambo, Jambo Bwana, habari. Can we sing that together? 3, 2, 1, go. Jambo, Jambo Bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Aha. Wageni. Wakaribishwa. Kenya yetu. Hakuna matata. So sisi tunasema Uganda yetu. Pause the song. I think the honorable members want to sing by themselves. And where there's Kenya, we put Uganda yetu. Sindio? Uganda yetu ni inchi nzuri. Uganda yetu ni inchi ya kupendeza. Aha. Inchi ya maajabu. Let us sing this one together. 3, 2, 1, go. Jambo. Aha. Aha. Nzuri sana. Wageni. Uganda inchi yetu hakuna matata. Can we say that again?
Hakuna matata.
One more time. Uganda inchi yetu
Hakuna matata.
Uganda maajabu.
Hakuna matata.
Uganda inchi nzuri.
Hakuna matata.
Fantastic. Jipigeni makofi, nawashukuru sana. Thank you. A song will play, or at least if we have an opportunity, a QR code will be put on the screen. Those who are ready and want to ask more questions or to register, we are ready to continue this conversation. And me and my team will be around to answer or give clarity about any questions. Once again, shukran sana. Barikiweni sana. Some gifts. Yeah. So, as any teacher, the reward system is very important. Kwa hivyo nataka kuwapa zawadi. I want to give out some gifts. So give, thank you. One is taken by Honorable Barasso. Okay, there are 3, 4. Okay. So they are 2, 4. Okay, I will give those who put up their hands first, beginning with the speaker. He's one of those people who put up, and then I'll bring some this side. Moja kwa. This is what happens in class. When you say there are gifts, everybody wants.
Gifts are for ladies. Gifts are for ladies.
A round of applause once again to Martin. That is not good enough for Martin. A round of applause. Thank you very much. You know Swahili? Very interesting language. Born in Zanzibar, raised in Tanzania, got started in Uganda, and now we are building it for East Africa integration. Thank you very much for the teaching. And now, we're going to go to our next presenter. I'll request honorable colleagues that if you have any question, you write it down. We get the next presenter, then they will respond at the same time after they have both presented. Our next presenter is none other than Alan Kasuja, Executive Director, Media Center. Alan Kasuja is one of Uganda's most accomplished broadcast journalists and media leaders with over 30 years of experience in journalism, broadcasting, and strategic communication. He began his career during Uganda's FM radio revolution in 1990s, building a strong reputation at Sanyu FM and Capital FM Uganda, where he co-hosted the popular Big Breakfast Show. In 2012, he joined the BBC World Service, serving for 13 years as a lead presenter of the flagship global news program, Newsday, and host of the Africa Daily podcast. reaching millions of listeners worldwide. He also co-moderated Uganda's first televised presidential debate in 2016 and presented the political talk show, The Fourth Estate. Appointed Executive Director of Uganda Media Center in 2025, Kasuja now leads government communication, media relations, and public engagement. His career reflects excellence in journalism, credible public communication, and informed national dialogue. When we were studying mass communication, they used to tell us 4 W's and H. And he's the first to put it in one line, and the press release is done for the world consumption. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Alan Kasuja to take us through the next presentation. Let's receive him with an applause. Thank you very much. You're welcome, my brother.
Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Spika, Naibu Spika wa Bunge la Uganda, la Jamhuri ya Uganda, waheshimiwa mawaziri, waheshimiwa wabunge, kwanza kabisa ningependa kuomba radhi kwa sababu Kiswahili changu ni kidogo sana, na kwa hivyo labda utanisaidia kukiimarisha. Na ningependa sana kukualika kwenye kituo chetu Uganda Media Center, penye tuna dawati la Kiswahili, ili utusaidie kuimarisha mawasiliano kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Asante sana. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I see the Chief Whip here and I see honorable ministers here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I had a presentation which I'm not going to pay too much attention to, but as the media center, we see communication of government or communication as a national security issue. We are not involved in public relations. We are not involved in marketing. We are involved in nation building. We are involved in making sure that Ugandans understand and love their country. So for us, this is a very important issue. If you say the wrong thing at the wrong time, you can cause problems for the country. So again, if you don't show young people where the opportunities that they're looking for lie, you're going to cause problems. And I will not try to lecture honorable members of parliament about patriotism, because I actually believe that you're all patriots. You might have differences in interpretation, you might have different perspectives, but you all want the best for Uganda. And so I will not go into details of that. All I'd like to say is, once I went to see the late Seya, the Honorable Sebagala, and we had a conversation, and during that conversation I asked him whether Uganda was ready for CHOGM. At the time, he was the mayor of Kampala, and Uganda was getting ready to host the Commonwealth heads of government. And he told me, you know, this is the only country that we have. You know, Uganda yeyafe, Kampala yeyafe. And he said that our home is our home regardless of what it looks like. Even if it's a kasisira, even if it's a hut, it is the home we have. So it is very, very important that we do the best to ensure that we represent our home in the best way we can. Nobody benefits from running Uganda to the ground. The biggest challenge that we face as communicators on government issues is, unfortunately, the biggest saboteurs are actually Ugandans. And the opinions of this country that people have, by and large, are shaped by our leaders. They are shaped by our parliamentarians. Right, honorable members of parliament, I submit to you that you can actually have political differences, but unite around Uganda. You can disagree without embarrassing our country. On many occasions, we've had situations, especially when I was working at the BBC, where a politician brings local issues, the issues of their constituency, the rivalries between politicians, the differences in their political interpretation, ideological positions, and they bring them to the international media. And what that does, it causes problems for the country. And the key question that we ought to be asking ourselves is, are we serving Uganda or are we being served by Uganda? And I know you have the answer to that question. We see patriotism as not a slogan, but a commitment that we abide to on a daily basis. Our personal differences, partisan interests must, in my view, be or must submit to the national good. True patriots stand firm during adversity. They fought for independence and advocate for human rights. And this is something that we've seen very often, where people have rallied beyond their partisan positions and decided that there are certain things that we all disagree on, regardless of where we stand politically. And this is true, and this is right. We also say and encourage healthy debate and diverse opinions, because those are not threats, they're essential ingredients for national growth. That the internal contradictions we have as a country are what sharpen us and are what make us great. We all benefit when we put Uganda first. When our leaders put Uganda first, we all benefit. One of the biggest benefits, of course, being national unity. That is not something I need to dwell on, because I'm confident that you know what that means. You know, when you put Uganda's interests beyond party interests, we end up with that shared purpose, and that reduces all the problems that might result from ethnic and regional divisions. Public trust, when it comes to transparency, principled leadership, strengthens trust in Parliament and also promotes social cohesion. And patriotic legislators champion long-term investment in education, in healthcare, and in infrastructure, the things that we all benefit from. And what we are also saying is that patriotism demands more than words, personal sacrifice. Legislators may face political backlash for decisions that benefit the nation but are unpopular with certain groups. We know this has happened quite a number of times, and I'm sure you know colleagues who have lost their seats because of the principled positions that they took. Patriots also fight temptation to prioritize personal or party gains, and they remain persistent to challenge public service and integrity. And this is something that we shall help you with at the Media Center. We shall champion the integrity, we shall champion the gains, and we shall make sure that public service actually reaches the people that it ought to reach. So we are saying to you that if you need support in that respect, if you're doing something in your constituency that you think ought to be highlighted, contact us at the Media Center. We shall make sure that it gets the necessary visibility. If there's anything that we can do to support your pursuit for public service improvement, we are here to help you support that. And also, one of the biggest challenges is that patriotic language is sometimes weaponized to silence dissent or justify policies that do not necessarily include everybody, but let's be careful about the application of patriotism. Differences in our political positions do not necessarily mean that people are not patriots. And I'm sure that you will, over time, realize that it helps to build bridges than to create rifts. Now, as you can see from my presentation, one of the things that we argue is that patriotism seeks the common good for all citizens. It defends the rights regardless of agreement. It welcomes healthy, open debate, and it builds bridges across divisions. One of the things that ends up happening when you end up locking yourself into your little cocoons is you end up demanding loyalty at other people's expenses, especially if you're talking about nationalism. If you decide to regionalize your politics, If you start speaking as a Muganda and not a Ugandan, a Musoga and not a Ugandan, what you end up with is, you promote exclusion, you promote division, and a lot of these things are things that you know that I'll not bore you with too much detail on. But the one thing that I want to really encourage you as members of parliament to do is to spend some money ensuring that you're communicating effectively. Your communication as an MP is yours. As a member of parliament, take it upon yourself to own your narrative. One of the biggest advantages right now that we have is that on your platforms that you own and control. What that does for you is that it allows you to own your narrative so that nobody else is coming to tell your story. One of the things that we encourage you to do, however, is to focus on the development issues that unite us all as Ugandans. And we at the Media Center are willing to support you in that effort. If you find someone that you think you'd like to train to be your storyteller, to be your communication officer, bring them to us. We have the skills, we have the experience to help them get better. If you want us to talk about PDM and what it's doing in your constituencies, bring us on board. We shall help you with that. Because the one thing that we want to do as the Media Center is ensure that issues that unite us as a country, issues of development, the things that President Museveni has consistently pushed for, are highlighted. So come to us and we shall support you as the Media Center. We exist as your allies and we shall make sure that you come across well. Your people are yearning to understand your role in their lives, and you speaking or communicating in a manner that you have control over will help you achieve that. We genuinely believe that your actions will be remembered, not because, especially your national actions will be remembered, not your partisan actions, not the things you did for your party, but the things you did for your country are more likely to stand much longer. Benedicto Chiwanuka is remembered for his unwavering commitment to justice and rule of law. He was in DP, but nobody remembers that necessarily. We remember his actions as they touched the nation. The Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, her advocacy for gender equality and education has opened doors for women across the economy and across the country. And she deserves a round of applause for that. Here again is another example of someone working for Uganda and not for necessarily for their party. Parliament has played an important role, and we pay tribute to you for this in Vision 2040, and it demonstrates patriotism, and it has long-term benefits for the entire country. So whether you're in NRM, NUP, or any of the other parties, the one thing that I'm confident about is that you'd like to see your people prosper. Now that we are heading towards trying to ensure a significant growth in this economy, we are encouraging you to continue on that line, because people will remember you for the services you brought to them, for the great things, for how you improved their lives, more than the partisan lines that you took. I'm going to end my submission here because I would rather respond to your questions than getting engaged in a monologue, which does not necessarily answer your questions. But I want again to make sure that I can't leave this stage without encouraging you to support us as a media center. We are trying to improve things. I'd like to pay tribute to the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, who we see as one of our strongest allies, and we see the Honorable Tana there, who has offered to support us. We have seen the Honorable Balam over there, who is going to support us as well. And we'd like to recruit all of you into this effort, because we believe that one government should have one voice. We believe in defending this country, and we believe in speaking for it, because if we do a good job, we all benefit from it. So thank you very much. That ends my submission, and I'll be happy to take on all your questions, if you have any for me. Thank you very much.
It's the current modern engine to political career growth. It makes you, but it can also bury you as far as the deepest point. So I request for your attention as Madam Gidudu takes us through, and then we note all our concerns, questions. After our submission, we'll put them forward for these presenters to take us through the responses. Thank you very much. I'll take this honor to invite you to come and discuss the highlighted topic, Parliament and the media, how to utilize and engage with the media. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Right Honourable Speaker, ministers present and members of Parliament, I am going to make a very brief presentation on how to utilize the media. This is a presentation that has been organized by the Department of Communication and Public Affairs. Media and politics, I hope my slides are up. No, they are not. Media and politics have had a long, inseparable relationship. Sometimes this relationship has been difficult. There's been conflict in this relationship, but there are many points of convergence, as the presenter has said. And these points lead us to growth in democracy and good governance. So it goes without saying that because of these points of convergence, we need to learn how to engage the media constructively. In the case of the Parliament of Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda is one of the biggest sources of news in Uganda. We know that there are many talk shows that happen in Uganda, and members of Parliament will always be invited to these talk shows. So therefore, there is a strong need for us as Parliament and members of Parliament to effectively utilize the media to enhance not only your individual image, but even that of Parliament as a whole. So I will just briefly tell you about Parliament and the media. Parliament of Uganda operates an open door media policy. And I want to repeat that we operate an open door media policy. We have over 200 accredited journalists under the Uganda Media Parliamentary Press Association. That is their umbrella body. And they operate within Parliament. So every year, the Department of Communication and Public Affairs accredits these journalists because as an institution, we believe that a strong media presence increases the visibility of individual members of Parliament, but also the institution of Parliament, and is helpful in your constituency agendas. So we want to briefly, as a department, just give you some key principles. They are very basic, but they are key principles that may help you in your engagement with the media, because with the abundant press that we have at Parliament, it's important that we all understand the best way to use the press to further our agenda as Parliament and as individual members of Parliament. Because, as one of the speakers said, the media can set your political career on a high trajectory, but in just a short instance, they can also down your career and you're finished, basically. So it's important to be well coached and to structure our engagement with the media broadly. And I'll just go through very few principles. As I said, they're basic, but they can be helpful in engaging the media. One, simple. Do not grant interviews on topics you do not understand. preparation and preparation is important, and it's essential for your credibility. Lack of preparation, being evasive, sounding vague in front of the camera will diminish your credibility. So if you're approached by a media person for a comment or for an interview, if you feel that you are not prepared, it is well within your right to say, no, not this time. It's acceptable to decline an interview. Second principle that we want to highlight is build a recognizable media identity. We've seen this work previously. There are members of parliament who have chosen a cause and an idea, and they have become experts in that area. We've seen experts on local government, on defense, on many areas, and the media will gravitate towards you in that area for a comment because they know you are an expert, you know this area. So being a jack of all trades is tempting, but being consistent in an area sometimes, many times, actually all the time, will build your reputation. We've seen this happen in many parliaments. Number 3, prepare for media appearances. That speaks to the first point that I mentioned, preparation. When you're invited to a talk show, research your topic thoroughly. You're lucky that there are over 500 members of parliament here from various professions. So there's a large pool of people who are professional in their fields. Talk to them, talk to your colleagues before you go out for a talk show. And try to get those points that people are missing in the talk show and just highlight those points. You will be a darling of the media and you'll be able to leverage that media presence and do very well in the media. Understand your audience and fellow panelists. We've seen sometimes members of parliament who have been, I would say, embarrassed by fellow panelists. So it's important when you go for a talk show, just understand who your audience is and who the panelists are. And just understand the talk show very well. Develop clear positions and rehearse your message. It's important. It may seem simple, but it's important to rehearse your message because then you will project an image of, I know what I am saying, I know what I am doing. Because after a well-prepared media appearance, you will look back with pride and know that whoever will interact with that content, because as it has been said many times, the internet does not forget. So when people go back to your content, you will look back with pride if you prepared well, if you rehearsed well, and you will look back with pride at your content. Number 4, value all media platforms. I know it's, we many times want to go to the big media platforms, but we know of people who have started, even with Vimeza, even with small media, as long as they are credible and they have built their rapport slowly. So that is where the big media houses have even got them. So if you are approached by someone who is credible, even if they are from a small media house, please do not ignore them. Sometimes that's where growth starts. And in the online era, there's a lot of credible online platforms from which you can build your media presence. Because as the moderator said, media is very important in your field as a member of parliament. Number 5, develop your online presence. This is important because we are in a digital era. We are in a very big digital area. Establish professional social media profiles, have professionals set up for you, your media and social profile, from which media houses will pick interest. What do I mean here? Many media houses will go to online and they will see who has said what over social media. And they'll pick interest, and then you'll have a flurry of them coming to you for comments, for interviews. So social media is very important. Establishes a clear communication strategy. We have very many professional staff who can help you. I have staff from CPA with me behind there. I have staff from ICT. They can help you, support you where necessary to build your media presence. Because as was said by one presenter, the Parliament of Uganda has one of the best, if not the best, website in Uganda, I mean in Africa. So we are there, we are experts ready to help you to build your social media presence. 6, protect Parliament's image. I think this should have even been the first, because as members of Parliament, as people within Parliament, we are all custodians of Parliament's image. Whatever we do out there, the media is watching, and we are reflecting what the institution is. So please, you are a custodian of Parliament's image. When faced with a PR challenge, sometimes, like recently, we've had PR challenges. Don't just go and comment in the media. Verify your facts from the relevant offices and the relevant persons. Here I want to say that the chief spokesperson of the institution definitely is the head of the institution, the Speaker of Parliament. So the clerk to Parliament, as the chief administrative officer, is also responsible for the communication docket, and he further delegates it to the director, Communication and Public Affairs. Those are just some of the offices you can go to and ask for verification if you're not sure about certain facts. Do not shoot yourself in the foot. Please support institutional credibility through responsible communication. Next slide, please. Be ethical and professional. Maintain professionalism always, even during disagreements, because we shall reach a point where we shall disagree even live on air. We need to know who the member of Parliament is and who maybe the other person is. So in your disagreements, even live on air, be professional, because your personal conduct shapes the public's perception about you. You cannot be seen to be the one shouting, making embarrassing and uncharitable remarks in the press, because this eventually will come to bite you. It will destroy your reputation and your media image. And when you need the media, as you're going after 5 years, they will bring back these things, and they will say, but this person is very uncharitable, this person is very rude, and it will destroy your public image. Lastly and finally, I said I would be very brief, build good working relationships with journalists. The Fourth Estate is here to help us as an institution. As an institution, my department is responsible for the image of Parliament and the understanding of Parliament, building the image and understanding. And we cannot do that without the Fourth Estate. They are very important people. Where we cannot be, they will be. And they are very important to us. So please cultivate. I know this is a sticky point sometimes. Where does the professionalism end and where does it start with a journalist? But as long as you are professional, positive relationships will be valuable to you during challenging times. I cannot emphasize that enough, because the media can decide to give you a blackout when you need them to give you a good story, so to say. So if you're friends with them, if you have a good relationship with them, if you do not just ignore them, they'll find their story elsewhere. They may ask you for a comment. Day one, you're so aloof, you're so rude. Day two, day three, they'll go to the next person because they have a pool of over 500 members to choose from. They will go to the next person and you will not have any media coverage, so to say. In conclusion, I want to say it is important to note that effective media engagement is not just about us, but also about the institution. And as a Department of Communication and Public Affairs, through the institution, we offer structured conferences that can be coordinated. We also have communication professionals that can be helpful to you in case you need any communication needs, especially social media I've talked about, and any other communication needs. We are willing to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Grace. I request that we give her another round of applause. Thank you. Media is indeed very sensitive, and I really want to ask of you, there are a few things that make us look very bad, but sometimes we don't mind them. You start yawning, and the cameras are all over in Parliament. So what comes out is you yawning until when they see the last point. Then nose peeking. Someone goes in his nose the whole session and the cameras are on them. And that's what comes out. Then we used to have, I don't know, I had the deputy speaker recently saying that food that they used to serve in committees is likely to stop. But if it's still there, someone serves a heap. And I'm not saying, I'm not tampering with your appetite, but I'm saying pick one by one slowly. Every time they capture one, but you are picking slowly. When they capture heap, it is what goes in the media and it's what makes news. And because we are all members of Parliament and it's a fraternity, they say, but you people, it is one who has picked 5 zombies, but it has become a parliamentary issue that there are very small etiquette issues that come out very negatively and make a bad implication on the whole institution of Parliament. Chewing, someone comes in with their things, they start chewing card, and that's what actually they highlight on some TVs, and it becomes a negative issue on the side of Parliament, but on your side as a member of Parliament. It's a lot. I'm not going through that because time is not on our side. Allow me now to go into responses. We had 3 presenters, and the issues are not many. I'll request that we use 2 minutes, possibly, to respond, and then from there, we're going to do a marathon drive. We shall invite another set of presenters so that we wind up this session at once, and we go for lunch at once. Thank you very much. I'll start with Martin in that order. 2 minutes from Martin to Alan, then to Grace, if there are any issues. If there are none, we shall proceed. Thank you very much.
Great, great, great. So thank you, honorable members, for this means that this conversation has sparked something in your minds, and I really, really appreciate we've been at this. Anasema Honorable Musa Noah. He says, Mwalimu Martin, what is the fees and chargeable for the classes? So, for starters, the classes are being organized by Bunge la 12 through Kalani wa Bunge, na tumshukuru sana Kalani wetu Honorable Adolf Mwesige, tunakushukuru sana. So that is for the group. Na namshukuru sana kwani ni mwanafunzi wangu na ni mzuri sana. Umefanya vizuri. So away from that, those that want private classes, there are different packages. And after assessing, then they are customized to your schedule, and then we work through that. Thank you. Let me do that real quick. From an economic perspective, I think there is an opportunity for fast growth when people speak the same language. And that can be in business and very many other perspectives. Someone asks what we lose as a country when we fail to mainstream or institutionalize the language. For a long time, Kiswahili is our national language. As early as the 80s, wauza bidhaa, watu wa biashara kutoka Luwero, people from Luwero would go to sell pineapples in Nairobi, and they would be cheated because they don't know Swahili. So we're long overdue, I think, when we have language as a uniting tool, it fosters business, moreover, cross borders, and that makes the economic growth and transformation we're talking about in the Agenda 2050 and the Agenda 2063 very easily possible. Fast forward, what challenges have affected Swahili as a national language? There are very many things, and this is one of the things I want to emphasize. Actually, one of our missions in the promotion of Swahili is what the young people call PR. We want to give Swahili the good PR it deserves. It's no longer the times of pandagari, toa viatu. So when someone speaks Swahili in the compound of their grandmother, they say, don't say that language here. No, Kiswahili is a beautiful language. It's a relational language. It's a business language. It is fun speaking and learning. Naona rafiki yangu pale anaamini kuwa Swahili ni lugha nzuri kabisa. So for registration, a QR code is going to be posted on the screen, but also papers are being printed that can be passed around. You can just scan. And you'll be able to register. Because we're talking about ICT in the 12th Parliament, and we are definitely in support of that. So that's happening. And finally, very close, we have registered for the program. Can we know whether in your program you intend to work with the clerk for online lessons? Fantastic. We're going to do this. It's going to be hybrid because we are going into the tech world. But also for more information and inquiries about Ujamaa Foundation and the promotion of Swahili that we are doing in partnership with Mwalimu Consults and the Kiswahili Promoters Forum, here are some numbers I can just share, if that's okay, that you can call personally for some inquiries. Is that okay? Ni sawa? Asanteni. So one is Alex Boji, team leader Ujamaa Foundation. So the number is 7070. If you want to write somewhere, 070-920-786. I'll read it like Alan read me his personal number. 0770-792-0 786. The other number is Rogers, 0773-459-431. And finally, mine, Mwalimu, 0783-71-1743. 0783-71-1743. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Martin. I have now confirmed that Uganda, we are one people. Because I thought clapping and lack of it is an issue of my area. In my area, even if you jump in space, they will not clap. They are very mean with clapping. And now I find you still very mean with clapping, even when people have kindly request that we clap. Thank you very much. Alan, and from there, then we'll go to Grace. And then we'll be diving into the other session. And I will still take you a marathon in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable members. The first question from Brigadier General Rashande. There are three arms of government. He goes through them, the executive, judiciary, and legislature. And they all use media, and media plays a big role in the world today. The question is, do you see the media being the fourth arm of government in the future. I say it is the fourth arm of government right now. We are indeed, by and large, a very essential part of ensuring accountability, of ensuring that the messages get to where they're supposed to. It is really important that you, our leaders, understand this. If we do not communicate properly, it is a complete waste of resources and time. And it also presents a national security threat. That is just the way it is. And that is how we are taking communication, and that's why we are very serious about it. So, General, the media is the fourth arm of government. That's why it's called the fourth estate. And in an era where strategic communication shapes national priorities, how can a these are handwritten questions, so bear with me. Some people write with both hands, so it's difficult. Our media center team moved beyond merely publicizing an MP's activities to building a powerful advocacy campaign that compels government to act on long-neglected humanitarian crises such as nodding syndrome in Kitgum. And I think this question is very important. This is why I was encouraging people to build their own media teams. I know you have a lot of support from the CPA, but also it's important for you to tell the stories that you think are neglected. Where is your personal agency as a leader? If you feel like there is a category or there is a section in your constituency that does not get the attention it deserves, I think you can take it upon yourself to publicize that. And you reference nodding disease in Kitgum. The former Minister of Health is here. I'm not sure what she'd say to that. But I would also be very interested in finding out what government is doing about that. Because part of the problem might also be the fact that a lot of important work in that regard is being done, but just nobody knows about it. So communication again. It works for the government and it works for everybody else. For an anti-corruption campaign to succeed, the public must trust that the law applies equally to everyone. Right now, there is a growing public perception that enforcement heavily targets individuals with low influence, while politically connected figures face minimum scrutiny. What concrete measures can you share to prove to citizens that proximity to power does not, hey, this one wants me fired, does not equate to immunity? Well, I think this question speaks for itself. We need to be a little bit more, again, it goes back to how we are communicating. Is it really true, for example, that corruption happens at the top echelons? Or is it happening at with the lower cadres, for example, in the civil service? Where is corruption happening? And when they say that they're targeting low-profile individuals, is that necessarily true? Is it the minister? Is it the permanent secretary? Is it the commissioners who is helping themselves to these resources? This is really down to a communication issue, because a lot of people will tell you that it's not necessarily the people at the top that are doing all the pilfering. It's the people at the bottom. But also, there is a point to be made that people want to see that justice is being served equally and across the board. I will not go beyond that. I think this statement speaks for itself. A lot of work needs to be done to communicate what is actually happening in fighting corruption. It goes back to communication and telling the public what is actually happening, so that the public's confidence grows, that it's not just people who are at the bottom that are being targeted, but that justice is being seen to be done across the board. I don't have too many more questions left. I shall rush through this one. As you champion integrity, patriotism, of recent we have realized how the media prefers airing out only the most negative, and in most cases, they are the headlines. Where's patriotism in the media? Again, this point boils back to the government's inability to communicate. The government of Uganda has been utterly useless at communicating. It has not done a good job whatsoever. And this is not new. It is something that we are breaking right now and we are pushing back against. there is a need for communication, for the communication function of government to be strengthened so that people see the positive things that are happening in the country. You do not rely on other people to tell your story for you. Because if you allow for a vacuum to exist, then someone else will take that space and use it as they please. So we encourage you to use the media center. If you're a minister and you have a policy statement, we shall offer you strategic advice on how to best communicate it. Come to the media center and we shall facilitate the communication to make sure that it lands. But also when you see the media center struggling, when I took over the media center, we didn't have even one camera. As the government's communication hub, we did not even have one camera. It took me begging my friends and walking around and asking for support. And now we have the capacity. We are turning it into a production house. So we shall be producing content for the government to make sure that things that are working in Uganda are highlighted and they are celebrated. And I encourage you to support us, because if we do our job right, people will see Uganda for the beautiful country it is, and one that gives everybody an opportunity to thrive. Several activities unsure of what next. For example, the Rwenzori Marathon, an economic boost for the entire country. What is the government's position and status of Ebola? And several stakeholders planned earlier. The former minister, the right honorable chief whip right now, will tell you that we as the media center were opposed to saying that there was an outbreak of Ebola in this country, because at a strategic level we understood what the consequences would be. But then again, we go back and you read the International Health Regulations, 2005, Annex 2, it says that even one case of Ebola is an outbreak. But we decided to leave out the technical language. I personally took the decision to say that outbreak is too technical and people will misunderstand it and potentially misuse it. What we have is a case of Ebola that was imported. So we were sticking to the facts. What we have now, for example, and this is what we are pushing, is 3 cases, 3 Ebola patients in Uganda. We are taking the precautions as we should, but there are only 3 Ebola cases in Uganda. People have been discharged. People have been sent back home. And we are weaving the narrative around that, because we have seen the consequences of talking too much about some of these situations. There have been dire consequences. As a friend of mine was telling me that as of a few days ago, they had to refund almost $300,000 to clients because of cancellations. The tourism sector has lost an entire season because people think that there is Ebola in Uganda. But there are only 3 cases of Ebola. That's why you must strengthen the communication function of Uganda's government. When they tried to lump us with Congo, we fought back, we pushed back, and that fight worked. When they tried to say that, and there is nobody, for us, we don't care who you are. If you're coming after Uganda, you're coming after us, and we shall take you on. We have the capacity to do that. We know what to do in order to take you on. We take our job very seriously. So we are making it incredibly dangerous for people to malign the image of this country. We have no apologies for that. And we shall do that job, and we shall do it thoroughly and comprehensively. So what we are saying is, let us be the defenders of our narrative. Support the media center so that we all look good. If there is a crisis, we shall manage it in a manner that does not affect the country's image and affect the country's productivity. Parliament's image, we are offering ourselves to support this effort, and I would like to say that we have been encouraged very much by the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, and we are happy to work with CPA to make sure that the image of this Parliament is defended. There are very many people, majority of Parliament is made up of patriots who want to do the right thing for this country, and that's why they offer themselves and offer resources and put themselves through a lot of difficulty in order to serve. So we believe that this is going to be different. This Parliament is going to be completely different, and we shall do whatever we can to help with the image of this Parliament. And we believe, Right Honourable, if it pleases you, that we should discuss a potential strategic relationship or partnership that would allow for it to happen. We shall defend you in Uganda, we shall defend you regionally, and we shall defend you globally.
Clarification through you, Chairperson. Critical here. Honorable Fungaro Caps Hassan.
Yes, sir.
The relationship between the state, the government, and the political parties at the media center. This is where the question is going. Is the media center for the state of Uganda, for the government of Uganda, or for the NRM party? If it is for the government, we have a multi-party system of government here in Parliament, where we have the leader with the opposition, with the SADC cabinet, where I am the SADC minister of security. And I provide checks and balances and alternative policies when the Minister of Security goes wrong. Am I allowed to go and address the nation as a patriot from the opposition and the media center? Thank you very much.
You know, at a strategic level, I argue the media center serves Uganda. Every political party has its own spokesmanship, and they're usually very efficient at what they do. Are you allowed to come to the media center and issue statements of national importance? Absolutely. And we shall offer you strategic guidance on how to do that. If you want to do so, come. Let's discuss it. Our only requirement is that it must serve the interest of Uganda. With respect, sir, we shall not allow people who come to sow division at the media center, because we are about Uganda, we are about promoting unity, we are about championing our collective interests, sir. So you're more than welcome. I'm available, and I shall publicize my number right now. It is 0782 711 111. 0782 711 111. It's a number you can remember offhand. If you have any problem, come and talk to us. We shall support you. And also, individually, if you feel like something is going to go out of hand that might cause you reputational problems, and you want to discuss it confidentially, please reach out to us and we shall support you as well.
Honorable colleagues, the Right Honorable Speaker had warned us about jumping on the microphone before you attract the Speaker's eye. Now here you have to attract the chairperson's eye first. I hope no one else does it. You can continue.
Thank you very much, sir. What's your take on politicians who paint a bad picture of our country, Uganda, for political expediency? What's my take? We shall defend Uganda unapologetically. I really need people to understand this. I don't know how to say this politely, but we are very serious about the work of defending this country. And as we build the image of this country, we shall not allow anybody to destroy it. And I say this with utmost respect, knowing well that a lot of politicians and leaders try their best to paint the best picture of this country. Yeah, and I've also, this one was asking for a number for focal points. Please, as senior leaders in this country, I'm your executive director, please reach out to me, and I shall direct you accordingly to the people who you need to speak to, if so. But as a senior leader, you have my number, please reach out to me, and I shall be happy to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. Now I'll request Madam Grace to come over, and immediately after her submission, I'll request the Right Honorable Speaker to recap this session with some remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moderator. I have only one question. When will the Parliament's website be updated so that there is accurate information on who the MPs are? It currently shows MPs of the 11th Parliament. I must say this is work in progress. We do have the MPs of the 12th Parliament on the website. I wish I could be able to project it, but the MPs of the 12th Parliament are on the website. Not the detailed profiles. We are still working on the detailed profiles, your names, education background, professional background. That is big data that we are still working on. And in a month or two, we should have the detailed profiles up on the website. But currently, we just have the names. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, for this session. I just have one question that came to me, though I wasn't a presenter. Issue MP digital participation in-house through Zoom. How do you choose or select them to submit their issues? Honorable colleagues, the provision for Zoom in our rules is under definition. If you check our rules of procedure, you check on definitions, you'll see the definition of house. The definition of the house includes those who are attending physically and those who are attending virtually. So what it means, the rest of the rules apply. The rules we use to pick, the rules of debate, the rules on dressing, the rules on discipline, all apply as if you're in the house. Now, the challenge we've been getting is you have an MP who is dressed in a T-shirt, and that MP wants to attend the House on Zoom. Then you have another one in a car with a family. They are moving in a car with a family, meaning we are allowing strangers, because only members are supposed to be in the house. Now, if you include your family, you have brought strangers to the house, okay? Then some are on their phone, so it keeps tilting, dancing here and there, and therefore we can't capture you in a stable way. Some are up country, they are dressing rallies, or they are in church, and there is tuktendereza in the background. So on the hand side, we are capturing tuktendereza and your submission. So it's been a very, very big challenge. I think the Committee on Rules, part of the issues they will have to address is that whoever will be chair of rules, I think we need to define much, much more. But for now, the rules are very clear. So, honorable colleagues, I would urge you that if you are to participate, please participate as if you're in the house. Be in an enclosed space with stable internet, fully dressed, because we don't allow audio. You must be on video. We must see you. Otherwise, someone might use your Zoom account and start submitting in the house when he's not a member of parliament. So what we do, the IT department always monitors the various members who are on Zoom and guides us that this one has conformed to the standards and requirements of sitting in parliament. And that's how we pick. And one of the reasons we don't pick many is because people think Zoom, I can be attending a wedding when I'm attending parliament also. So we end up not picking you to submit. But then I must also inform you that it does not extend to committees, because under definition of our rules, the committee is defined separately from the House. So Zoom is not provided for committee business. It is only provided for House. But then again, colleagues, I would encourage you, please attend, be in the House physically. Be in the House physically. I tell you, a member who is in the House and I'm seeing you have tried 2-3 times to speak. It is easier for me as a presiding officer to pick you than a member who is out. But if you want to participate on Zoom and you have a compelling reason, please inform the presiding officer in advance and say, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not in town, I'm not able to come to the House, I have a cold, I'm not feeling well, I'm indisposed, but I want to participate in the debate in the House. I will request you to pick me when it reaches on this topic, because it will be on the order paper. I'll find it compelling for me to remind ICT that there is a colleague who wants to participate in the House item. Finally, to say that as a leadership of the House, we are waiting to be fully constituted in terms of the commission. And we sit down, we look at these issues. One of the things is our strategic partnership with the Media Center, because it's a government institution. But also the biggest partnership, honorable colleagues, is with you. For example, I would want for every member on Twitter, and I would want every member to also follow me. The same with TikTok, the same with what? Because if we have a member, for example, I have 450,000 followers on Twitter, and you're a new member, if I follow you, right away, you will be seen that many people are following you. And then the ministers, their programs and all that. Social media has changed everything. The scrutiny we are being subjected to, honorable colleagues, I wish if this scrutiny was being subjected to the other parliaments whom people are praising, you will never know. We are moving billboards, even in our bedrooms. Even in our bedrooms, people are able to see. These days, you forget I saw one person on social media showing her house, and then there was this sponge, which is the local sponge of which we grow in our area. And now, a changu. And now the debate shifted from what she was doing. People started saying, you use this traditional changu. Are you seeing? Like Honorable Chimosho said, you are going to be eating. For example, at any time when I'm going to eat, or even picking food, I don't allow a camera on me. I don't. That's why we have also removed these tables in the 6th Parliament, 7th Parliament, used to be decorated with chapati sumbusa. But no one was seeing it because there was no social media. But now, Ugandans who are hungry, when they see you submitting, they are not looking at your submission. They are looking at the food and serving. And therefore, the debate is going to be on the food on your table. So that's why we've said, no, put the food in the corner. Put the food in the corner. Put the water in the corner. Let an MP go pick or take a short break, pick something to eat, and come back and concentrate. So now, wherever you are, from how you pause, on how you whisper to people, like I told you some time back, the AI of reading lips is even going to be able to read Rukonjo and Ruchiga and Rugba. You talk to someone, that's why you see footballers cover their mouth. And now FIFA has said, if you cover your mouth speaking to someone, we give you a red card. Because they want to read your lips. They want to read your lips. So social media is going to make it very, very hard for you. And people are going to make allegations on you. You are going to carry a lot of burden. I can give myself as an example. When we are on vetting of ministers, the vetting of ministers, according to our rules, is indoor, is closed door. Okay? Yes, it's closed door. But someone comes out and makes wild allegations on you, and you cannot come to clarify, to say, no, we did this because the rules say it is closed door. Okay? Even someone, very, very simple, and you find you're boxed in a corner. You carry a burden. Someone said, I hate Banyarwanda. I don't want Banyarwanda. But I mean, if the rules were saying, bring a document, this is not an issue of opinion. It's not an issue of Tayewa's opinion. It's an issue of you presenting what you're required to present. And then my hands would be tied. So you are going to have those kinds of challenges. They are going to come very many. You will carry the burden of the whole house. They will accuse you for things sometimes you will keep quiet because you know a lot. If you start talking out, you might end up going way, way beyond. So I request you, honorable colleagues, be cautious. Be cautious. Seek professional advice. we are going to have a very honest discussion as a leadership with the CPA. A very, very honest discussion with the Public Relations Department and see how best we can help you MPs. I see some of you, I don't have your numbers, and yet I'm supposed to have. When I go on our parliamentary group, I find a person is saved as I love Jesus. That's your profile name. Who tells you I don't love Jesus? Now, how do I start dealing with you when you can't even show your identity? You're a ghost. Even to your colleagues, you can't show your WhatsApp profile for me to know you are Tayewa Thomas. And there, because I've gone on, when I have colleagues, I'm trying to save your numbers. All of you. You are many. You don't have an obligation of saving all those numbers. But me as your leader, I want to have your numbers so that when you call, I say, Honorable so and so. I receive over 2,000 calls in a day. I want to be picking every call. So I will need to save your numbers. So I go on our WhatsApp group of Parliament. I see people, I don't know how I can save you. Should I save I love Jesus, Honorable I love Jesus? And then when you call, I say, this is a honorable member. I say, but what's your name, Honorable? And you feel insulted. He doesn't even know us. He doesn't care about us. So public image, we must know that we are now very open. We must disclose. Finally, the Right Honorable Speaker guided much earlier. We are going to be an open parliament, open to scrutiny. I think that's extremely, extremely critical as a leadership, that we be open to scrutiny, because in my culture we have a saying that when you're peeling ground nuts for a blind person, you do it while whistling, so that they don't say that, no, he chewed your ground nuts. Because, yes, because if I did it while whistling and someone says, no, 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 you would have gotten 5 sacks, but I ever chewed 2. Would say, but he was whistling. How did he chew when he was whistling? So in short, when you are open, when you do things that make it very open for people to see that you're hiding nothing, these people will not even come to start looking for things. But when you behave as if you're hiding something, people will be suspicious and start making allegations on you. So I hope, honorable colleagues, we shall benefit from this. Aaron, I want to thank you. Swahili, I want to learn it. And I hope we shall be able to arrange sessions for members to be able to learn Swahili. Some of us who don't know it. We need to learn so that we move with the rest of our colleagues in the region. I want to thank you. I hope we are going for lunch. Should break off for lunch, isn't it? And then come back quickly for the next session.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. A round of applause for Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you. I want to thank our presenters. And this brings us to the end of this session. And I have been allowed by the administration side to announce that what now? Lunch. And 3:30, we are all required to be here so that we do the last session that closes the day. Thank you very much once again, and thank you for your attention and time.
Coach Bob.
Legislative Council in the Uganda Protectorate, many of the various tribal communities had rudimentary forms of parliament. These included
the Luchiko in Buganda and Busoga, Orkurato in Bunyoro and Toro, then Eishenjero in Ankole.
The non-kingdom areas also had councils, even if they were not as organized as the ones cited above, and the most enduring proof of the existence of these councils are the various courts of arms found on the main gates of Uganda's parliament. The significance of these barazas would, however, manifest itself decades later when our first native members to the Legislative Council emerged from these units. They simply can't be ignored.
By an order in council dated 29th June 1920, the Uganda Protectorate got its first executive and legislative councils. However, the order said nothing about representation for any entity or even elections to those bodies. The first Legislative Council, or Legico, which sat on 23rd March 1921, was presided over by the Governor of the Uganda Protectorate in the role of Speaker. It had 6 other members, 4 of who were government officials, while 2 were private individuals. Numbering just over 1,000, the Europeans held all Legico positions, while Uganda's 5,000 Asians and over 3 million Africans held none. To borrow from George Orwell's Animal Farm, some of the British Empire's subjects were clearly more equal than others.
24 years after the birth of Legco, the first native Ugandans were finally appointed in 1945.
Buganda was represented by Katikiro or Prime Minister, the Honorable Michael Kawalia Kagwa. Bunyoro, Toro and Ankole were represented by the Honorable Petro Nyangabyaki, Omuhikirwa or Prime Minister of Bunyoro, with the provision that the seat would periodically rotate among the Prime Ministers of the 3 Western Uganda kingdoms. Busoga, Bugisu, Bukedi and Teso were represented by the Honorable Yokonia Zirabamuzale, Secretary General of Busoga, but representation would rotate among the Secretaries General of these Eastern Uganda constituencies. And at last, in 1949, the first native Ugandan representative for Northern Uganda, the Honorable Anthony Opua, entered Legico.
Official records at Parliament Library show that by 1955, Legco membership had risen to 60, but there were still no signs of actual democratic representation via elections. It must, however, not be forgotten that Uganda was still a British colony.
You will certainly wonder why this period records no political party activity and may even assume that there were no parties. But in 1952, Ignatius Kangave Musazi unveiled the Uganda National Congress, and 2 years later, in 1954, the Democratic Party was formed with Joseph Kasolo as President General. As we shall subsequently show, these 2 parties would play a crucial part in the development of Uganda's parliament. In 1958, colonial governor Sir Frederick Crawford appointed Sir John Bowles Griffin to be Speaker of the Legico. Griffin, who had earlier served as Chief Justice of the Uganda Protectorate, began presiding over council meetings instead of the governor. Indeed, Uganda's modern parliament was emerging.
1961 was another watershed in the story of Parliament, for it is when the Uganda People's Congress and the Democratic Party first faced each other in a national election.
Of the 82 Legico constituencies demarcated, Benedicto Kiwanuka's Democratic Party won 43, Apollo Milton Obote's Uganda People's Congress 35, Ignatius Musazi's Uganda National Congress just 1, while 2 of those elected were independents.
The first international assignment involving Uganda's directly elected legislators was the Uganda Independence Debate, which saw them flying to Britain for the famous Lancaster Conference. Among them was Uganda's first Chief Minister, Benedicto Kiwanuka, and Uganda's first leader of opposition, Apollo Milton Obote.
1st May 1962, Milton Obote's UPC formed the government that would lead Uganda into independence on 9th October and after. One of the first things the 92-member National Assembly did was to elect a speaker rather than have one appointed as in the past. And the lucky man was none other than Sir John Griffin, who had been Legico Speaker since 1958. The tradition of electing a speaker from directly elected MPs would come later.
Many Ugandans who see this new structure climbing into the skies beside the old Parliament building might think that legislative business in Uganda began at Parliament Avenue in Kampala. That is not true. The first session of the Uganda Legislative Council, or LEGCO, sat in the High Court buildings at Entebbe on 23rd March 1921. It soon moved to Entebbe Town Council chambers. Records in our Parliament Library show that LEGCO moved to Kampala in 1945. Its new home was the High Court buildings, which still look elegant to date. In 1950, the LEGCO shifted to what we today know as City Hall Kampala and continued legislating from the very place where today's Kampala councillors conduct business.
Let us look at the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have presided over Parliament since Uganda's independence in 1962.
Every life begins in a moment like this. Certain, planned, full of promise. For us, it's a bold ambition to make lives better. Because somewhere, someone is stepping into a world of work for the first time with the confidence that their retirement is taken care of. We make dreams possible. From owning homes to scaling businesses. And when health takes an unexpected turn, help is there when it's needed most. And because legacies matter, what people build does not end with them. It's passed on. We value moments with go-getters, bold dreamers, and believers. Different paths, different rhythms, with one shared belief that financial freedom is within reach. For 40 years, we've made lives better and fueled Uganda's economy. Through careful investment, we have supported businesses, created jobs, and backed our nation. To us, it's more than saving. It's believing in effort, in patience, in possibility. It's making lives better. We believe in you, in us, and in Uganda.
NSSF, 40 years of making lives better.
Uganda is 0.02% of the dry land of the world, and it's probably one of the top 10 biodiversity, rich countries in the world. Uganda has got 165 water bodies, and that makes it extremely very unique country. There's no country on the African continent that has much water, freshwater bodies than Uganda, and including a big portion of the world's largest tropical lake, Lake Victoria, hosts some of the most beautiful islands in the world. Those islands have been named by Lonely Planet as some of the top 10 most hidden treasures of the world. Uganda hosts about 11% of the world's species of birds. Mugahinga and Bwindi, which host 54% of the world population of the mountain gorillas. The number one place to see chimps in the world is in this country. There is nowhere in the world that you'll ever find water gushing through a canyon. Mason Falls is the whole of the Nile, struggling to pass through 7 meters, falling 43 meters deep, cascading on an area of about 120 meters long.
This is Uganda, and I am proud to call it my home.
It's very interesting that foreigners who come to Uganda see a side of Uganda that we as local Ugandans do not see. Winston Churchill comes to Uganda and he says, this is the pearl of Africa. Uganda is the 13th most beautiful country. Now weather, it's either dry or wet, but sunshine. No other country can boast of that while staying near the equator that also has got snow. No other country can boast that you have the largest freshwater lake in Africa with the longest river in the world, starting from there. No other country can talk about that.
Our hills are green, our lakes are vast, and our sunsets are golden.
Privilege is invisible to those who have access to it. And probably when you're living in Uganda, you can't see the beauty that the country has. As you walk across or you drive across this great land, you'll see the various tapestry of the different cultures woven in the different kind of engagements that you have. When you go to the north, it's very different from the east. When you go to the west, it's very different from central.
We have some of the richest soil across this continent. It's been said that you will throw a seed anywhere and you will get a bountiful harvest in Uganda. I think we have a rich opportunity to be a food basket for this region, and we are in many ways.
I think we have a great climate for growing coffee because we are at a higher altitude here in Uganda. And the coffee we produce, the Robusta, is very good. You would not find a country in the world that has a sweeter pineapple than Ugandan pineapples.
It's the best pineapple in the world. Now, we have a lot of guests that come from the Emirates, and when they arrive, all they want is to eat pineapple. The culinary basis of Uganda is extraordinary. I mean, you can go, if you go to Munyonyo, you have what it's called, but the chicken on a stick, as I call it. I think that's also what it's called. The famous Rolex that you can find on every street corner at any time. And matoke, which I think is probably, it's the only country I've been in Africa where they have matoke and peanut sauce, which is also everybody loves.
We have the best food, the best music. We are the vibe.
Uganda is a very interesting country, but what is even more interesting is its people. Very, very, very polite on the outside, but they are radically expressive on the inside. Through music, through fashion, Ugandans they find a light moment in everything. There's a global rush to seek those unique experiences, and we have so many of those through our food, through our music, through our art, our performances, even visual art. Like, for instance, you come to Uganda and you'll experience roast and rhyme. Imagine you come to Uganda for a festival like Nyege Nyege. Now, those are experiences you don't find anywhere.
Just a beautiful land. It is a land of opportunities, a place where ideas grow and businesses thrive.
So Uganda it's a market-based economy, and it's been a vibrant economy with 70% of labor being less than 40 years old.
We operate a free market, which basically means that you are able to bring in significant investment quite easily, and we actually see it when we look at foreign direct investment. That's been growing quite significantly in Uganda relative to other countries within the region as well. So it's easy to access your foreign currency. It's easy to convert that into local currency at a pure market rate without any restrictions or constraints.
It's an open business climate. You can invest your foreign currency and you can take it out. So it's not a difficult environment. The Uganda Investment Authority, government and so on are keen to attract investment. Business climate is positive.
The exchange rate between the Uganda shillings and the US dollar is a very good indicator of the state of the economy or the business environment. If you have that number over the last 5 years, the Uganda shilling actually held its value. It appreciated slightly against the dollar.
Uganda has managed to keep a stable currency, a stable economy, great for investment.
GDP growth has been averaging 6% over the last 2 years. With oil and gas coming up, it is forecasted to be above 10%, which will bring the GDP of Uganda to be above $60 billion very, very soon.
We've done a lot of investment on infrastructure, whether it is electrification, whether it is on the road network. We are linked to many key market sources within the region, so whether it's South Sudan, whether it's the Eastern DRC.
The airports have been done, so there's a bit of traffic that connects internationally with the rest of the world. So we laid the foundations to help propel the nation basically forward into the next decade.
We have seen government being very deliberate around creating policies and the right environment that enables us to be able to use technology to be a national catalyst for the development agenda that the government has. And I think this is what has enabled us to be able to drive massive progress. Today, when we look at where Uganda is many years on, we can speak about significant advancements in terms of driving digital and financial inclusion.
We have investment in fiber across this continent as well, and across the country, just ensuring that businesses are able to leverage off the benefits of internet and technology to strengthen the opportunities for business into the future.
Uganda is fast growing, smartphone adoption is high, costs of doing business are going down, everything has been digitized now. You know, registering a company is super easy now, paying taxes is easy, you can pay on your phone, you can pay in the bank.
When I look around, I see hands that build their future and mind, that imagine a better tomorrow.
The country has every ingredient that it requires to become a regional powerhouse.
The Uganda population is the second youngest in Africa. It's estimated that over 60% of the population is less than 35 years old.
We are very lucky to have a very tech-savvy, English-speaking young population.
They have the energy, they have the creativity. Many of them are digital natives, which means that they can be able to leverage the power of the digital economy that we're seeing today.
You see, for me, when I hit you, I will hit you once. So Madrid, and I've made a appointment with that. Now, that's the same thing I want to do. I want to go to this Kosovo embassy. I'm going to ask for my people, churches there. They will also see Muslim coming to advocate for Christians. So that is the same thing. When you go as a Christian to go and talk to those Arabs, they will listen to you. On to Adama. Honorable members, please take your seats.
We are now going to embark on our final session this afternoon before we conduct the closing proceedings. Please kindly take your seats because we are about to start. And our first presenter this afternoon is the Honorable Dr. Charles Ayume, the Minister of State for Health, in charge of primary health care. Honorable Dr. Ayume, please come forward. He will address us on the subject of health and wellness for legislators. So the subject is tailored to the life of legislators. The Honorable Dr. Charles Ayume is the current Minister of State for Health in charge of primary health care, as you know. He's also the Member of Parliament representing the people of Koboko Municipality in the 12th Parliament and in the last Parliament. He's a medical doctor and an alumnus of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the London School of Economics, with a keen interest in health systems, strengthening and reforms, and global health. He's the former chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Health in Parliament, and he also chairs the Parliamentary Forum on microbial resistance. So we are honored to have Dr. Charles Ayume, and I have the honor to invite you to make your presentation.
Thank you very much, the session chair. I have already been introduced, and I'll delve straight to my presentation. Colleagues, I don't think we have given this presentation the importance it deserves, because we are all in Parliament because of our good health, state of health. And this very important topic is coming on the last day. I think it should have been the first 2 days. Now, before I just wanted to make a clarification. They talked about nodding disease. As a Minister of State for Primary Health Care, I'll comment on that and what plans we are trying to do in the Acholi sub-region in relation to nodding disease. Colleagues, why your health? It is a national issue. We are 528 members of Parliament. Our term is 5 years. And I think over the last couple of years, the last 4 years, you've been hearing that 14 million Ugandans are in urgent need of mental health attention, and 1 in 3 leaders globally experience burnout. Next slide. Now, let's be honest with the real life of a member of Parliament. And for those of you who are new, I want you to take note of some of these things. Our daily demands as a member of Parliament: early morning constituency calls, radio shows, parliamentary sittings, some as long as 8 hours, committee meetings, briefs, funerals and wedding attendance, fundraising appeals day and night, travel to and from the constituency, minimal personal time for yourself and for the family. And it takes a toll on our health, meaning we have chronic sleep deprivation. Most of us don't pay attention to sleep, but in the next slides we shall know that it's a very important part of our life. Irregular, unhealthy eating patterns. Colleagues, since I became Minister of State for Primary Health Care, there are times when I eat in the morning and then I'll eat in the evening because you're running from one lunch to the other. So when you see my weight going down, you know it is an occupational hazard. Physical inactivity. We are seated from your car to plenary and back to your car. High blood pressure and cardiovascular risk, type 2 diabetes, anxiety, depression, and burnout, strained family relationships. I will underline that last one, strained family relationships. You'll be present in the home, but you're on social media, being confused by all these WhatsApp groups in the constituency. So you'll not give attention to the family. Next slide. The 5 pillars of legislator wellness. Pillar 1, physical health. Pillar 2, mental wellness. Pillar 3, sleep and rest. Pillar 4, spiritual balance. You have to believe in something, whether it is Allah, God, Buddha, you have to have faith in something. And then, of course, pillar 5 is social and family, your social network and family. So under physical health, we talk about exercise, nutrition, and medical checkups. I do a medical checkup annually, once a year, just like a car needs to go for service. Mental wellness, stress management, emotional intelligence. Sleep and rest, the quality of sleep is non-negotiable. Colleagues, the way God designed us is that sleep is the time when the body does its audit. Like government, you're audited by the Auditor General annually. Even the body, every day, does an audit, usually between 1 o'clock and 4 in the morning. That's when you go to sleep and enzymes are moving, hormones are moving, vitamins are going here and all that so that you wake up when you're fresh. So it's very important. The spiritual balance, I've talked about it. And of course, family, the importance of family. Let's move on. Pillar 1, physical health, the 30-minute rule. Try and work out in the morning. Pillar 2, eat as you legislate. Pillar 3, hydration, the importance of water. Water is very important for the body, nourishes the cells, but also reduces things like high blood pressure. I talked about the annual health checks. Take time. If you can go for a wedding, if you can go for a fundraising, then once a year you can spend 3 hours going for 3 hours in a year going for a health checkup. Heart health, cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer for African men over 40. Know your blood pressure and your fasting sugar. And of course, have a good working relationship with your doctor. You should be able to call your doctor at any time. Let's move on. Mental wellness and burnout prevention. I think somebody will talk about it, the next presenter. But what are the warning signs of burnout? Constant exhaustion, even after rest. You sleep, but in the morning you're tired. You forget key commitments, like when are your children going to be visited? You're irritable. Some of you people quarrel a lot, and for me, when I meet such people, I know there's burnout, and that's why I tell you, honorable member, you go and rest. I was a committee chair, and I would know when things are hot in the constituency for some of us. Of course, some people take note and go to alcohol and caffeine use. The physical symptoms, bloated stomachs, headaches, and so forth. Emotional detachment from constituents and family. And what strategies should you use? Schedule white space in your diary. Have time when you're not picking phone calls. It could be a day or it could be hours. 5 minutes each evening to process the day. Learn to say no, even when they ask you for money. Learn to say no than giving empty promises and you go into debt. Peer-to-peer support. I find a lot of support in playing football, professional counseling, and I think, Right Honorable Clerk, we need professional counselors, I think, in Parliament. And then digital detox, move away from social media. I met a professor on one of my foreign travels, her social media account switch off at 9 p.m. Facebook, WhatsApp, 9 p.m. There's an app for that. And then, of course, deep breathing only takes 2 minutes. Let's go on. Pillar 3 is what we call sleep hygiene. Hygiene is not only about sanitation and your body, but what are the best sleep practices? Now, if we go to the right box, sleep and disease connection. Poor sleep raises cortisol, which increases weight gain. Poor sleep causes insulin resistance, which causes diabetes. Poor sleep causes hypertension, and then propagates to stroke. Poor sleep causes immune suppression. Poor sleep causes impaired memory and creativity. When you sleep less, you have memory issues. So pillar 4. Next slide. Eating for energy, not fullness. The power of foods for MPs. Those are the foods there on the left: millet and sorghum, mukene, beans, granuts, and all that. If we go to the red, what should we watch out for? The ones that cause blood sugar. Fried and processed meats, sitting all day plus fat, it's a high risk. Sodas, energy drinks, excessive alcohol. I've not said do not drink. We need money for the economy. But please drink in moderate judgment. Late night heavy meals before bed. You eat at midnight and then you go to sleep. So the food just sits in the stomach and takes time to be sent to the intestines and so forth. Of course, missing breakfast and lunch. I've given you my experience that I'm eating poorly ever since I got this new assignment. Eating fast without mindfulness. Let's move on. Spiritual balance and social wellness. We all know the power of being spiritually aligned, going to church, going to the mosque. I'm not sure about going to the witch doctors, but if that's your faith, and if that's where you find comfort and calm, please do that. Daily quiet time. If everybody in the world spent 10 minutes every day just meditating, and I remember colleagues, one time the president told us he likes to meditate. Sometimes I think when you're seated there stressing him, I can see that he's away deepful in thought. So meditating 10 minutes a day is good practice. Gratitude practice. Don't always call God for demands. Call him to say thank you. Attend your place of worship, read, and then take note of journal writing. Family and social wellness, protect family time. Colleagues, when we're in trouble, family is our first port of call. Family is our first port of call. Please respect them and give them their time. Ever since I became member of parliament, I usually drive through the national park and I've never stopped there. Yet before, I used to stop in Markshon Falls. So you get the money, please take time, fly out of the country with family. So that when you lose, they'll say, at least you took us to Dubai. Build your constituency WhatsApp group, but set the office hours. Some of you, what I do, I put those WhatsApp groups that stress. There's a place called archives. They operate in the phone. I don't pay attention to them on the front because they stress you for nothing. And then separate your political you from your human you. Next slide. Next slide. Your voices from experience. What is the biggest health challenge you have faced in your parliamentary term? You should take note of that. How did you maintain a boundary between your political life and your family? Some of you, your homes are also part of the constituency, and constituents enter up to the bedroom. Draw the line. What is the one health habit that has been your lifesaver as a legislator? And colleagues, The health habit could be wearing a seatbelt, and I'll explain some of those issues. Can we have the next slide? Well, as it comes up, I lost somebody very dear to me because they were not wearing a seatbelt. So when the car overturned, the person was thrown onto the tarmac. Colleagues, take your time and wear these seatbelts. Now, what are the new areas of stress you'll experience as a member of parliament? Politics comes with its stress. Traffic, you're running from one point to the other, and most of you are fortunate enough not to have lead cars, so you're doing so many strange things in the road. Social media, I've talked about it. Debt, we shall be in debt, it's unavoidable, but how do you manage it? Unfulfilled pledges, increasing social networks. Your social networks are going to increase, and all those social networks will demand your time and finances. New responsibilities. Some of you may get additional families, and they come with new responsibilities. So take note of that, and of course, accountability issues. Let's move on. Now, I just wanted us to take note of diabetes. Diabetes is an autoimmune reaction that destroys the insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. The body makes little to no insulin. Now, this type 1, we mainly see it in children, but can occur in any age. Now, type 2, diabetes is what will happen in adults and people like you who are members of parliament. The insulin, the body cells become resistant to insulin. Over time, the pancreas cannot produce enough insulin to overcome the resistance. This one mainly occurs in adults, but we are now seeing it in younger people. Your children whom you take to KFC, we are now seeing type 2 diabetes in them. How would we control this? Lifestyle changes. Take a walk and watch what you eat. And of course, the worst case scenario, you will have to be on oral medication. And finally, if oral medication fails, then you will have to have daily injections of insulin. Other types are prediabetes and the one that happens in pregnant women called gestational diabetes. Next slide. Self-care. Now, how do we take care of ourselves and avoid running to see a doctor all the time? You're in Geneva, you've traveled, you're in Washington. What are the low-hanging fruits you need to do? Now, self-care is an intentional practice of taking actions to preserve or improve physical, mental, and emotional health. And it's recognized by the WHO as a critical public health strategy that empowers individuals to actively maintain their wellness. What are the important parameters we should take note of? Body temperature is 36.9. Let's round it off to 37. That's your body temperature. Blood pressure, 120/90. If you have 150, 100, you need to run to see a doctor. Some of these things happen to you people and you start saying your opponents have bewitched you. I have listened to many meetings. I'm in the canteen and I listen. We have now turned to witchcraft. Okay? Now, blood sugar, those are the normal ranges. 140 and 07.8. The measurements differ. But let's go to bullet number 3, which is weight. Let's go back. Weight. The body mass index. Body mass index is supposed to be your weight over your height squared in meters. So when you go to see a doctor, ask him to calculate your body mass index. 18.5 to 24.9 is the right. If you're less than that, you're underweight, and obesity is above 30. Now, there are simple tests that you could also do, because now we have what we call rapid kits. There are kits where you don't have to go to the health facility. And we are trying to promote that as government. so that we don't overload the primary healthcare facilities. Hepatitis B, sickle cell, these are now rapid kits. Now for prostate cancer, I would want to encourage every man here above 40. You have to go for a prostate cancer test at least once a year. They just remove blood and look for an antigen called the PSA antigen. And it's common in black men. So here, I think Sanjay Tana may be the only man who, but it's very common in the black race. Cervical cancer for ladies, you need to do a pap smear once a year. Cervical cancer is our #1 cancer in Uganda Heart Institute. And women members of parliament, I want you to take this message back to your constituents. We are in the process of decentralizing cancer services. And of course, cancer of the breast. Now, cancer of the breast, I'm sure, but if you don't know, try and take time, at least periodically, once every 4 months, and massage your breast in the 4 quadrants. You know how when they are giving Holy Communion, you do that and that. So your breast into 4 quadrants and start looking for lumps. If you notice anything unusual, then go and seek medical advice. But colleagues, we may not want to hear about this, but we have made HIV testing simple and painless. The oral test kit is available in pharmacies in Uganda. It is certified by our NDA, but most importantly, World Health Organization. You swab the inside of the upper gum down, and you'll put it in that solution, and it will give you that. Honorable members of parliament, it's a bitter truth, but yesterday when Uganda AIDS Commission was presenting, they told us the prevalence was higher in women, the national prevalence. And take note of that, especially when you're traveling to Southern Africa, their prevalence is very high. You may want to put that in your bag if you have to, if your appetite is a bit high. Tips for effective exercise. Your exercise regimen should strive to have a cardiac workout, body toning, flexibility, and mental resilience. Now, what are the cardio exercises? You don't have to go to a gym. You saw Coach Bob telling you to do on-the-spot running. You can jog outside. You can do a treadmill, bicycle spinning classes, outdoor cycling, skipping, swimming, pace walking, and aerobics. Body toning, no equipment exercises, push-ups, squats, lunges, planks, sit-ups, and leg raises. Next slide. Now, you need to know the muscle groups you're working. Just don't go and do things haphazardly. And they should involve the primary muscles, which we lose as we grow older. Planks are good for the back and the core muscles. There are those muscles in the back that even when you go and lift weights, you will never, but when you do planking, do we know what planking is? Clark, do you want to show us a plank? Flexibility, stretching, squatting. Now, when we look at squatting, if you look at guys in Pakistan, Afghanistan, China, Japan, those old men can have conversations while squatting, and they live longer. I do not know the correlation between, they can squat for 30 minutes. But if I ask you people, when did you last squat? I don't know what the benefit is, but I think it is good. Now, of course, the mental resilience, we need to do endurance. Push your body to the limit if you can. That is good. Yoga and balancing exercises. When you cannot balance on one leg and you're falling, it really shows there's something up that you need to attend to. Okay, let's move on. Those are the recommended reading resources. If you want to read Why We Sleep, The body keeps the score. That's psychology, habits, atomic habits, emotional intelligence, when the body says no, and the purpose-driven life. Try and read those books. They'll help you. Now, can we read that in chorus? I commit and hold myself accountable and encourage peers to do the same. So you should hold your body accountable. Live well to serve well. Uganda's 12th parliament carries the hopes and aspirations of 48 million Ugandans. You were elected not just to make laws, but to serve. You cannot serve at your best if you're not well. Protect your health, protect your mind, protect your family. And in doing so, you protect your ability to change this nation. So if you try and follow up some of these things, then you'll put less pressure on the government to fly you abroad. Colleagues, even in the best healthcare systems, there are some interventions that are unavoidable. Like if you got a heart attack due to cholesterol building up in your vessels, even in the best care health systems, we may not be able to save you. I would like to thank government and the Ministry of Health that we are doing a lot of things in terms of training, in terms of infrastructure, awareness, to ensure that we have the requisite healthcare systems in place to address a number of these issues. Our heart hospital in Naguru most likely will be complete by June 2027. And it will be a state-of-the-art heart hospital and hopefully cut down on referrals abroad. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for Dr. Honorable Ayume, for those insights in managing our health as members of Parliament. Dr. Ayume's presentation is a professional statement. I don't think it elicits questions because professional advice is professional advice. The professionals that I never argue with are medical doctors. Because when a medical doctor says, sit down, you should sit. If he says, remove your trouser, you have no choice but to remove it. He says, remove everything, remove your underwear. Can you argue? You cannot argue. I have gone through it myself. I have gone through the hands of doctors. The doctor will say, remove everything you have, and you have no choice but to do so. When a doctor makes his verdict, the only court of appeal is God. You can't appeal anywhere. The other officer you should never argue with as members of Parliament is the Speaker. Because I tend to see members of Parliament attempting to argue with the Speaker in the House. You can't argue with the Speaker and win. Because the Speaker's ruling can only be appealed against in the courts of law. If I were you, I would avoid arguing with the Speaker. When the Speaker gives his ruling, actually the rulings of the Speaker form part of the rules of procedure. So don't argue with doctors, don't argue with the Speaker, don't argue with judges. A judge in his court, if you argue with him or her, he can always frame a charge of contempt of court, and you'll end up in jail. The only way you can argue with a judge is to appeal against his judgment. So, the insights he has given us are very good. Our work is stressful as members of Parliament. but we must learn to manage stress. And he led us into many aspects of health, including managing our families, managing the way we conduct ourselves. And family is very important in health because they say that you can gain the whole world but lose your home. And by gaining the whole world, it means you have titles of honorable member, but then at the end of the 5 years or 10 years, you have no home. Even the ministries that ministers serve in, the levels of stress are different. The most stressful ministry that I worked in was the Ministry of Local Government. And this is not to annoy my brother, Honorable Barugahara. I worked in local government for 7 years. And at the end of the day, I earned a brain tumor out of the Ministry of Local Government. But this does not scare you. Now, I recovered. And that is why I thank His Excellency the President. I recovered. The most stress-free ministry in government. Can you guess it? Can you guess it? Minister of Defense. Major General Masiko will tell you why. Let me now invite our sister. I'd like to invite our sister, Madam Irene Kauma, who is a seasoned public servant, as you know, a leader, an author, speaker, and a John Maxwell certified leadership coach, speaker with nearly 3 decades of experience in government service, administration, institutional leadership, and community transformation. She currently serves as Undersecretary and Senior Private Secretary to the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports in the government of Uganda, a role that places her at the intersection of governance, education, policy coordination, and national service. Her public service journey also includes significant leadership experience within the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, where she contributed to the immigration administration, institutional capacity building, and the coordination of Uganda's National Identity Card project. Beyond her professional work, Madam Irene is deeply committed to equipping leaders and to equipping them with transformation of the people and institutions. She serves in leadership spaces including Inuka Africa, Mount of Deborah, the Billion Soul Harvest Initiative, as Uganda's national coordinator, and Hagai Leadership Institute, where she serves as the vice president. Her leadership passion is centered on helping individuals discover their God-given purpose, develop character, lead with integrity, and influence society through faith-based excellence. It's now my honor and privilege to invite you to come and share your wisdom with us.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament, who is also the Chair of this session, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by congratulating you all on your recent victory in the elections. Congratulations, honorable members. Let me also thank you so much for praying for Mama Janet. Thank you, those who have been praying for her. Thank you very much. I want to thank the presenter who has just been here, my brother, Dr. Ayume, who has given us a lot of good tips. I believe we are going to be healthier after listening to that. I was asked to talk about self-management for effective leadership. And when I looked at the program, I saw there were so many papers that were connected to that. I saw personal management, I saw many things, and so I struggled on what would exactly come off as self-management for effective leadership. And I believe what I'm going to share is going to be transformational for each one of us. I joined government 30 years ago, as you heard, and at that time, I enrolled for a leadership course. And one of the things I learned that was so transformational for me was a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, which said that one man cannot do right in one department of life while he's occupied in doing wrong in any other department, because life is one indivisible whole. I can't see the screens here, so I hope you can see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, the IT department. And so as we talk about self-management this afternoon, this evening, that is what I want to stress. If you do not hear anything from me, honorable members, honorable ministers, I want us to know that life is one indivisible whole. So you cannot succeed in one area. You cannot do wrong in one department and expect to succeed in another department. This is a truth that woke me up. And as I internalized it, I began to ask myself, what are the other departments of life that I must pay attention to as a leader? What are the other departments of life that are critical to you as a top leader in the nation? And at that time, somebody said that when the student is ready, the teacher appears. There are seasons we get to, and certain knowledge comes to us. So at that time, I read a book by Ron Jensen, and it's called Authentic Success. And he listed 7 key departments of our lives. And he said, he calls them the 7 F's. And these are your faith, that's a huge department, your family, your finances, your farm. By farm, he means your work, like the work you do as a member of parliament. He calls that your farm to get the F's. Then he said the other one is your fitness, and that is your mental, your emotional, your physical fitness. And I thank God that this paper has come immediately after the other paper on health. The other departments he mentioned are your friends, the people who are in your circles, the people you give permission in your inner space. And the final one, he called it fun, because he believes that even as you work hard, even as you carry the nation, you still need to have some fun. And so as we talk about self-management, I believe self-management is your ability to integrate all of life, your ability to bring discipline in each of these departments of life. Because many times, especially people with high-stress jobs, we focus on one department, and people cheer us, and sometimes we look like we are succeeding. But if the other departments are failing, it's a matter of time. It will show. Either you'll come tumbling down, or your health will fall apart, even your mental health. And so, as we talk about self-management, the question is, am I bringing discipline to every department of my life? Or am I focusing on just one department of life and the others are suffering? There is a story I always tell. One day, I'm told a couple rushed into a fast food restaurant. And it was at the end of the day, and they wanted to buy some food. And when they were leaving, they picked the money that this fast food restaurant had worked for the entire week. They picked the money instead of their food. And so the workers didn't know what to do. They're like, what do we do? When they were in that confusion, the couple came running back. And they said, we are sorry. We picked your money instead of our food. And they were so impressed. And they said, you mean we still have such integrity in the world? We need the media to come. Please call the media. Call all the press. And let's capture this story. And the man said, this is the couple that had brought back the money. The man said, please don't call the media. This is someone's wife. This is not my wife. So how can you have so much integrity in the area of money and have such moral failure in another area? But that's what happens to us when we focus on one department and let other departments suffer. The cancer that we suffer in the nation and in many nations is because we compartmentalize life. And we know I can do good here, I'm good in my family, or I'm good at work, but it doesn't matter what I do to my wife. And so the self-management I want us to talk about today is your ability to bring discipline in your entire life. So what is self-management? It is the ability of an individual to become more aware of his or her behavior and to consequently, effectively control, manage, and change himself or herself into the context of his or her role. It's quite a mouthful. But what I'm saying, it is your ability not just to be aware, but to control, to manage, to understand that what you do affects other people. The way you react, the way you do things affects other people as well. It involves regulating your behavior, your thoughts, your emotions. That's what we are talking about in self-management. Honorable members, self-management is the cornerstone of effective leadership. It is one of the 4 domains of emotional intelligence. I saw you already had a talk on emotional intelligence, and I believe the presenter told you that self-management is one of the domains. So when we talk about self-management, it's like saying charity begins at home. We are saying effective leadership begins with you managing yourself. We are also saying that you cannot give what you do not have. We are saying you cannot lead others if you have not learned to lead yourself. And so the topic we are tackling is very important for effective leadership. Self-management has 3 main aspects. It begins with self-awareness. You must know you. You must know your emotions. You must know what triggers you. You must know your strength. You must know your weaknesses. I had the opportunity to speak at the cabinet retreat in 2021 on the same topic. I don't know who was at that retreat. Yeah, the deputy, right? Honorable Speaker was there. And I majored on self-awareness, but it's not what I'm majoring on today. The second aspect is self-management involves you engaging in self-control. You cannot just be impulsive. Your emotions must come under control because your actions affect many people. Your decisions affect so many people. Actually, your actions affect an entire nation. And the final one is you must develop new perspectives and you must be motivated by continually learning and developing yourself. One of the quotes I like a lot, I think it's by Toffler, he says that the illiterate people of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot continuously learn, relearn, and unlearn. So if we put ourselves in a place where we never learn, where we never relearn, where we don't unlearn, because there are certain things we know that are not good for us at all, and so we must get to a point where we unlearn. I want to talk about the second aspect of my presentation, which is the why. Why self-management? I have a friend who says that the why of something is actually more important than the what and the how. If you understand the why, then you will do the thing. You will know that it's important for you. Honorable members, when we manage ourselves effectively, we are capable of taking responsibility for our actions and our performance, and less likely to blame others for our shortcomings. I just want to step back at the 7 F's. For example, if you're managing your family effectively, if you're managing your fitness, if you're managing your friends, if you're managing your faith, there is a big plus to that. Sometimes when we talk about finances, we are telling people how not to be in debt, how to save, how to do this and the other. But I think one of the things we need to emphasize, right, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is what the President has been emphasizing. How do we get people to enter the money economy? I think it's part of the financial management, because I think part of what we suffer is the pressure of the dependence on our lives, and so our ability to enter the money economy. And I just want to share a short story of how I tried to do this. There's a time I got to a point I got to, and I thought, I think if I need to talk about creating wealth or doing business, people should just call me to talk about failed businesses. That is the only thing I can do, because I tried businesses and they all failed. Somebody told me if I enter multi-level marketing, I'll do an amazing, I'll just build wealth in overnight. And so I entered golden products, and I struggled. I didn't make any money. So they told me, if you start a secretarial bureau around Makerere University, you'll just become a Sudhir Ruparelia. So I borrowed a lot of money and bought a lot of equipment and started the secretarial bureau. I didn't make anything. What happened, when we would travel, I would go to buy clothes and I would get back and my colleagues would want to buy the things that I've bought. So I told myself, I think I can do a boutique. So I started a boutique. And I struggled. I even sold some clothes to members of parliament. If you bought from me, I want to thank you for giving me business. I actually, one time, I sold to Honorable Namuganza a dress, and she went to cabinet and found another minister in the dress, and she called and assured me the whole day. She told me, I don't want you to sell uniforms. If you're selling to me, don't sell to any other person. But all that I was trying to enter the money. I think, Honorable Kamkama, you are a customer. Please, thank you. Some people would buy at gunpoint, but I was trying to enter the money economy. Then one day, I made a presentation. Somebody invited me to teach on discovering purpose. It was an online meeting, and I taught and taught. This lady is a businesswoman, so she sent me a link and said, I've gathered my entire family. I want you to teach them what you taught the other day. And I taught. Then she said, send me your invoice. I said, which invoice? I just teach because it's a passion. I love to teach. And she said, you prepared all those PowerPoints and sat through all that for nothing. By end of day, I had registered an organization, courtesy of her, called Hill City Leadership Center. Please give me a hand clap if you're not jealous. Why am I laboring to say all this? is that as we manage finances, we can find something that we can do that creates wealth. And so today we have a leadership center. Most of our courses are online. We teach standing before kings, understanding the protocols of serving in high offices. We have students from all over the world, from different countries, because we do this online. We do master classes on public speaking. These ones are in person. But it came with the realization that if I am to manage my life, I must manage this department called finances. And the department called finances requires me to enter the money economy. Are we together? So why self-management? The second reason why self-management is key is because we are now national leaders. We are not, I come from Mayuge. So if I continue to behave like the girl from Mayuge, it would be disaster. I sit in an office, the highest office in the land. And so self-management is key to me, is key to you, because you are now a national leader mandated by the people to represent them, given a title, not any other title, but the title honorable. Therefore, the way you manage yourself is not just for you, but for all of us, the nation and the people who voted you. Self-management helps us build trust through reliability and authenticity. Self-management promotes interpersonal effectiveness. One of the things I've learned, especially in my 30 years in government, is that relationships are key. You may never know when you will need someone. You'll never know where you will meet someone. And so sometimes we are in a place of advantage. And so you think, let me see, I want to see my timekeeper. The other reason, when we manage ourselves effectively, we are capable of dealing calmly with stress. Honorable has been talking about stress and burnout. We are able to display restraint. We remain poised and positive, even in trying moments. We are going through very trying moments, and probably they can even be worse. But how are we able to hold together? Also, others are not burdened with the task of having to manage or deal with our issues. When we manage ourselves, we don't give people the burden of trying to manage us. But finally, we are able to build a legacy, because whatever you do, you are writing a story. What story are we writing? Daily, with the things you do, with the way you react, with what you post, with what you talk about, what story are you writing? Somebody said the internet is very unforgiving because it keeps a record of everything that you say. So as we manage ourselves, we are building a great and lasting legacy. I want to conclude with the traps that come with a big office. And I pray that you will hear my heart as I talk about this. And as I talk about this, I'm talking to myself as well. I'm not talking as one who has arrived and is now in a position to lecture. I'm part of the learning. One of the best books I've read is a book called Why Great Men Fall. And I believe this includes great women as well. And the author lists 7 traps. This is a research that was done. So it is not something he's writing that he read about somewhere. Lives of great men were researched, were analyzed, and he notes several traps. But I've picked 7 of them that I want us to consider very, very seriously as we talk about self-management. He said the first trap why great men and great women fall badly is a sense of entitlement. They come to a point where they believe because I can and because I am important. And so they have this sense of entitlement. They have excessive pride and an inflated view of their self-worth. And he says this becomes the beginning of failure for anyone who is great. When you have an inflated ego, when you feel anything that is done to you, you think, how can they do that to me? I'm a whole this, I'm a whole that, I'm a whole member of parliament. Why would this happen to me? He says this is the beginning of going down, because leadership is a privilege. It's not an entitlement. Leadership is a relationship between you who chooses to lead and those who allow to follow. And he also says that commitment cannot be demanded, cannot be forced. Commitment is inspired. And one of the major put-offs is when people see you as an entitled leader. The second trap he talks about, he calls it the entrepreneur, leader, and visionary. When you get to a high office and you begin to think, I got here because I have a vision. I worked hard. I'm now significant. And now, the worst thing is that your position alone intimidates all those who work around you. And the question he asks, he says, do you have anyone who has authority to speak in your life? And I want you to just think about that, honorable member. Is there anyone who has authority to speak in your life? Is there anyone in your life who will point out the excesses, the wrong attitudes, the arrogance? Is there anyone who will say, girl, you are naked. You cannot do this. This has never been heard of in this nation. He says, if you get to a place where there is no one who can call you to order, you are standing in a very dangerous place. So what do we do? Who is speaking in your life? Who can come to you, who loves you enough to say, my sister, Honorable Jane, the way you talk to people these days is not right. These are not children. These are adults. Who is speaking in your life? The third trap he lists is that when we get to places of influence, to big offices, we begin to believe our press releases. What does that mean? The community, the people who are watching us will all say wonderful things about us. The words, the praises of an admiring crowd feel great. You've just said one thing and it goes viral. And so you go down the drain. Sometimes it's not, let me tell you, the media can make you, but it can break you in a minute. It can break you in a minute like this. And now social media has not even made it any easier. Because one thing you say can go viral in just a second. But the issue is, are you being taken over by the press, by the media, and believing everything they say? My caution, please don't believe everything they say. Please don't. The fourth one, I'm coming to an end. My timekeeper is really putting up the paper. He calls it compartmentalization. We get to a point when we put different aspects of our lives into different mental rooms. He calls them emotional drawers. We can even get to the point where we do things that once seemed wrong and think they are really not harming anyone. That is a point you get to, and it's okay for you to cheat on your wife, but be powerful on the floor. And we are saying self-management is bringing discipline in all these areas of your life. And when you do not do that, you are compartmentalizing. That's why somebody will return money they have taken accidentally, but they are going out with somebody else's wife. May God help us. The fifth trap he talks about is the charismatic person. He says charismatic individuals are skillful at denying or covering up mistakes. He says their eloquence can convince an audience that it wasn't really their fault. Charisma you cannot maintain life through charisma, because the lack of integrity will eventually find you out. So it's good to have charisma, but let it be grounded on a life with values. There must be non-negotiables in your life. There are things, there are timeless principles that cannot fade away, because charisma can fade in just one day. The sixth trap, he calls it the expectation of silence. Honorable members, are you following me? The expectation of silence is a big one. You treat all the people around you well so that they cannot tell others what you do. He calls it preemptive bribery. I mean, you're at a place of advantage, you're the one giving out all the trips, you're the one giving all the opportunities. These people, their lives are at your mercy. And so nobody has the courage to say, you are naked. To say what you're doing is wrong. So, what happens? Total silence. But the silence doesn't mean that the boat is not about to capsize. Everybody will look at you and your boat is capsizing, but nobody is pointing out because you treat them well. So they, and I'm not saying treat them badly, but there is what we call preemptive bribery. Everything you do is to silence anybody who can raise any finger and say this is wrong. And the last trap, let me just read, I had to read this as a direct quote from the book. He says, I often remind men who have high profile or important jobs that the ladies around them are not necessarily attracted to their looks or what they own, but to their power, their influence, their success, and their self-confidence. And the same applies to the women. One of the greatest tests for a leader is the area of sexuality. This is where most people come tumbling down. And if we can just know this truth, that all the people who are coming and trying to be your friend are not actually interested in you as a person, but they are attracted to the power. And you'll do this at the detriment of your family, and before you know it, you have no family. Before you know it, you've lost all honor, and before you know it, even the term of office has come to an end. Then what? I talked to, sometimes I don't know how to say order. What do they say? I stand up on the phone. Many times the affairs that blossom are not things we think out, are not something we go out for. I'll give this short story as I conclude. I'm concluding. I want the clerk to invite me again. I want to say this. It's a short story that I had from a colleague. I will not say the office they were working in, but she got a child with her friend's husband. And so I asked, how did this start? And she said, this man used to give me a lift every day. We would go home. He never said he loves me. One day he dropped me. We kissed. We never talked about it. The next day, one thing led to another, and here is a child. And 2 families are destroyed with an affair that was never thought out, but it just started. He talks about vulnerable emotional states. And this is another research. I have the PowerPoint and you can see the details. But he did a research that shows how men and women get into this moral failure. When you do not have enough rest, you set yourself up to be very vulnerable. When life proves very difficult, during times of change, after a significant victory, honorable members, after a significant victory, those are times when people fall morally, when life is going smoothly. But he also talks about fatigue, burnout, discouragement, lack of intimacy with legitimate partners, which makes people vulnerable and they seek ways to get some energy and excitement. Honorable members, I want to conclude by just reading out the tips, some few practical tips. How do we do this? 1, choose to become aware of your emotions. Query them and understand the triggers. Put your emotions under the scrutiny of your faith, your value system. What are your non-negotiables? Create boundaries. Have rest. Reduce stress. Get a deeper understanding of yourself. Remain accountable. And have a center of gravity. For me, my center is my faith in God. And I want to put it to you that if you can have something bigger that you hold on, self-management is inevitable. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless you.
I think she deserves a standing ovation. Thank you very much, Irene. You can see how you have inspired legislators, and I can assure you, honorable members, this is not the end of learning. These inspirational speakers will be invited again to talk to us and talk to us and talk to us and talk to us.
Those 2 presenters, they are the best, the 2 presenters.
Yes. And someone has confirmed.
Yes.
Yeah, so talking about health and wellness, we have a fully-fledged health unit at Parliament with a medical doctor and nurses. It's at Parliament to give you first aid medical services. We have a gym. It's not big enough, but there is a gym which you can use at Parliament as and when you have time, with an instructor, paid for by Parliament. We have the best ambulance service, I must say, with a fully equipped ICU facility, which can take you anywhere if you have a medical problem. And you can order, honorable members, you can ask for this ambulance, even when you feel you are uncomfortable, at any place of your residence in Kampala. We have a principal medical officer of Parliament. His name is Dr. Fred Baulira Kapata. Record his phone, 0772 373 187. 0772 373 187. If you fail to get the doctor, you can also call the clerk. 0756 281 554. But I think you have my number. But this is for immediate action, you call the clerk. But please don't call the speaker or deputy speaker. That's not their job. Now, we have medical insurance facility. and I'm not afraid to mention this. You have medical insurance facility, and I'm sure all of you have already filled your medical forms, medical insurance forms, for 1+5. 1+5. You are the principal plus 5 other people. And we have no apologies to mention this because you are entitled to medical insurance. It's not a privilege, really. Medical insurance is a right as far as I'm concerned. Now, His Excellency the President will be addressing the nation. And it's a very good habit for leaders, especially of your level, to please listen to His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni. He has a lot of wisdom to give us, and it doesn't matter whether you are NRM or opposition. You have everything to gain from his rich experience. So he will be addressing the nation on matters of national importance at 7 p.m. today. And therefore, it is very difficult for me to keep you here, but to say that if you allow me, the honorable distinguished presenters here have been very clear. Because we are hard pressed with the time, you allow me to invite the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker to come and close this historic induction. But I would like to tell you that training will continue and continue. Next week, you will form your committees, and we are going to train committees themselves. Each committee will be trained. Leaders of committees will also be trained. So please, there will be always time. Right Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you, Clerk. Honorable ministers present, honorable colleagues, members of parliament, the clerk and your staff, our distinguished facilitators and resource persons, good evening. As we come to the close of this 5-day induction seminar, I wish to lend myself to the objectives of the induction once again. 1, to equip members with knowledge and skills necessary to effectively discharge the constitutional mandate of representation, oversight, legislation, and budget approval or appropriation. 2, to enhance members' understanding of governance and national development priorities. 3, familiarize members with the constitutional mandate, parliamentary procedures, practices, and processes. 4, to provide members with an understanding of the relationship between Parliament and the constitutional bodies. Over the last 5 days, the induction has provided a strong foundation for our work as members of the 12th Parliament. And I must tell you, colleagues, I've been following even when I wasn't here, and I've shared with most of you, I think you're going to make the best Parliament that we've ever had. And it's extremely important to start on a very positive note, to know that you can do it because you have the capacity. I've read through the CVs of the members we have, and I've compared with the CVs of the other parliaments. I've looked at the questions you've been asking, and I've engaged with many of you, and I see how you are ready to learn, you are ready to ask the difficult questions, but you are also ready to follow on your very, very clear mandate. And without hesitation, I'm looking forward to us making history as a parliament that transformed and supported the transformational agenda of this country. So I expect a lot from you, and we are going to deliver if we work together. We have had the privilege of learning from distinguished leaders, experts, and practitioners who have shared valuable insights on the constitutional mandate of Parliament, the legislative process, the national plans and budgeting, effective oversight, meaningful representation, global outlook and regional integration, governance, inclusive leadership, communication, technological transformation, and personal well-being. It has reminded us from their presentations that our responsibilities extend far beyond the walls of the chamber. We are legislators, we are representatives of people, and we are overseers of public resources, defenders of constitutionalism, and ambassadors of Uganda's development aspirations. The discussions we've had have underscored the importance of balancing effective oversight with constructive engagement. And I want to emphasize on this point, which I was sharing with Honorable Byanyima and team, Honorable Emuro Kugonza, when we were having lunch. The 11th Parliament, in terms of legislation, in terms of representation, even in terms of oversight, but also especially in terms of appropriation, we did a fantastic job. But there is an aspect which didn't come out strongly. That was the aspect of oversight. Now, the aspect of oversight, colleagues, we usually take it because the oversight committees are led by the opposition. We usually say it's the role of the opposition. But majority of the people on those committees are from the ruling party. And in Parliament, you go by majority reports most of the times. So oversight will be for all sides of the aisle. Oversight won't be a mandate of only the opposition. No. The NRM side must also wake up and do serious oversight, because in the end, if this money you allocate, you appropriate, doesn't work for the people, you are going to be judged by those same people. So the hard question should be asked by all people. And there is no small money in terms of oversight. Start with the Roads Committee, for example. The Roads Committee at the district level. My district, Mitoma, we are receiving around 300 and I think 20 Honorable Kazora million. The President directed and Parliament supported, 1 billion was added. But I've not heard people saying we have improved when the budget of roads in my district has been tripled. So where is the problem? And that's why the roads committees in districts, for example, are chaired by you members of Parliament. So when the President is always saying that let us use government money to deliver services, you find your opponent is coming and hiring a grader, he opens the road. Most of you who have won, you have just won. The tricks you use to win are tricks they will use to fight you also. I just want to be as brutally honest. Because now you're overgore, the reality is coming in. We have ended induction. Starting on Tuesday, you are going to be full legislators doing the work. And your opponents are going to start what you were choosing your opponents off, the ones you defeated, are the same accusation is going to go on you. And the same tricks, they don't even change the tricks. They are going to hire graders and start doing roads. Okay? And then you find yourself, you don't have the money to go into that. But that's how you won. So, but what can you do differently? It is now to go on the district and ask, where is money for roads? How come in a district with the same terrain, a 1 kilometer, they use 40 million, in my district they are using 100 million? Why? You can even go and do benchmarking. There is money which I usually ask about, money for water. Colleagues, there is money for water. I see Honorable Chia. I don't know how much money we give. Honorable Rico, how much money do we give per district for water? I know every district receives money, okay? Now, but it's you MPs who are going to be asked to repair boreholes. So you ask yourself, you can't even repair boreholes on this money. Where does it go? Huh? Where does it go? So, honorable colleagues, I tell you one thing which I've seen. If you utilize government resources very well and you follow up, the people will feel you are fighting for them. If you go on ground, if they are charging people money on parish development model, and you stop those charges, if they don't stop, you call Honorable Minister Baram with the Stoke and Pia, Honorable Namere, they come, they take action in your district, you will be popular, I tell you. The government will be popular, you will be popular, because action will have been taken. So I hope you picked all this, that you are going to go on the ground and be felt on the ground. Being on the ground doesn't mean attending weddings and burials. I never attend those in my constituency. But I find a way of being ground from a perspective of service delivery. Service delivery by tagging along on government programs. Honorable Government Chief Whip, one request I will make from you and the Prime Minister, and we are going to be really hard on this request. There is no minister who should visit a constituency without informing a member of parliament. There is no government program that should be taken to a constituency without informing the members of parliament. Because that money you take on the ground is appropriated by these people. Now, you reach on the ground, you'll find your opponents launching projects. When you're not there, you're here busy, the chief whip wants you for quorum. In parliament, you're ensuring that you come, you support your side, or the leader of opposition wants you to come and ask the hard questions. And what are you hearing in the constituency? You're hearing they are launching electricity, and who has attended? Your opponent. And you know, in the village, when you declare being an MP, standing for MP, they call you honorable. Right away. You only need to declare. Once you declare, then you're honorable. So if this one is not present, this honorable will. So I think we shall ensure that we fight for our space as members. Okay? If you have cases where that is being done, please inform us, inform the government chief whip, so that she can link up with the Prime Minister, with the minister responsible, and we do the good work. I've seen Honorable Baram and his ministry, they have launched a program of going to districts. I'm very, very sure that they are informing the MPs so that the MPs are on the ground when all this is being done. I've seen it. I've seen it. I know what it means. I've seen it. So I hope this induction has prepared you to do all this. And while we are grateful for the rich knowledge that has been shared, I'm in agreement with what the clerk has just said, that there is need for further development in a number of critical areas, such as conducting business in the House, oversight, tools for representation, committee management systems, management of the constituencies, among others. We are mindful of the many challenges, and these include managing constituent expectations and balancing committing demands of voters. So, as your leaders whom you entrusted with the authority, the Speaker and his deputy working with the other colleagues, especially the Commission, we shall be ensuring that we give you space. We give you space to go to your constituencies. We give you space to go to your constituencies. We are going to empower the committee chairpersons so that not all problems are coming to the speaker. Because, you know, you go to an office, you find you have around 30 MPs waiting. Now, the 30 MPs are waiting, you're not giving each one enough time. So the best way is to decentralize the power of the speaker and deputy speaker to the committee chairpersons and the commissioners, so that they handle most of these issues, because you find they are sorted at that lower level. Earlier on, I had told the clerk, and the clerk, I saw some MPs asking, we agreed that we should have, each MP, you have a letterhead customized for your constituency. You know, this might look small, but I mean, when I'm writing something which is clearly from my office and has my number, I sign with much more authority. We ensure you get envelopes, we ensure you get letterheads, we ensure you get business cards that are clearly customized. We should have the same business card as an institution. But you find one is having it in yellow, another one in blue, another one in red. One has a crested arm, another one has an emblem of their kingdom. Another one has a map of their constituency. You know, and then you say, why are we disorganized this much? Because Parliament, we have a printery, okay? We have a printery. So I think, I know Honorable Clerk, good thing, has been a member of Parliament for over 20 years. He knows the burdens. We want to lessen your burden in terms of these small things so that you concentrate on much bigger things. And I hope with your support, we are going to do it. So, like Clerk said, we are already organizing the induction of committee leaders and membership of standing sectional committees. Now, Clerk will be sharing with us more details. Because you see, honorable colleagues, my principle in leadership, and someone said, that Iowa doesn't even help. Even if you go, let me tell you, I have a principle which I use, because it has helped me personally. I'm a leader who is eyes on, hands off. It's my principle. It has enabled my businesses to grow, and I believe it helps me as a person. I don't believe in micromanagement of the clerk. The clerk should do his work. A very good example, I saw some of you who are saying, Tayebwa took us to Munyonyo. There's someone who called me and said, it is you, Tayebwa, who took us to Munyonyo. It's very far. Today I asked the clerk. The clerk told me he booked Munyonyo in January or February. Yes. This is the work of the clerk. Why should I be involved in booking a hall? Why? Really? I'm involved in coming to book a hall. And says, they took us to Munyonyo. And you see, when you're talking in your discussions and talking, when you talk good about me, I'm happy. When you talk bad, I'm also happy. Because I know some areas of clarification. In our culture, we say, that spirit that talks doesn't kill. It helps you to understand. So I want to clarify to you that this is the work of the clerk. The speaker cannot go into choosing a venue. Because even me, in fact, I had asked him, I said, clerk, I think we usually go to Africana, but they said now we have a much better facility here. And he told me the biggest reason was they wanted where members can sit and concentrate. In the town, members were running around so much. But he gave you a form for feedback. Please give honest feedback. If you didn't like this place for being far, please don't blame the speaker and deputy speaker. Give honest feedback, and the clerk next time will look for a venue that is nearer. I hope that makes it very easy. Isn't it? Or we go to Chankwanzi. Next. Or we go at Parliament. Or we go, whichever. But all that will depend on the feedback which the clerk will be getting. Yeah. So, honorable colleagues, we want to thank you for your attending in large numbers. Me, I'm extremely positive that we are ready to start on the work. On Tuesday, they will announce committee leadership and commissioners and all that. Now, there is something I want to request you, honorable colleagues, and I caution you about. Because for 5 years, I was a member of parliament. I didn't even apply for a leadership position in the 10th parliament. I remember the Honorable Ruth Nankabura came to me and said, Tayebwa, it was after like 2 years. You mean you're not applying for leadership? I said, no. I said, because I want first study the processes here, and I'm still learning. I took my time very, very well. Kumbe they didn't know I was targeting something bigger. So I took my time extremely well. But why I'm bringing out this point is, sometimes after announcing leadership of parliament, you find some people are frustrated. I want to make the work of the chief whips, government chief whip and opposition chief whip, very easy. You find people feel dejected. You know, I've worked a lot for the party. I missed out on cabinet. I have missed out now on committee. They even hate themselves. And what has ended up happening, those people get frustrated from the beginning, and they end up going and even losing their constituencies. Because immediately you feel you're less valued. But now, for me, if I'm to give advice, as a member of parliament, your first target now is to secure your seat in 2031. If you return, because when they made me a minister, hey, I checked how much were they adding me. 4 cabinet ministers, very powerful, they were adding me 2.5 million. That was the same money they were adding a committee chairperson at that same level. But then the obligations were much, much bigger. Yeah, you know? So if you get a position of leadership, kindly thank God. If you apply and you don't get it, I encourage you to work even harder so that you are clearly seen, because every year we change leadership of sectoral committees. Every 2.5 years, we change leadership of standing committees. And I believe once you work strongly within your party, within your committee, you will be clearly visible. Finally, on privileges that you'll be getting, the speaker briefed you, and he said I should re-emphasize it to you. That, honorable colleagues, we are going to decentralize power to committee leaders. Okay? So, and once we decentralize that power to committee leaders, we are going to require that the committee leaders do declare their budgets to the whole committee in the open. Because the clerk is the accounting officer of the committee. Okay? So if the clerk is the accounting officer of the committee, and now we have given a budget, the clerk will be required at the first sitting of the committee to declare the budget of the committee. This is money for inland travel. This is money for travel abroad in the committee. Now, then you as the committee, you should draw a schedule. Because I remember when I was in my committee, Honorable Kefa Kiwanuka, I don't know whether he's here, I was always with my twin brother, Honorable Bariko, how we were doing things. We even said, let us travel regionally, because a ticket to Nairobi business class, 800. A ticket to America business class, 9,000. So we said one ticket of America can provide a travel for how many members? For 10 members. If we travel regionally, what are we going to see in America that is not in Nairobi, that is not in Tanzania? And then we said we can even travel economy as a committee because it is 1 hour, so that we are able to take more members. But this was a decision of what? Of the committee, not one person sitting and agreeing. So we are going to be extremely transparent, but also we shall demand transparency at committee level, and we shall request you to demand that transparency. And that chairperson who is not transparent, you report to the appointing authority, who is the chief whip, either opposition chief whip or government chief whip. Or you even report to the speaker, and once the speaker is not in, the deputy speaker. Number 2, for easy follow-up on your issues, honorable colleagues, whenever you write to the speaker, unless it is personal, always copy the deputy speaker and the clerk. Why? Because it is an office. When the speaker is not around, instead of the speaker waiting for 2 weeks, okay? Instead of the speaker waiting for 2 weeks, please, the deputy speaker will have worked on it. Number 3, unless it is personal, it is a cardinal rule, never write to the deputy speaker. You write to the speaker. The deputy can act, but you must write to who? You must write to the speaker. Because I deputize someone, and my duty is to support the vision of the speaker. That's all. I can't create my own program. I can't create my own. I must be supporting the speaker. That's how we have harmony. If you don't know how to be a deputy, then that's when you equate yourself with the principal. And that's how fighting starts. Usually that's where problems come from. You think your boss equal. No, I have a boss above me. So it is a matter of you following that procedure, and we find that we move very well. I want to thank you very much. I want to thank our facilitators, our presenters. You know, it is extremely important that we keep in touch with our mentors. Irene is, on top of being my personal pastor, we mentor each other. I tried to mentor her to become an MP. She feared. I remember even Mama said, if I want to take her away, I should never go back to. So have personal mentors. Have spiritual leaders you share with. Have colleagues in parliament you can talk to. Colleagues in parliament, the day you think you know it all is the day you'll be finished. The day you find you hold an opinion and you hold it alone, and for you, you're strong about that opinion, it will just remain on being an opinion. It will never be reduced to a resolution. See a way of compromising, see a way of working as a team, and that way, your issues will go through. We wish you the best. We are going to be in office to support you. We are colleagues. We will get a lot of personal issues to do with you. If you know that you have exhibits somewhere you're not looking after, start looking after them. Because they are going to report. Hey, I'm telling you, if you know you have exhibits somewhere whom you abandoned, and they are not known. Now this is the time people are going to threaten. He either starts looking after the children, or I'm going to hold a press conference. Huh? And now we come in, we say, please, just do. Huh? Then that's when I will call people like Arenyo, go talk to this colleague. Huh? And also, we have women who abandoned their husbands after reaching here. Yes. Yes. Yeah. You abandon us. You abandon us because there are many young and newer people in Kampala. You abandon us. So it's two-way. We shall be there to handle both personal and official issues, and colleagues don't fear sharing with us. The secrets we know, to be honest, the secrets we know about our colleagues are so deep, but we know how to keep issues that are personal from those which are official. Don't die quietly. Don't die. There is an MP, for him I think it even became open. I had to send our police and our doctor to go grab him and take him to Butabika, because he was now moving with a small nyondo, a small hammer, moving like this, talking around. The women were, whenever this woman could grab him, would rock. And then people came, they were concerned. After entering parliament, the guy had 7 women in a short time, you know? So let us avoid those things. Let us remain stable. But once you have a problem, come to us. I will request the clerk to, because I saw you reading the number of the doctor, I would propose that you write a very clear formal communication to members. You put in their pigeonholes for every member to receive the emergency numbers of Parliament. Those emergency numbers can be from medical, security, because these colleagues, they can be in danger and they need our support. Security, then I think even media, the ICT, my account has been hacked, I need to be helped. All those we have, all those kind of experts whom I believe can support us. Colleagues, with those very many words, I want to thank you once again for entrusting us with the authority to preside over the 12th Parliament. I promise you, we can only succeed if you allow us to succeed. We can only succeed depending on you. Parliament as an institution, I want to tell you, you won't have a parliament where it is dirty and then you're clean. If it's dirty, all of us become dirty. If it's clean, all of us become clean. So let us all be positive ambassadors of the institution and ensure that we portray an image that is very positive, and an image which clearly shows that we are going to support government on its mandate of service delivery. I hereby declare the induction closed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, for those very, very good words of wisdom. We thank our leaders, the Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Oboth, who was here for the opening, and we also thank our leader, the Deputy Speaker, who has now crowned this, seminar with the closing remarks. I have been asked by the government chief whip to remind the members of the NRM caucus that there will be a caucus meeting tomorrow, Sunday, the 5th of July, 2026, at 11 a.m. in the boardroom of the office of the Prime Minister, stroke office of the President, and the agenda is 1, election of the NRM Parliamentary Caucus executive members, and also there will be an election of the members of the East African Legislative Assembly. There are 2 vacancies, which following the election of Honorable Kakoza and Honorable Namara to the National Parliament fell vacant at the East African Legislative Assembly, and those slots belong to NRM. So the members of the NRM caucus are requested to go and fill them, and please keep time for that meeting. This brings us to the end of our long induction program. I'm sure at the end of the day, one thing that we wanted to achieve you to achieve, honorable members, was the bonding. You have learned a lot, but bonding is very important. I'm sure today you are living more as friends than you came. Please remain friends, respect each other, and work together. Mr. Deck has an announcement to make, and then we can leave at leisure.
Thank you very much, sir. Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, distinguished guests, just a few announcements. First of all, the Speaker talked about giving feedback. We would like to remind you once again to please log on online and give your feedback so that we can have a proper assessment of this induction. Secondly, there are some members who might not be able to see properly because we have glasses here, and another member might not be able to go home. We have got car keys here. We have those here. As we leave here, we have a little drink for members. We would like to advise that you turn right as you get out and just socialize for a few minutes before we leave the venue. And finally, we started this on a very official note. We would like to end on a very official note again. So could I ask you to stand up, and we shall have anthems played in reverse order. One stanza of the East African anthem, followed by one stanza of the Uganda anthem. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening. Honorable members, if you have car keys that are not with you, it is not a small car, that is all I can say. It is not a small car, so please come and pick these. And if you have missing glasses, we have got some spectacles right here. Please come and check if they belong to you. Thank you very much.